To Becky, thank you for the quiet things, for showing up, for holding this community together in ways most people never saw. You're part of what is made this mobile home park a home. Thank you. And please, we shouldn't have to put our homes up for sale. Please.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for showing support. Do I have any additional public comment? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not used to public speaking. This is my first time, actually. But I met Amber, and I have met a few of the residents of the park, and they are good people that really do not deserve the things that they are experiencing right now. They have many problems, some of them with the water, some of them with the rent being raised. One of them says that the rent was raised twice this year already, or within a year. So they cannot pay for that. I mean, like they say, it would be different if we see that at least the people there are fixing things and you see improvements. But that's not the case at all. These people are in dire need of help. And I'm not even sure from whom. So that's why I am lending my support to them, because I was also very impressed on how united these people are. I mean, I came from California a few years ago to Pasco, and I love the city. I never expected to witness a third world problem here. The trickling of that water, if someone else in another home is using their water, one of the other people cannot shower. They cannot fill up a pot to make spaghetti because it really trickles. I witnessed this even just today. It's not fair. It's not nice. They should not be living in these conditions. I my heart breaks for them because it's not something that I'm used to seeing in the United States of America. This should not be happening to these people. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any additional public comments? Let's see someone in the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Wilson, Franklin County. Thanks for your time tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor for stopping into the county commissioner's office last week, extending a little bit of diplomacy, which is the better part of tact from what I understand. I'm not too familiar. Thanks for doing that though, because they could use that help, if you ask me. I'd like to address something that I noticed on Friday. It was 5 o'clock, was taking my wife to urgent care. There was some folks, I was going to Sandifer heading east from Westminster. There was a couple people, looked like a mom, maybe a teenage daughter riding a bike in what would be a bike lane, but there isn't one. In front of me was a big diesel, extended tires, rolled coal on these people. And it disrupted, their travel. They almost went into the street. They were upset. They hollered, and so I thought I would address that. I don't know what sort of ordinances we have addressing exhaust. I guess I don't know. I don't know what we have. I know it's a problem. I know it can be a bigger problem if we let it get to be a bigger problem. It's getting too crowded for that. I would rather see people riding bikes as a family in my neighborhood than somebody victimizing other people. Those are the people I want as neighbors. So, with my remaining time, I don't have time to go to the county commissioners and state my piece. So I'm coming here to the city of Pasco. I would like to encourage my neighbors, all the people out there in the community, take a look at what's going on in our county. It's not right that the commissioners have finally taken full control of the county commission, of the courthouse, and now they are attacking the sheriff from my point of view. I urge you, community, go ahead and take a look at that. It's been going on for too long. There's been too much apathy. There's been too much, not me. Take a look, please. It's a disaster. Those bullies need to be taken care of. Get them out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide the permit that allowed Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Next, regarding Pasco's Aquatic Center, provide the total cost of ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins' monthly payments of $10,992 plus his travel expenses. He got a raise. And a total cost of the Wow Factor wave machine costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. Note, Yakima's Aquatic Center opens in June for a total cost of $10.8 million. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop our floodplain, including the Riverview East Sewer. Resolution 4582. The Road 48 Central Pasco Community Park and the destruction of our wildlife habitat and more. Regarding my Pasco home, provide all past and present LID and new LID designs, include start dates, costs, and all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation to me. See Pasco City Council 4119 with City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process at animal control and more. Mr. Kerr's no due process results in lawless seizures of family dogs that are killed and or sent to WSU for research and for harvesting of body parts. See files for Bell, Jake, and Kilo, and over 30 years of WSU records with animal control bunchers Ben Zegan and Angela Zeiler for a complete list of animal bunchers and bogus animal rescues that also sell dogs and cats to WSU. Call WSU President and Paul Allen's Dr. Palmer, 509-335-4200. Provide Animal Control Zegan Zeiler's Animal Welfare Act certification for humane euthanasia training to prevent further botched euthanasias that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote, or also called a violent and painful way to die. Provide the following: total cost and itemization for Animal Control's new building, include payments to Angela Zeiler, TCAS's permit and insurance to operate as an animal research provider, Pasco's cat bonds, results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the missing rainy day fund, see Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. At a total cost for the GMP consultants with Dave Zabel, Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million with not any money going for a homeless shelter for people and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats and more. For questions, call Lee Kerr, 509-735-1542. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once? Going twice? Final call for public comments. With that, public comment is closed. We're going to move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? Mr. Gren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Cinco de Mayo Festival downtown in Pasco on Saturday, and I would like to commend Councilwoman Blaisdell, who did an excellent job on your behalf kicking off the ceremony. I'd also likewise like to commend Director Rice and all of his staff and team, who really did a great job running the event, and also his outreach to stakeholders in the community like the LBA and others, giving them a seat at the table in really organizing and planning the event. So really it was really great to see the community out. My family spent a few hours down there eating from vendors and going from booth to booth, and of course participating in the parade. And as Pasco's signature event, I just thought it was very well done on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Harpster.
Yes, I did attend the Lord's Hospital Board of Trustees meeting, and then on Friday attended a fundraiser for Mere Ministries along with Senator Nikki Torres, Commissioner Steve Bauman, and Port Commissioner Vicki Gordon. Mere Ministries' goal is to provide services and support for victims of trafficking in our area, and $40,000 was raised that evening. Their goal, if I recall correctly, was $30,000, so that was awesome to see. And then lastly, it wasn't necessarily an event that I attended, but Friday was rolling through downtown Pasco on my bike, as I do, and the new parklet outside the Pasco Specialty Kitchen was completely full with, it looked like at least half a dozen people or so waiting for seats to open up. So that was really cool to see riding through there, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Seeing no further lights, sounds like Miss Blaisdell was a wonderful MC, so thank you for staying in my place. Hopefully no one walked away with gout from here. You get your light on purpose? Okay. Just want to make sure that you didn't have anything to circle back to. So thank you all for your involvement this week. And certainly thank you to staff for the bang-up job you always do. With that, we're going to move on to item number 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. This is a public hearing. When appropriate, I will open it. We'll kick it off with a report from staff. Then I can ask for questions from council. Then we'll open the public hearing. And at that time, you will have up to 2 minutes for comments. So if we can track that, that'd be helpful. So item A is public hearing and resolution on number 4597, 2025 to 2030 6-year transportation improvement program revision. And that's from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are looking again one more time to the last year's approved transportation improvement program. There were a few revisions proposed. And so tonight is the public hearing for it. So a quick overview of what were the revisions proposed that we hope to hear the public speak about and hopefully have action later tonight. Next slide, please.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop
Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available at the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
Mayor Milne.
I am present.
Thank you.
With that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so that brings us to 4, which is interviews for our vacant council position number 4. So, do you want me to read the description? All right. So tonight, the council will interview 4 finalists for council position number 4, serving council district number 4. After the interviews are concluded, council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 4 to serve to December 31st, 2025, when the term for position number 4 ends. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, As this is an open public meeting, council asks that all candidates remain outside the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After their interview is finished, the candidate may return to the council chambers. At this time, will all council candidates please step outside the council chambers while the council finalize the interview questions. All right, we're moving forward. I'd like to do number 1 and 1A. So start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Which one would you like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go right down the line and take number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep moving to our right here.
And we're doing one each, right?
Yes.
I will do question number 3. We'll just go down the line.
Okay.
I'll do number 6.
Okay. And
I'll do number 5.
Number 4.
okay. Okay, well, and then, number 7 we're not doing. Want to do number 7? So, I guess we'll have Grimm do 2 and 7. Okay, I think we're good. Grimm's doing 2 and 7.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come down here.
Thank you.
We'll just, I guess, for the record, let's state your name and.
Joe Cotta, District 4.
All right. Sounds great. So, we'll get right into the questions. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
The primary duty?
Yeah, the city councilman.
I think probably it has to do with listening to the constituents. You need to be a good listener. You need to figure out what's on their minds. You know, they're going to really have their hand on the heartbeat of the city, especially if they're heavily involved one way or the other. Usually the people that are involved are the ones that are talking to you, and there's some offense one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're running the city right. We need to make sure that the people involved are approving of us in some way and that we do our business.
Okay. And then 1A is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Well, typically their interests are going to be my interests, but there's, maybe 2 constituents want a couple different things. And so, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to explain where we stand, why we stand, where we stand, where I stand, where the council stands, and how we got there, and help them understand the practice that we applied to come to that decision.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the end of my questions. And then Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
This happens almost every Sunday in my church. testing, 1, 2. It's still crackling? Is it better? It's yes, no. Okay, we're back.
All right, well, let's pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cotta, for applying for the position. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I was encouraged to see the position you hold of trying to reduce traffic deaths by half. I mean, I don't know if you can talk about an issue that's more important than life or death. And so I think that's probably a pretty significant issue. When you're talking about lives, you want to, so I guess in a general category, you could just say safety. And so there's a lot of things involved in safety, less crime, less drugs, supporting law enforcement. I know there's some priorities to ensure that we have district attorneys available and public defenders, and supporting public safety. If we don't have safety, people aren't going to want to come here. They're not going to want to build their businesses here. They're not going to want to live here. And so safety is obviously a big one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's move down to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, taking interest in being
Thank you.
more involved in the community. So my question to you is, what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we're not doing correctly or we need to do better?
Well, I think we're all struggling as a culture in a lot of cities with homelessness and behavioral health. And I'll be encouraged to, if I'm appointed, to help with solutions to those problems. In my experience with Youth Turn for Christ and substance abuse recovery, it's just something that's important to me, dear to my heart. I know a lot of guys who have gone through those programs, who have been homeless, who have suffered from behavioral health issues, and helping those guys get better. And so I think that's something that, it's in a general sense, but, we can always be better there. We need more resources for those guys.
All right, so we're going to jump to, what's that? Well, let's jump to question number 4, and Councilwoman Blaisdell.
How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Well, you listen. They need to be heard, and there's probably a proper channel and a process that you want to take them go through a grievance process. And whoever that contact person is for that situation, you're going to want to help them. You want to have kind of a kind handoff, introduce them to the person they need to talk to or something in those regards if it's appropriate. And then there's a confidentiality that you want to maintain, and that's probably about it. It's just passing them off kindly. Because I guess in a negative sense, you don't want to start doing an investigation on your own. There's a proper channel for those things.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's jump to question number 5, and we're going to go with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
Probably my background in agriculture. I'm also a pastor. I think about 20% of the city's land use is situated in agriculture, and so I can bring some things to the table there. I managed a 1,000-acre vineyard, and so I have general management experience in the sense that you're managing assets and employees and capital budgets and operating budgets. And I have a union negotiation experience. I have my chemical applicator's license, my commercial applicator's license. So I know about chemicals, I know about safety and those kinds of things, process and procedure. As a pastor, I'm going to be experienced with the needs of the community. I'm going to be experienced with managing a nonprofit, those kinds of things.
All
All right, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position.
Thank you.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I mean, if I'm really dug in on the position, and all of you guys are on the other side of that, you handle that professionally. You got to support the ruling of the council, and so there needs to be some support there. If I want to dissent, there's a professional way to do that. There's a process for that. There's a timing involved in that. Personally, I would like to strive to have good working relationships with all of you, and you don't do that by behaving immaturely when things don't go your way. So the relationships are important to me. Working with all of you is important to me. And then, on the other side of that, if somebody dissents from my position and I have the majority, the person who dissents still has a different perspective on things, and it's good to pay careful attention to those things, especially when the issue comes up again. It's like, well, you were against this before, what do you think now? What do you think we could have done differently here? Those kinds of things. And so there are times when it's important to dissent and bring the issue up again, but it needs to be done in a professional way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So the final question for your interview is by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, it looks like our projections over the next 10 to 15 years, we're expecting 40, 50,000 more people. And so it looks like 121,000, in 2046. Anyway, 2046, and 19,000 more housing units, 16,000 more jobs we anticipate. And so really, we're looking at a situation where we just need to be prepared to have the infrastructure for the city to grow that way. And where we're going to do that, I talked about safety already. A lot of the reasons I think people are interested in moving into Pasco, or the reason a lot of people live here, is regarding the transportation resources. We have an airport. The railway is obviously huge. The port. And agriculture is a big reason that people live here. They're supporting agriculture in some way. So as far as things I would do to change it, I like the city. We're doing things with the projects, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the downtown project, the development on Broadmoor, the neighborhood parks, all those kinds of things are really great. And I think a lot of that stuff is going to be coming into fruition during this next term. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of. I just like leadership. I like working with the team. And I think it'd just be a neat opportunity to do that with you guys.
All right, well, you are done, so thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could get the next candidate.
I'm going to leave this here.
So yeah, you could stay if you'd like, or more welcome to do what you'd like.
Thank you.
So this is not working well, so you'll have to use.
Okay, just like karaoke.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh.
Well, we could hear you, so you state your name and we can proceed.
Good evening, Pat Jones.
All right. Well, thank you, Pat Jones, for taking time out of your day to be here. Do appreciate it. So we're going to jump right into the questions. And so based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
There are 2 answers I'd like to offer to that. First of all, it would be what the law of the cities say that you must perform, the duties that you have to perform, whatever those might be as far as governing and managing the cities, managing the taxpayer dollars, being fiscal in how we do that, making sure that policies are followed, making sure that government is done by listening to the people, making sure that infrastructure is kept in place, and all of those parts that the law says that we must do. I have a set of bulleted items that I have followed as an elected city official for over 14 years myself that I'd like to share with you that specifically answer that question that I have followed for years. I believe firmly in a balanced pattern of growth, a vibrant, livable community, a safe, healthy, inclusive, skilled community, efficient transportation, infrastructure systems that are safe and ongoing, economic stability and growth, outstanding recreational and cultural opportunities, and responsive, accessible, and effective government. So philosophically, those are my beliefs. From a day-to-day standpoint, I believe we have to meet all of the things that I mentioned first and be responsible to the citizens who put us there.
All right, well, thank you for that answer. Part A of that is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
It's important to know what the needs and the wants are of the people in the area that we represent. We are elected by an area, and it's important to know what the needs and wants are of those folks. Are those needs recreation? Are those needs streets? Are those needs public safety? And to know what they are and bring those to the full council so everyone knows what's going on. There are times when it will be my job to bring those forward and push those from a stronger level. There will be times when I will need to work with the other council members and understand where those fit into the full picture of the city. It's impossible to say at which point those will be pushed more forward or I will back off and work together to meet the needs of the full city versus my area that I represent. Each and every decision, each and every plan, each and every budgeted item is a discussion that needs to take place. And so it would be short-sighted to say, this is time I will do this, and this time I will do this. Each one needs a fair look and a fair discussion, and then I would make my determination based on my background, experience, and training, and determine how I would push or back off at that point.
All right, well, thank you for those answers. We're going to be moving to question number 2, which is Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
Right now, I would say infrastructure-wise, making sure that we have a plan for water in the future. I understand that our water system might be at a certain age where we have to start looking at either building a new water tower or investing in the one that we have. We can't grow, we can't support what's going on in our city if we can't guarantee water every time someone turns on their tap or does the flush. So it's our job to make sure that that's there. That's one of the first things I would want to look into as a new council member. I would also want to make sure that we are meeting the needs from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that our citizens are safe. We can't be a good growing city if citizens don't feel safe here. So that would be from a public safety, police, and fire standpoint. The next thing that I think needs a lot of attention is retail. It appears to me as a fairly new member to the community, my wife and I have lived here 2 years now, that a lot of retail exists in Kennewick and Richland, but there's not a lot of solid retail in Pasco in a comparison of the three. That's looking at it from a new person standpoint. So those would be my main focuses coming on board.
All right, and thanks for coming in, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to move on to question number 3, which is Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating and wanting to be involved in your community at this level. What have you observed in areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to do better or we are not doing at all?
Can I get the question rephrased, ma'am? Are you asking me what do I think right now needs to be done better in the city of Pasco? Is that the question?
Correct. What is it that we're doing or not doing for the city of Pasco? Or if you feel that there's something that we could do better?
Okay, thank you. I understand. Again, from a new person standpoint, lived here 2 years. One of the things I think we need to do more of is take a look at our speeding that's going on throughout the community. It seems like we have a tremendous amount of traffic going on, and it seems like a lot of those people like to drive really fast. And I think we need to take a closer look at that, and I'm sure that's being done. I'm sure that's not a aha moment for anybody, but that is certainly something that I see as a new person living here for 2 years. I believe that's something that certainly needs to be looked at to be done better. I would also say that providing opportunities for the fine arts in our community. We have tremendous recreational opportunities for athletics, but we have little to none in the fine arts, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's move on to question number 5, which is done by Councilman Leo Perales. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped, my bad. Question number 4, yes, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision for the city council?
The first thing I would do is listen to what they have to say until they were done talking. I want to make sure that they had a chance to clear their mind and clear their heart of what they have to say. Then I would encourage them to follow the proper procedure that we have. I'm sure there's a complaint policy that the city of Pasco has, and I would ask them to follow that. It's not my job as a city council member to reprimand, to jump into policy or the day-to-day operations of how our departments do their job. We have managers and other things in place to do those things, so I would ask that person to get a hold of the person's manager or however the structure is in that department and ask them to share their concern and follow the process that's in place. I am not elected to be a micromanager of a department, nor would I ever act in that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll jump to number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I have 14 years of elected experience as a city council member from South Dakota. I served 11 years on the city council in Leeds, South Dakota. And then just recently, before we moved here, 3 years on the city council in Rapid City, South Dakota. Rapid City and Pasco are amazingly similar, both 80,000 people, both have very similar growth situations, both have ethnicity issues and things that go on within their community, both have growth issues, and so it's rather amazing to move here to this wonderful community and have them be so similar. So we have addressed a lot of the same things. Also, just my years of training, like I said, 14 years there, 17 years as a school administrator. I have great amount of training in how to run meetings, how to do proper procedure, how to do the simple things of making motions, how to vote, parliamentary procedure, all of the ways of how we do business. A lot of times for new council members, that can be a large learning curve, which inhibits their ability to be effective. I bring a turnkey operation to the council and will be an effective member almost right off the bat. I've sat on many dioceses, I know how to do the job, and will be able to be effective almost immediately. I have a bachelor's degree in music education, I have a master's degree in education and administration, and a doctorate degree in education and administration. I know how administration works, and I am ready to bring those skills and talents to the city of Pasco.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to question number 6, which is done by Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here this evening. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I've always taken a stand that once the debate is done and once the vote is done, it's done. If I've put my best into it, and I believe that my fellow council members have put their best into it, and we've taken the vote, then we have to be grown up enough, we have to be adult enough, and we have to be professional enough to move forward. I don't believe in parking lot meetings. I don't believe in talking behind people's back. I believe that we have to be able to move forward. I've seen many organizations that when something like that happens, Councilman Harpster, the people who are on the losing side of it, all they do is complain for the next day, week, month, or year, and it hurts the organization. It poisons the organization. And I've been on the losing side of votes before. Many of us have if we've been in this business. And we just have to realize that that one is done, and it's time to move forward to the next one and not waste our energy on one that is done.
All right, well, thank you for that. So your final question is going to be done by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates, or whatever you like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number one. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. And so they go ahead and they make policies and laws. And so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee obviously the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city. And so each member is designated to a district. And so they represent that district, and so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating, just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think obviously making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the planning commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even if everything from like traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilman Blanche Bras.
Councilwoman.
Councilman,
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some
My
water.
ears are
Councilwoman.
failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the planning commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we, depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well. Whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the 2 biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I could bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hupster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 to 15 years, we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the 3 main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the 3 things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right, well, it looks like you're done then, so thank you for applying, and if you'd like to sit in the audience, do whatever you think is best.
Thank you for the opportunity, appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the 4th person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position. So we're going to dig right in. So question number 1 is, based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
A city council member has to be accountable to their particular district. They have to balance the interests of their particular stakeholders with those of the larger city. The city council member also has to make sure they are judicious about the decisions that they have to vote on. Most of the decisions that they make, of course, have to be things that they have listened to multiple parties within their particular district. And then I'm a big believer that listening to multiple viewpoints helps people come up with the best decisions overall. So as a city council member, that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we are accountable. We also have to make sure that we know what the processes are that we must adhere to, so that we do not have conflicts of interest that get in the way with decisions that we are responsible for casting votes on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I have a part A on my question. So what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
I think I just spoke to that.
Kinda did, yeah.
I think it's a very careful balance that one must make. Of course, your actual constituents are the ones who, in the end, will be making the decision about how fairly, how well you represented them. So, of course, I would consider them first. Most people who know me through my professional and my volunteer positions know that I am very open to building relationships with all sorts of people, listening to multiple viewpoints, ensuring that my particular biases don't get in the way of giving them the opportunity to share their particular positions.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. So we're going to jump to question number 2, and that's going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bowers, for being here this evening and throwing your name in the hat. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I actually think that the various goals that you all have created for 24, 25, I think those are spot on. My particular interest would be the financial stability and economic sustainability, as well as the character or identity of Pasco as a whole. We are growing. Since I arrived here in 2014, we have been told that our population is expanding. We have to ensure that the things which attracted people to Pasco in the first place, those particular characteristics are preserved as best as we can. So we need to make sure that we do smart planning, but at the same time give respect to the things that made Pasco the best secret in Eastern Washington.
All right, well, thank you. We're going to have question number 3 is going to be done by Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. I was still reading over my notes. Thank you for participating. Thank you for throwing your hat back in the game here. My question to you: what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to improve in?
I definitely think that our downtown is in much better shape than it was when I first got here. Of course, we are really, really grateful to all the business owners who contributed to making our Main Street, our historic downtown, the vibrant place that it is today. We know that there were some management challenges previously, so I believe that with the city of Pasco being responsible for downtown once again, things are back on track. So I would say that is one of the improvements that have been made here. I also think the development that's taking place in Broadmoor, we finally have Road 100, the exits, working so they aren't the traffic congestion nightmares that they were initially. So I know that as we move further into developing that area, we are going to make sure that that becomes something that is beneficial to the rest of the city.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Contacting me, I'm assuming because they were not happy. Okay, I would want to make sure that if this were the level of conflict of interest being violated or ethically that council member doing something that was untoward or against our responsibilities, our role as city council, that individual had brought that concern of theirs to the correct authorities, whether it was something that required something to be reported to the police commission or to the city manager or to the city council at large. I would hope that that individual felt felt safe enough being able to speak up for themselves. If they didn't, I would ensure that there were other avenues for them to be able to share specifically what it was that had happened. And as information were obtained in the form of an inquiry or an investigation, that took place within the appropriate channels.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. So let's jump to question number 5, which is going to be done by Councilman Leo Perales.
What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I believe my skill set and my track record. I am someone who has volunteered here in Pasco in multiple ways. Additionally, my work experience is something which proves that I know how to navigate government on the city, county, state, and federal levels. One of the first things I did when I came here, I volunteered with the Office of Community and Economic Development. I wrote 2 successful grant applications, one for a survey and 2 for 2 properties in East Pasco, which are now on the National Register of Historic Places. So I believe those are some of the things, in addition to the time I served as commissioner of the Planning Commission, chair rather, of the Planning Commission, which overlapped with us going into the pandemic. We got through it. We got through stronger. And I believe that those things, in addition to information I helped obtain for the MLK Community Center, which is also one of the legislative priorities that you all have named to recognize those who contributed to the development of East Pasco. That just shows that I'm always available and have utilized my skill set, whether that was something on a volunteer basis or something that I have been paid to do. You all are aware that my work experience, I started out in the planning space, and then after seeing how politics worked, I decided to go into the diversity, equity, inclusion space to try and get to some of the attitudes that impacted decisions around equity. So if you will, between my undergraduate degree in urban studies with programs completed at Columbia Business School, Columbia's School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, and my graduate degree in psychology, I would say that I have demonstrated I can be on a council in Los Angeles. I also served on a neighborhood council, was first appointed and then elected. And neighborhood councils were something that the city created to ensure that enough communities had a voice in what ended up happening in terms of city operations. So between those things, time that I have spent working with other agencies such as the Regional Plan Association, which covers the tri-state area on the East Coast, Community Redevelopment Agency, which focuses on blighted areas throughout Los Angeles. I am someone who has been a part of a lot of the negotiations and operations of things that are very similar to what the city council, as well as our colleagues, your colleagues, who you are responsible for overseeing with the city manager and city staff.
All right, so with that, we're going to jump to question number 6 by Councilman Peter Hoekstra.
Thank you for being here this evening, for applying for this position.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I would most likely ensure that we heard from all viewpoints. And it sounds like in the particular scenario you are describing, we would want to make sure we heard the minority viewpoints as well, even if it seems like the majority position is one that the council is heading towards. As I mentioned before, I have seen and it has been proven that the more viewpoints we take into consideration, the stronger, the better that final solution or outcome will be. So I would make sure that it were voiced. I am also a team player, and the relationships that I have or would have with the other members of the city council would also be important to make sure that those were preserved as well.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to have our final question, which is going to be done by our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
So as I was looking at the goals that you all came up with for 2024, 2025, I was on board with them. I think one of the things that we need to make sure is that we don't overcommit ourselves in looking at our budget. We don't want to further eat into our reserve. We can only do as much as we have funds allocated for, so I want to make sure that we stay within budget. As I mentioned earlier, I think Pasco has so much to offer, and I really think that our city identity is something that we can leverage to attract more business, more opportunities here to the city. I also want us to make sure that we are creating enough opportunities so that people who grow up here in our city have the ability to work the jobs that are going to be created in 15 years. I'm so grateful that we have the 2 new high schools that have just opened up. I also would like us really to think a little bit more about sustainability. We have a lot of industry that's coming in. Thank you so much to the Port of Pasco for this. We want to make sure we have the water and the energy to keep that industry going. And I see us being a city where we can be sure that we have engagement from all members of our community.
Okay, well, thank you for that. If you'd like to sit down, and I guess we'll jump to number 5. I did want to say thank you to all the candidates that showed up. There were some phenomenal answers. Was going to be extremely hard to pick just one. If we had made others, we pick all 4. So anyway, so thank you again. I thought it was excellent by everybody. So with that, we're going to jump to number 5, which is our exec session to evaluate the qualifications of candidate for appointment to elective office per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H. I'd like to know what the council thinks, how long we're going to need. You think 10 minutes? Let's
start for 10.
Let's start for 10. Hard decision, but let's start for 10, but it'll probably be longer. So anyway, we will be back at 7:07.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I need to join you for just a few minutes in the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure. I'll be in attendance.
Okay.
Mailey, can you, I'm just double checking. I know you're signed up for public comment tonight. I just want to double check that you're able to unmute yourself. And then the thing, there you are. Yeah, just,
my name's Melissa.
I can hear you. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Do I,
And then Lori, same for you. Hi, Mailey. We can see you. Lori, it looks like you're still muted on your end. We can see you, but you're still muted. Sorry, Lori, do you know if you are connected via your microphone through your computer?
Okay. I need a light. Hello?
There you are. We can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Something got moved. I don't know that will work because this looks different than the other ones, huh? Okay. Somewhere in here? Oh, is this it? And pull it harder. Okay. See it? Pull on it. Yep, that one. Oh, it was still crackling when you did it? Testing, testing. Nope, still crackling. You don't think that the other ones won't probably reach up there then?
So the other one's plugged directly here.
Okay.
Well, again, you double check it.
You want me to try to grab one?
Just take one off the end of the
So what do you, we're just,
it?
Yeah, we'll get it. Okay. See it? Yeah? It just has the loudest screech. Turn it on. How many people are coming in for public comment? Try it? Nope, it's not working. Testing, 1, 2, 3. That sounds better.
It is 7:07, and everybody, it's 7:07, and we are going to take an additional 10 minutes, a little more discussion. So we'll be back at 7:17. Thank you. All right, everybody, we can have it quiet. All right, if we can have it quiet, thank you. We are back from exec session, very lively exec session, and before we have a nomination and a motion, I would like to say that we do really appreciate everybody coming out. This is by far probably one of the most difficult decisions I've ever been part of as far as a councilman. It was, everybody would do an excellent job, and with that, we actually have some new information from our attorney, Eric Ferguson, so let's have him kind of tell the nuances of what actually is going on and then go from there.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, this is a very unique situation with this particular council seat because it is a short and full term. So it's not clear yet to what degree or what length the term of the person who assumes this particular position would serve because of the election that will take place, the general election that will take place on November 4th. So with that being said, the thing that just needs to be made clear is that since all the candidates, and the reason why I'm just clarifying is because originally the mayor stated that people would need to be able to serve until December 31st. And so there's no guarantee that it would be up until December 31st. It could be only till November 25th. So I just want to make sure that all the candidates are aware of that and knowing that that they're still comfortable proceeding and going forward. So with that being said, would each of the candidates confirm that works for them? Mr. Cota? Mr. Davis, that's great. And where's our other, Mr. Abel? Yep. And then our finally. Yes. Okay, sounds great. Okay, sounds like we're good to go. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, thank you. So with that, I would like to get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint Joe Cotta to council position number 4 effective from September 15th, 2025 through potentially December 31st, 2025.
Second. All right, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Harpster. So let's do a roll call on this.
All right. Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Prowlis.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
So that passes 5-1.
All right, so with that, if we could have newly appointed Councilman Cotta come up here, and then we'll also take, we need a 5-minute recess? Oh, let's, well, I guess I need, what's that? Okay, well, I guess let me come down there and I'll read you that oath of office. Again, this is my first time on this, so.
We'll redo these.
Thank you.
All right, so repeat after me. I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
And all local ordinances, and that I faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member District 4, position number 4, for the city of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
And all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member District number 4, position number 4, for the city of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I need that back. We're going to have
All right, and with that, let's take an 8-minute recess, so we can be back here at 7:30. That would give anybody who want to take pictures or anything else. So. Take a seat. All right, thank you. All right, it is 7:30, and we are back. So we are going to move on to our regular city council regular meeting. And with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Is anybody?
We lost one already. Oh, they wanted to.
Looks like he's late to his first meeting already. And Harp, sir, is that the spot you wanted to be in? Or do you want to be on the end?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. All right, so now that Mr. Cotta is seated, we're going to go 4A, which is approval of meeting minutes for September 2nd and September 8th. B is bill and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $6,714,030.52 with a write-off totaling $280. We got C, ordinance number 4788, amending PMC section 5.05.170, exemptions related to business license. D is resolution number 4646, change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo. E is resolution number 4647, professional services agreement amendment number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the process water reuse facility irrigation systems farm upgrades project. And with that, can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm,
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
That would be a yes from me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 5, which is proclamation and acknowledgements. And the first one is 5A, which is, I know, a little controversial, which is a proclamation honoring the life of Charlie Kirk. And now usually as a council, we don't really do this. I was contacted by other members of the council. I was thinking of more of a moment of silence. But we got basically one of the council members thought it'd be a great idea to have a proclamation, and I did agree with him. And I guess my choice on that, just because I have got emails about this, is that I love the fact that Charlie Kirk was for free speech. That where he would go, he would have a discussion, and the best part about it was that he would have a discussion and violence wasn't considered an option. To me, it says something about the man that you're going in to areas that most people wouldn't go into, whether for political beliefs or religious beliefs, and having open conversations. So to me, he was an inspiration. I watched a lot of his videos, usually every other day, and again, to me, it was a profound loss when somebody's talking nonviolent interactions, just have a discussion, and with that, the man is basically killed for having a discussion. So it's my decision to do this. Again, I appreciate the support that I've got from council, but it's not an easy one, and I know there's people that are against this because of some of the stuff he has believed in, but for me, it's an honor to do this proclamation. So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. So whereas Charlie Kirk was the founder of Turning Point USA, a national nonprofit organization committed to educating young people about the principles of limited government, free markets, personal responsibilities, and whereas Charlie Kirk boldly proclaimed his faith in Jesus Christ, consistently grounding his public service and civic engagement in biblical values and deep conviction that faith must live out in both private and public life. And whereas Charlie Kirk worked tirelessly to equip a new generation of Americans to think critically, engage civically, and uphold ideals of freedom, family, and faith. And whereas Charlie Kirk believed in the power of civic trust, community involvement, and moral leadership to strengthen democracy. And whereas Charlie Kirk's life was tragically cut short when he was assassinated while engaging in dialogue with college students. An act that shocked the nation and underscored the growing need for civil discourse, mutual respect, and the protection of those who speak boldly in matters of conscience and truth. And whereas, despite his untimely death, Charlie's enduring legacy lives on through the lives of those he inspired to serve in their communities, engage those around them, and stand firm in their convictions. And whereas the City of Pasco joins communities across the country in mourning this profound loss, and I recognize the impact of Charlie's voice, leadership, and unwavering devotion to truth. And therefore I, David Milne, Mayor of City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2025 as a day of honor to the life of Charlie Kirk, and urge all residents to reflect on Charlie's legacy of faith, freedom, and service, and to recommit ourselves to these founding values. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would it be all right for me to comment?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, the same as you mentioned, I hope what people take away from this and from his life is the courage to have conversations with people that we disagree with. And at the end of those conversations, you may still disagree, but you've at least had a conversation, respected that other person as a human being, another person. And as I look out in the crowd here, I've met many of these people out here, and many of us disagree on many things, but we've had conversations about it. And there's a lot that we do agree on that we found, and there's items we found that we're just going to disagree on, and that's fine. And when I was running for city council, I reached out to all the council members at that time just to hear their thoughts on council and priorities and whatnot. And those who maybe think differently politically than me, Ms. Barajas to my left here was the only one who got together with me to discuss priorities. And we found in that conversation, there's a lot we disagree on. But we sit here every week and find that there is a lot that we do agree on. And I respect Ms. Barajas for her willingness to serve on council and to keep showing up. And I hope she does the same for me. And again, we get together pretty frequently and have discussions that aren't fun to have. They're sometimes difficult discussions, but we work towards finding common ground. And what's cool to see is, Fiery Foods Festival this past weekend, she ran to my family and gave my wife a hug, said hi to my boys. They were excited to see her. That's the result of having conversations instead of saying, we disagree, so we're not going to talk. And again, the irony of the open dialogue is everybody's going to have the opportunity this evening to share their opinions on this, perhaps. And again, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, I know we're not going to agree, but I just really hope that that people would see what happened and that would embolden them to not be silenced, but to seek out people that they have disagreements with. And again, you may not win somebody to your side, but it's still so important, in my opinion, to have that conversation anyways. Thanks.
Thank you for those words. I could say, being on the council, I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's just times where you disagree with other members, but it's for the best of Pasco that we get along. We try to work things out, and you try to hear different voices and different opinions. So again, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, it was a profound loss to me that his life was taken so young with a family and all the stuff that he was trying to let people be aware of, and again, to try to make America a better place. So with that, we're going to move on. To 5B, which is a proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we are actually going to kick it off with Councilwoman
I don't get it. The
Barajas.
rules say that you start with public comment and then you do public business.
No, public comment, please sit down. Public comment is coming up. It's coming up on the agenda.
Beginning of the meeting, not
It's coming up. We are running the meeting here. If you could sit down, please. You will give your chance for 3 minutes to talk.
Not that. It's just you're violating your own rules.
No, it's on our agenda. We have an agenda. Not run by you. With that, Councilwoman Bras, can you please do your proclamation?
I'm not sure if you have the proclamation in English. Someone should read it in English first.
Let's go with Councilman Leo Perales for the English version.
Thank you much. This is a proclamation on National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2025. Whereas America's cultural diversity has helped strengthen and define our country for hundreds of years, and whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the millions of Hispanic Americans whose love of family, hard work, and community have helped unite us as a people and sustain us as a nation, and whereas we remember also those proud Hispanic American patriots who fought and died for our country in every war and conflict since our founding, and whereas as entrepreneurs and public servants, scholars, and artists, Hispanic Americans have provided wisdom, energy, and leadership in both small and large communities across the country, and whereas while many Hispanic Americans today are thriving, others are still struggling to overcome obstacles, including language and cultural barriers, and whereas we renew our commitment to ensuring that all Hispanic Americans have access to the opportunities needed to pursue and realize their dreams, and whereas the 2025 theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, encourages us to recognize the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that define the Hispanic experience, and honors the visionary leaders within the Hispanic community whose trailblazing efforts have paved the way for more inclusive and prosperous society. And now, therefore, Mayor Pasco, David Milne, and the rest of the council do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. And now will Councilwoman Barajas read that in Spanish.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments before that. I will be reading the proclamation in Spanish. It's very important for our viewers, our Spanish viewers, every Mexican American in the city of Pasco, in recognition that there's 56% of the population in Pasco are Latino or Hispanic natives. We are a proud group. Tomorrow, September 16th, is Mexican Independence Day, making Mexico's liberation from Spain in 1810. Not sure if anybody knew that, but I'm just throwing out that little tidbit. So to my fellow Mexican Americans, to Chicanos, however you want to identify yourselves, Feliz Día de la Independencia Mexicana. And I will proceed to read the proclamation. We were just talking about proclamations, and I want to recognize that we just read a proclamation, right? In regards to the life of an individual that was unfortunately a victim of a crime. However, we should also recognize Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband for being killed. Irina Sarutska from Ukraine for also being killed. The students at Evergreen High School and the students at the Annunciation Catholic School, in those shootings, there was not many killings, but there were killings of young people, children, unnecessary killings, just like Mr. Kirk's. However, I feel that local government should aim to keep our streets safe, to focus on local matters. May they all rest in peace. And with that, I will follow through with the proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month in Spanish. For all of you listening, todos los que están escuchando, el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, 15 de septiembre a 15 de octubre del 2025. Considerando que la diversidad cultural de América ha ayudado a fortalecer y a definir nuestro país por cientos de años. Considerando durante el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, reconocemos a los millones de hispanoamericanos cuyo amor por la familia, el trabajo duro y la comunidad han ayudado a unirnos como pueblo y sostenernos como una nación. Y considerando que también recordamos a aquellos orgullosos patriotas hispanoamericanos quienes lucharon y murieron por nuestro país en cada guerra y conflicto desde nuestra fundación.
y considerando que como empresarios y funcionarios públicos, estudiantes y artistas, los hispanoamericanos han proporcionado sabiduría, energía y liderazgo en comunidades pequeñas y grandes a lo largo del país. Considerando que, aunque muchos hispanoamericanos han prosperado hoy en día, otros aún están luchando para vencer obstáculos, incluyendo el idioma y las barreras culturales. Considerando que renovamos nuestro compromiso para asegurarnos que todos los hispanoamericanos tengan acceso a las oportunidades necesarias para perseguir y realizar sus sueños, y considerando el tema del 2025, herencia colectiva, honrando el país, inspirando el futuro, nos alienta a reconocer el espíritu de la innovación, resiliencia y unidad que definen la experiencia hispana, y honra a los líderes visionarios dentro de la comunidad hispana, cuyos esfuerzos pioneros han abierto el camino hacia la sociedad más inclusiva y próspera. Feliz Día de la Independencia a todos los mexicoamericanos.
All right, and thank you, Councilwoman Ross. I'm sorry, hold a second. I just want to say thank you for pointing that out. I did have it in my notes to recognize the other ones. I did miss it. I am sorry, but thank you for saying that. And so let's go to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you. Oh, you're fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No, and just to add on to what my fellow council member was saying, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but just reading from the internet here, we can't quite claim it as Pasco, but we're the lion's share of the population in Franklin County. But Franklin County became the first majority Hispanic county in the entire Pacific Northwest around 2006. And I think that is something we should be very proud of. Can't quite claim it as a city, but obviously we're like, 85% of the whole county. So I think that is something to be proud of. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's go to Councilman
Make a quick comment. So I just want to address what happened earlier. It's the bodies, we have our schedules and stuff. They're available on the internet at our website. But if you look at our Pasco Municipal Code, I'm just going to address the individual who came up here. We have it on our website here. You can see right here. It lays out our agenda, our order of business. And so we weren't skipping over anything. It says right here, meeting instructions for remote access, goes call to order, roll call, pledge of allegiance, consent agenda, proclamations, acknowledgements, and after that is public comment. So I just want to make sure that I don't want anyone making comments or posts that we're not following our own rules and stuff. That clears it laid out right there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. So now we're going to move on to public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require considerations by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And with that, we have a list of people that have signed up to speak. So let's start off with, first we'll go off with Michelle Andrews. And again, we're going to go 3 minutes. Make sure the timer is on. Yes.
Michelle? Okay. Hello. Michelle Andrews, Pasco, Washington. Congratulations, Mr. Cotta. I hope you do well. I do want to address that all of us have strong emotions, and emotions are real. They're not always reality. If you miss someone and you said, hey, I missed you, I didn't hear from you, why didn't you write? That person doesn't know if you're saying that in a sad manner or in an angry manner. I do want to give people the room to grieve. a beautiful life. It was not worth taking his life. It wasn't worth taking the Ukrainian girl's life. I used to be an admissions counselor for a college and a teacher. Students are very impressionable, and every single adult needs to lead those emotions in a positive direction as much as possible. And I call on my city because I came here 17 years ago and I felt like I moved back to Boise, Idaho. I had not felt at home in such a long time. I love this city and I love this county. Please love one another. It pays off. And even if you disagree and didn't want us to say an amen or not, I love you. I care about your feelings.
Hey, Michelle, can you?
Thank you.
We can't hear you, so, okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, if everybody could approach the dais as far as face us so we could actually hear you better, would be appreciated. So let's, up next, we got Steve Wilson.
Thanks for having me up here today.
Can
you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name's Steve Wilson from Pasco. Congratulations to the new guy. Pasco was created as a city manager form of government. This was after World War I. That actually started in the United States in Ohio around 1913. This was set up to stop the political machines from setting up governments for one political party as an abuse of a spoils system from the war and related industries. And it requires an impartial city manager. We have one, right, Mr. Stewart? Thank you. It has proven to be an effective system of local government by restricting partisan government and offering more equitable and fair representation. Now, let me explain to you what partisan influence has done to my area here, my city, my county. Right now, we have a county commissioner system that's overloaded with right-wing extremists. They have done as much to run out their peers and professionals from that, from their department. They disgraced an honorable sheriff. They can't manage HAPO. That's been around since it was 80s, came in the 80s as Tritech, or it was to be proud of. People would come from the region, all around the region, to come to our ag facility. Who lives here and will build an ag facility without air conditioning and then put themselves in a situation where they can't afford it and then work with people from out of state and owe them money and yet have the grapes to turn around and belittle a sheriff for a lunch bill, or to tell him that he's got hidden cameras looking in secret areas of the courthouse.
If you could face us, I appreciate
Sorry about that. I get a little fired up about that. What I recommend is we do not interact with them regarding HAPO Center. Let them dig their hole. My dad and I talked yesterday. He said, my big brother called me. They're in their 70s, freaking out about this news about the liberals are going to get all shot or something. They're freaking out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. So I looked into it. I see this guy's an influencer. I'm not connected. I can only assume, since you're a municipality that deals with our local people, that he's from Pasco. That must be the case. Or he has influence in Pasco. Or he's helped anything with the municipality of Pasco. That would make sense. So I'm assuming that's the case. I'm going to look into this and see if it is the case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to jump down to Eileen Crawford.
Thank you for your time. Eileen Crawford, City of Pasco. Congratulations, Joe. I'm here to talk to you about an article I read in the Tricycle Herald regarding $50 additional car tab fees. Is that going to go on motorcycles, RVs, etc.? Need I remind you Pasco is a very low per capita income city. We don't have that kind of money, all right? Have you looked at other options? I found it interesting that one of the council members was supporting a 0.01% sales tax. Well, at least that would capture everybody that shops in Pasco. If I don't want to pay your fee, I'm going to transfer my tags out of Pasco. All right? Are you going to charge everybody that drives across the city limits and uses our streets, which are in bad need of attention, I'll admit, a fee for driving on them? Because you're charging us for their privilege. Have you looked at, because of EVs, better gas mileage, have you looked at putting this extra fee on EVs or hybrids only? What about the charging stations? Let's charge them too. The city is not responsible to support businesses that compete with private business or things that don't involve our health and safety. So let's re-inspect those, all right? I wonder, and I'm asking, the Grand Ole 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, Fiery Food Festival, movies in the park during the summer. Is the city supporting those with our taxpayer dollars where you're going to tax us for more and more? Maybe what you ought to do is start taxing, if you pass this, start taxing U-Hauls while we move out. Because that's what's going to happen. Okay? This is not Olympia. You were all elected by the people to represent the people first, and the city of Pasco second. So start representing us and our pocketbooks. No more tax and spend, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mrs. Crawford. Normally we don't interact. I mean, if you could please sit down. But I did want to say that every member here does not like taxes. We also don't like roads with potholes in them either. And you need roads. I mean, again, that's a big thing. And I can tell you that there basically is no secret meetings. We haven't even voted on this. We still have a couple more months. We're willing to hear from people. We want to hear from our constituents. So I'm saying, with that in mind, again, even though I had leaning one way, I'm still open. I think every councilman is open to seeing what is best for Pasco, hearing people's ideas, moving forward on this. But let's come up with a way, if we can, to have better roads, but at the same time, not bankrupt the city budget. All we want is to keep things moving without being bankrupt, again, we want fiscal responsibility. So with that, I will jump to Tim Eyman, and you got 3 minutes.
On? Is this on?
Yep.
All right. Tim Eyman, born and raised in Yakima. Ferguson and the Democrats raised taxes $40 billion this last legislative session. And this mayor and this city council thinks that's not enough. You got to go on top of that. The voters in Franklin County, 72% of them, said, we don't want taxes or fees above $30. Jay Inslee said voters were confused by that. The mayor and the city council agree with them, because here you are doing exactly the same thing that he did, not respecting the will of the people. When you say you're going to have a meeting starting at 7, and I tell 60,000 people to tune in to watch, and you don't start listening to people until 7:50, you're not even following your own rules. When I did this in front of the Seattle City Council, they were just as bad, but that's Seattle. You're acting exactly like the Seattle mayor, exactly like the Seattle City Council, where you put it off as long as you could. You had already made your decision, and all they were doing is just biding time, hoping that people would get tired and walk out. On August 25th, you guys had a secret meeting that nobody knew about, that it took the Tri-City Herald a week and a half to eventually write a story about. And here it is 21 days later, And this is the first chance where regular citizens can actually comment on it. But at that meeting, you all weren't debating whether or not to do it. You all decided you're going to do it. We only want to know, are you going to raise sales taxes? Are you going to raise car tab taxes? You weren't debating whether or not to do it. You just said we're doing it, but which one should we do? And you all expressed which ones you wanted. You skipped the whole part about when you normally make decisions, you're supposed to actually listen to citizens, make an announcement, let the Tri-City Herald do a story before the meeting about it. You didn't do that here. It was so maddening to hear you skipping past the whole citizen comment portion. But let's talk about how that's a joke too. Because you already know the voters don't want this. You already know they can't afford it, but you're doing it anyway. Now you say that you're only going to make final decisions later. That's not what happened on August 25th. And it infuriated me because I was watching you skip past everything. Supposedly a conservative city council, supposedly a conservative mayor, acting exactly the way Seattle does. Now, $40 billion in one legislative session from Democrats. We come to expect that. But when we have supposed conservatives saying 40 billion isn't enough, let's go above that. Let's go higher than that. Let me close with this. 25 years ago, when we passed this one just a couple of years ago, 72% of them voted for it. This was the sign in 1999, 26 years ago. The slogan was, because politicians will never limit taxes. True today, 26 years later, as it was back then, you will never limit taxes. It is infuriating that you're doing this, and you're doing it before you've even listened to the people. It infuriates me. I hate it, and I'm really pissed off about it. Thank you.
All right. So the next one is, we have a, usually we don't do it, but in this case, we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a point of clarification that in that meeting.
From what I understand, you don't comment. You don't actually go back and forth. The whole idea of public comment is we get to talk, and then you guys listen.
We are on the council. You need to sit down or you'll be removed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of a clarification. On YouTube, at the 1:55:30 mark, the public is indeed asked to provide input, and it is, and then Councilwoman Barajas asks a follow-up question, and then our deputy city manager actually even goes through the process and explains the process, how there has to be public hearings and all of this, and then you again go back and ask a second and a third time for public comment. So to come up and say that public comment wasn't taken that night is factually untrue, or that public comment hasn't happened at these meetings since then is factually untrue, and it's outrageous to even suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to Anna Roos Kennedy.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Ruiz Kennedy, and I'm here as the Chair of Franklin County Democrats. I want to begin, we just witnessed a congratulations for your appointment. We just witnessed your swearing in ceremony, and we also just witnessed not following your own process. You have a proclamation process. It says here that you have to have a request submitted 30 days prior, and you didn't follow that. So just reminding you to follow your own process. You are breaking, you're making everybody break your own laws, and then you set precedent. That's very dangerous, okay? But now you did it, and I would like to encourage you. I did this publicly right away after we've heard the tragic passing of Mr. Kirk, or assassination of him. And I said that we condemn all forms of violence, including the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the targeting of all political leaders for their beliefs. This kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. I respectfully ask that this resolution be expanded to also honor the memory of other political leaders who have been assassinated. Leaders across the political spectrum, from Martin Luther King Jr., President John F. Kennedy, to more recent figures like Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and others. These tragedies are not just political losses, they are human losses. They affect families, communities, and the very fabric of our democracy. By recognizing all victims of political violence, we send a powerful message that our community values every voice, stands united against hate, and believes in civil discourse over division. Let this resolution be a bridge not just in mourning, but in hope and shared purpose. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere." Thank you for your time and for your commitment to community, unity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jennifer Henley.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I've never actually spoke before to any council, so I appreciate the opportunity. I am here tonight, though, to share my concerns with the decision to make the special proclamation about the death of Mr. Kirk. I first want to say that, number one, anyone celebrating the death of anyone is deplorable. I don't care who they are, and if they agree or disagree with me in any way. Second, everyone has a right to mourn someone that they are upset about the death of, but this group is not a person. You guys represent the entire city of Pasco, and some of those people, as you said, receiving emails, disagree with the decision. By making a specific proclamation about a podcaster, when only today, and due to the outrage of your community, did you recognize federal government officials who were assassinated actually 3 months and 1 day ago? My understanding, there was no proclamation prior to the outrage that began over tonight's proclamation. The racially fueled comments made by Mr. Kirk, as well as the abhorrent programs he supported, and his comments about women, create a divisive environment and do not make me feel supported by the officials in a city that I've lived in for almost 20 years. I hope in the future the council will be more cautious and more inclusive with these proclamations. And lastly, as public comment was not made available prior to the proclamation, and the fact that in the proclamation mutual respect was cited and should be gleaned from Mr. Kirk, I do feel it's important, and I do apologize ahead of time to anyone this might offend, but I do want to actually share some of his words. This is from a July 13th, 2023 Charlie Kirk show. "Black women do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously." I do not see how that shows mutual respect and does not create divisiveness. I hope in the future, again, that more thought will be put into these proclamations, like the one that was made tonight, and that all those who live in Pasco feel supported. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. So we're going to move on to Andre Luther. Oh, Andrea, sorry. I can't hear you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Luther. I'm from Pasco. I wanted to share my concerns about the proclamation honoring Charlie Kirk. First, every life lost is tragic, and every death deserves to be mourned. We can absolutely extend compassion to Mr. Kirk's family and his supporters without elevating him with an official city proclamation. Mr. Milne, you claimed he was a great debater and a voice for free speech. I would like to invite you to come volunteer your time with the Pasco School Debate Clubs so that you can learn what a great debater actually looks like. He's not. Pasco is one of the most diverse cities in Washington, and our proclamations in Pasco should unite our residents. Honoring a national political figure whose works and statements who have been openly partisan risks dividing our community. If the city would not issue a similar proclamation for a leader with very different political views, such as Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman, which it had not until tonight when it was amended, who have been victims of political violence, it is inconsistent and inequitable to issue one here. I urge the council to focus future proclamations on shared values and local contributions rather than on national political figures whose legacies are rooted in divisive advocacy. We can mourn a death without exalting someone like this. And I do have a whole list of statements that he has made if anyone would like one.
Why don't you give it to the clerk? All right, thank you for those words. We're going to go on to, what's this?
Turillo?
Is it Tarisha? Okay, all right. All right, well, we will move on to Steve Simmons.
My name is Steve Simmons, Pasco resident. I just wanted to speak to the proposed tax increases. So Pasco families are already stretched thin. If you didn't notice, we just saw a gas tax go up because of a failed carbon tax that hasn't delivered yet. And now the city wants to raise taxes again. The truth is that Pasco hasn't done well in long-term planning and instead has asked us for more. The city should be accountable with the money it already collects. And as President Reagan reminded us, the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that government spends too much. So we need smarter spending and not higher taxes. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve Simmons. It looks like we have some, is there anybody else? All right, Mrs. Maloney. I think it's already on.
It's on?
Yeah.
I'll speak loudly. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. How much are we, the taxpayers, paying for the Pasco Aquatic Center? See Aquatic Director and former Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or his LLC for his wow factor wave machine that can cost anywhere from $22 million to $280 million, with each wave costing as much as $12.75 per second. Who can afford that? Include a total for Mr. Watkins' salary of nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Include passport entries, anticipated expenses, and complication costs. Pasco taxpayer-funded CIP budget is well over $500 million. How much is going for a low-barrier homeless shelter for our people and for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats? Currently, it's at $0. See the spokesman review on 9/9/25. Quote, from 1975, the Spokane City Council was taking more heat over its policy to sell stray dogs to Washington State University Veterinary School, end quote. Tri-City Animal Services, TCACS, or Animal Control, has had a contract with WSU to send our dogs and cats for research since April 16th of 2003. Tri-City Animal Services has no spay-neuter services and still denies due process protections, still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods, and now issues fines with the usage pay system, which puts a bounty on our dogs and cats. Which neighborhoods do they attack there? And still, for over 22 years, continues to send our dogs and cats to WSU for research where they linger and then are killed. Tri-City Animal Services is catch and kill or send them to WSU. Horrendous. This authorized by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and approved by council. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19. Provide the video. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and the U.S. mail notice to me. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Include a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer system and for the Road 48 Community Park. Include fecal groundwater reports caused by the broken floodplain sewer system. Also include fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See KNDU News on Earth Day 4/19/22, alerting the city regarding our floodplain eagles before
We get you to wrap it up.
Pasco killed them. My comments are for the record, my requests are for the record, and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. there anybody else in the audience that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and then we have some callers that have been patiently waiting to speak. So I think we're going to go with the first one, Lori Lane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laurie Lane, and I'm from Buckley, Washington. I too am concerned when I hear about tax increases, because this is just a terrible time for that. That's why the 1% tax cap, property tax cap, was passed in the first place, so that we could have, as voters, be able to afford to stay in our homes. To me, I have a question. How can anybody trust somebody when they trust you guys when you secretly pass taxes without the voters' consent? I would think that would tend to do quite the opposite. Honestly, what I believe needs to happen here is that there needs to be a tax diet. And you just need to learn to stay within your, live on a budget, true budget, and just say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those words. Just so you know, we haven't passed anything, so we're still discussing it. But let's go on to Mila Mapson. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might want to speak up a little bit more, but we could hear you.
Okay, I'll try to talk loud. Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Malia Mapston, and I am a resident of Pasco, Washington. I'm here this evening with a concern of a proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash development on parcel number 11550285 and parcel number 11550286. This land is on the corner of Sandifer Parkway and Road 90, right next to Broadmoor Terrace, which is where I live. The proposal for this gas station is less than 100 yards from my front door. So I was notified this weekend by just walking by a sign that was posted. It was about the size of a paper by the mailbox that said that this gas station is, there was a proposal for this gas station, and that the community had until the 22nd of this month to write any comments or speak regarding the opposition of it. I have a few points. So I think I'm concerned because of the increased traffic, that this will worsen congestion, make crossings dangerous, especially for our children and for our families walking, biking. The safety of our children and our family from the gas station noise, the light pollution, the fuel leaks, chemical runoffs that could threaten our soil and our groundwater. A huge concern of mine is possible loitering and homeless around our children, and our property value. Decrease in our property value, which I believe is improper taking of property value. We have 4 other gas stations within 1 mile of my home. This will be the 5th added, and so I'm wondering what is the reasoning for the need for our community. I think the responsibility of the city government is to make decisions with the established community for safety, for safety and cultural development in mind, and I don't believe that this 5th gas station across the street from my home supports that responsibility. I leave you with 2 questions. First, what would you do if you got notification that a gas station was going across the street from your home? And the reason of why this would be important for our community to have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Very much appreciated. Do we have anybody else online that, all right, so with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports from committees and or offices. So do we have any, let's start off with Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Well, I'm going to change the atmosphere in here because this weekend we had a really good Fiery Food Festival. We had a really good turnout. There was some amazing food, amazing entertainment. It seemed like everyone in Pasco was there. We had the pepper challenge. We had the wing challenge. Brian, I think, won the wing challenge. And Sergeant Park participated in the wing challenge. He had some tacos before the wing challenge, so he didn't get through all 20 of his wings. But it was a really, really fun event. I stayed pretty much all day. The weather was good. And then today, I also went to the recovery graduation. September is recovery month. And today they had a gentleman that I believe has been clean for over a year, and he graduated from recovery graduation. And it was a really neat experience to listen to his story. There was other community elected officials there. Commissioner Bauman was there. Detective Lee was there. And she presented him with a challenge coin. And it's just really a good feeling to watch someone change their life after basically being addicted to drugs after a long road. So it was really, I guess, it's a good feeling to see someone turn their life around. So I appreciated that today.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Blaisdell. We're going to jump to Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I did attend Tridex Donuts and Development I spoke about last week, and discussion was around housing in the area and the increased supply, but also the increased days on market and the challenges that's presenting not only for brokers in the area, but for builders and buyers and sellers as well. And again, that was with Rep. Connors and HBA and Tri-City Association of Realtors. Met with Kara, I think her last name is pronounced Kabler, something like that, with the Franklin Conservation District. She presented to us about a month ago. It was at a meeting that I missed. And I had a good discussion with her. Next week, I'll bring back a couple items during miscellaneous discussion to talk about, including my favorite topic of shrub step mitigation, and we discussed that and how the city can partner with them on a couple different issues that they're dealing with. And then, as Ms. Blaisdell mentioned, did attend Fiery Foods Festival, and I don't know if it's just because your memory as a kid gets a little twisted when you get older, but as a kid going to Fiery Foods Festival, I felt like it was just this enormous, huge thing, and got a little small during COVID and all that, but it feels like year over year it keeps growing and growing. And this year felt like the first year that it was like really back post-COVID. And so thanks to Mr. Rice and his team, and really a lot of staff that spent a lot of their weekend time there. I know that Ms. Igdell and Mr. Stewart were both there, and so appreciate you guys doing that. And my family and I had a great time, so that was it. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you for that report. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the new Vintage Church elected official ribbon cutting. I had to be there a little early because of another obligation to go watch a kid play a soccer game, but I was able to get there half an hour early. Congratulate Pastor Matt, pray with him, and I appreciate him making time before his big event to do that. I also attended the Ben Franklin Transit meeting last Thursday where they announced their Employees of the Year and also their Department of the Year. And I don't know if you guys watch the videos online, but Brittany and some others on that team in the marketing department are doing a fantastic job of just really reflecting the values of Ben Franklin Transit and promoting the image of BFT and just having a lot of fun doing it too. So that was great. And then also they gave a report on the Benton Franklin Fair and Rodeo ridership, and ridership was way up. I remember being at that meeting last year, and if my memory serves me correct, like from our 22nd Avenue station, ridership was down 6%, but this year I think it was in the teens or almost 20%. Ridership was up just from our one station here in Pasco, so that was encouraging. And then like others, I was down at Fiery Foods Festival. I'm the one with the big family, so got to bless one of our local vendors by walking up and asking for 21 tacos, to which they were like, "Are you serious?" And I kind of turned around and pointed to my group that I love very much. And so yeah, had a great time down there and supporting our vendors and just being a part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you for that report, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go back to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. I also filled in for the mayor at the Kohler Estates Phase 2 ribbon cutting. It is in the middle of the, I want to say country, but technically it's not the country anymore, but it's so quiet and peaceful out there. So there is some, I believe there's about 20 lots available for purchase. So it's definitely worth driving out there to look at the lots available if you're thinking about buying a house.
Well, thank you for filling in for me. I do appreciate it. I had a busy week as well, but to summarize for the amount of time we have, I did attend the Park and Recs Advisory Board meeting, and we had a long discussion on the Aquatic Center. Got an update by former Mayor Matt Watkins, and I will say that there is no wave pool. I've gone over the plans a couple times, very Pacific. So maybe at one time it was a discussion, but there is no $22 million wave pool with $100,000 per wave. And I did attend the Fiery Foods along with the rest of the council, and it was really cool to see everybody there. And I did want to join in with, I saw our Councilman Leo Perales eating the hot peppers. I thought of my time up there, but I was glad that somebody from the council was able to dig in, and sad that he didn't win first prize, but looked like quite the competition, a lot of folks. And so again, it was good to have a good time and talk to constituents. So with that, I think we're gonna move on. And let me get back to my spot here. If I can. All right, so we're going to move on to 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. I'm not seeing anything, so we're going to move on to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. We got number A, which is resolution number 4649, setting a public hearing to consider Fat Beam franchise extension, and this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item proposes to set the public hearing for the renewal of this fiber optic franchise for Fat Beam for October 6th at 7 p.m. during a regular council meeting. This is a renewal. Again, this is governed by Municipal Code Title 1540, and it does qualify under general components of that title. And with that, a requirement for this renewal is to have the public hearing. No action is anticipated on that night. It's just the public hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, does any of the council have questions for Director Maria Serra? Or Councilwoman Barajas?
Quick question. This is, as I'm reading this, down at the discussion portion, it says, before considering franchise renewal. So we are considering, the hearing is to consider continuation of a contract to a franchise for $1,000.
Yes, the franchise is for that private utility to utilize the right-of-way, and it's a non-exclusive franchise. That means that they have equipment, in this case it's underground, fiber optic underground, install and maintain within our right-of-way. So $1,000 is the cost to renew that franchise, and considering this renewal requires a public hearing to occur first before council can actually act on it. And so for October 6th at 7 p.m., the intent is to have the public hearing, and then action would be scheduled for a following meeting.
Thank you. And just one last question. The agreement is for how long?
I believe it is 5 years, but I can check.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4649, setting 7 p.m. October 6, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a fiber optic franchise with Fat Beam LLC.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like it passes unanimously. Let's go on to B. Resolution number 4650, application for ascent easement driveway for 2001 West Lewis Street. And it's going to be by Deputy City Manager Rita Sedell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. There was an application that was submitted earlier this year for an access easement on West Lewis Street, and thank you. You can see that on the location there. Lewis Street is designated as a limited access facility, which means that an abutting property does not get an automatic access to the street. It also is a fairly high-speed arterial of the city. On September 15th, regular council meeting, you directed staff to explore the appropriate process for staff to consider granting this easement. And we've worked with the city attorney and the applicant on this process. At first, the applicant had considered a de-acceleration lane. However, in discussion with staff, what we found is the current use does not require a de-acceleration lane, and it would be essentially an overbuild. So we discussed that with the applicant. They're okay with just a clear cut, I believe that's the right word here, a standard driveway cut rather than adding a de-acceleration lane. So that is the process that we are recommending here. You have three options essentially. You can deny the request to access easement altogether. You can direct staff to revise our recommendations if you feel like we need to reconsider the designs and the conditions, or approve the access of easement as we have recommended. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right, is there any questions from the dais as far as on this issue?
I got one.
Okay, so Councilman Leo Brels.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the reasoning behind no de-acceleration lane?
There is just not enough traffic count from what the applicant has given us, where it really requires that level of build to the street, because you're not having that many cars go by that you require a lane that would need to turn right there.
Well, I mean, we want, if we're trying to be proactive and looking forward, we want more traffic coming in to the city of Pasco. So I guess it's kind of short-sighted to not do that now, just get it done. They're going to pay for it, right? They would pay to do the improvements.
Yes, and in future, if there is a use for it, then the applicant would have to build it, and we would have to come to council and probably have similar discussion. But at this time, the applicant did not have a project that, I believe it was maybe 10 cars a day, so it was a very low count that did not justify such an investment, and also impact to the street itself.
So is the applicant happy about that? Or are they just like, okay, if you guys are going to approve this, fine, the way it is? Because I know that I think they had submitted a design that had a de-acceleration lane.
And they did submit a design that excluded the de-acceleration lane after our discussions as well. I cannot account for the happiness or sadness of the applicant itself, but what I can say is that they understood our questions, and they recognize that there might be a need in the future, but right now that need is not bore out.
Okay. Then I'm fine with what's presented. I just would think, if we want to make our roads safer and stuff, it would just be more prudent to do it now. But if if people are happy with what's been presented, or meaning the applicant and everyone up here, I'd be happy with that. Thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
All right. Well, with that, I'm not seeing any other. Oh, you got Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to start off where Mr. Perales finished. And thank you. It sounds like there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of communication. I know that takes a lot of staff time, but I appreciate the customer service. That's what we should be doing for our public. And just so I do remember the presentation on this earlier in the year, but just so basically they are just asking for curb cuts off of Lewis Street, and our concern was because it's 45 miles an hour, the speed of possible rear-ending collisions and that kind of stuff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now I don't see any other ones, so now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just real quick. So one of the concerns, I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because I'm not sure the connections being made there. But it sounds, based on the easement that we drafted, it says specifically that the benefits of the real property described above, and then it talks about how it would be specific location thereof determined by the development review process for the city of Pasco. So, and that's really the whole point. The original concern that we had, and I don't know if folks remember that, was would this be even possible? Because there's two steps to this, right? There's the actual granting of the exception to your code, which says no driveways on this portion of Lewis, which is what you're doing tonight, and then there's the development review process. Now, I don't know if you don't reserve that with regard to this particular easement in terms of future improvement. If something changes, it might be difficult to then go back and then require them to make additional improvements. I don't know that we would be able to do that through this document. So I just want to be clear. I'm not sure on what the question was to be able to potentially do that going forward with this document, because I don't think this one is going to be able to do that at this point, and I'd have to defer to staff and their ability to ensure that would be the case through other things. I just didn't want to give the impression that was in this document, the reservation of additional improvements should a deacceleration lane be required. So anyway, just with that, I don't mean to make more discussion out of something, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what this document does. It just gives an exception to the code.
Okay, let's jump to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. In regards to this particular request for an easement, traffic does go by, not a lot of times, don't hear this, Chief, not a lot of times adhering to the speed limit. So my view, because I've driven by there several times and almost hit, seeing the speed going through there, I think it's a high risk area to allow an easement, potentially causing some type of accident in that area in particular. Now we're talking about development. How soon are they developing? This is a commercial area, but it's not a very active commercial area, as some of the businesses in this strip are closed.
As we mentioned in the staff report, as we add more driveways, as with any street, and we have Director Sarah here, who's the expert at this, we will have to look at speed overall. And so as you get more driveways, as you get maybe more traffic, we would have to look into that. So probably in future, 45 miles per hour is not a speed that you will see, but that time is not right now.
Well, and for clarification, just to recall, so this is a very, very old ordinance that started this. So just so that it's clear about what the original, I guess, goal of the council was at the time, was that the policy declaration in 1085-010 was unrestricted access to and from public streets has resulted in congestion and peril for the traveler. It has caused undue slowing of all traffic in certain areas. It's therefore declared the policy of the city to limit access to certain streets within the city in the interest of safety and for the preservation of the public's investment in its streets. So that was, to kind of frame the question, that was the original goal of the ordinance, and this is you granting an exception to that policy.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with Councilman Harvester.
No, I was just going to refresh everybody's memory that when we last discussed this, one of the items that I brought up or points of discussion rather, was that I think, I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think it was within a quarter mile of this section on Lewis Street, there's something like 15 driveway entrances. And so, this isn't some cutting edge thing. And if in the future we need to adjust the speed limit, then that's why we've got a speed limit policy.
All right, I agree with that. 45 is quite fast if you're trying to turn, if there's a turn lane there. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just one last comment, just pulling this up on Google Map. I mean, there's no legal access for the entire strip of Lewis, and if somebody ever wanted to do anything, have a separate, business here, just having the one access there off 20th really, really does, limit the ability for us to, have more business and revenue in the city. So I suppose I'll just go out and say I would be in favor of this, Mr. Mayor, granting them the curb cuts.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may. I move to approve resolution number 4650, authorizing the mayor to execute the access easement deed for 2001 Lewis LLC.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
No.
All right. So 6-1. All right, so let's move on to number 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to move on to 11, which is new business. So we have 11A, which is Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, LTAC, recommendations for the 2026. And we have Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is the 2026 recommendations for the use of lodging tax funds. So this is an annual allocation process and is funded through the collection of 4% local lodging tax on short-term accommodations such as hotels and motels. To be eligible for funding, an application must be received and be either for tourism marketing operations of special events designed to attract individuals from 50 or more miles away, operations and capital for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by municipalities or a PFD, and operations for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by a nonprofit organization. Annually, the city's Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, or LTAC, meets to develop recommendations based on available funding and applications received. For 2026, projected revenue is $850,000. We received 22 funding requests, which totaled over $1.5 million. Additionally, over the past several years, the repayment of the Giza Stadium improvement bond debt has been included as an annual allocation through this program. However, we've been using fund balance in the stadium fund, and this utilizing these funds has led to a collection of fund balance within the lodging tax fund. This was done as a recommendation in conjunction with finance for basically there was a fund balance prior to, we used to have 2% and 2% that were put into different funds. So this 2% for the stadium fund was really us drawing that down to make it so that it was zero. With that temporary increase, our fund balance in the lodging tax fund has increased to about $2.3 million. So I say that because we will be recommending, one of the recommendations is to use some of that fund balance in 2026. In tonight's packet, you have all the applications. I think there's about 130 some pages, so I figured you guys might want to go through those yourself. But the requests, let me get here. The requests or the recommendations from Lodging Tax who met last week are on your screen. And as I said, just over $135,000 is included in the recommendation to be used for fund balance. And that's primarily for, if you look to the bottom right, a portion of adding a fence at the Pasco Soccer Complex, which the city took over operation in the fall of 2024. So we've seen increased interest in that facility over the last year for tournaments. This fence would improve and enhance safety and security, but it also continues to invest in the property itself, which will be helpful to attract more tournaments in the future. Let's see here. So tonight, staff is requesting council to consider the following alternatives for the 2026 lodging tax recommendations. One is either to accept the recommendations as presented. Two is you can send the recommendations in their entirety back to the committee itself for further consideration. You can also line item strike activities and leave the rest as is. So you can't change funding amounts of activities, but you could take out actual specific activities. Or you can strike individual activities and then remand everything back to the lodging tax committee for further consideration. I am available for any questions.
All right. I will say before I get to you, Councilwoman Blaisdell, that it was a long meeting. We did go over all this stuff. There was people online that wanted us to go for their particular event or their ideas. We didn't go for it. We tried to be very fiscally responsible. We only had, I think, $110,000 to work with, so we had to axe. And just so you know, a lot of this stuff that was on here was the bare minimum that these different organizations were asking for. So we didn't jump anybody over what they asked for. We had to really trim, cut things, and really make sure that we were getting people in hotels. So that was our main point of this. Nothing extra. Stick with the budget. And again, some heated conversations, but I thought we did a good job. But let's hear what you have to say, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, I like the hotel part. My question is on the mural program. Was that part of this?
So for the mural program that is currently running, it was an original allocation from 2024, or 2020, what year are we in? 2024 was the allocation, and I believe it was $20,000. We went back, the city went back and requested that we had $10,000 left in that for at the end of 2024, just based on how long it took us to get the program up and running. That rolled over to 2025. So it's not included. We didn't include it in a request for 2026 funding. However, I'm working to see if I can find a local sponsor for that program.
So we currently have $10,000 left in that?
You won't shortly. So Cafe Con Arte just finished up a mural on their facility, and we are processing their reimbursement. And then there is one on American Family Insurance as well that is finishing up. So that will be zeroed out by the end of this year.
Okay. I guess my opinion about, especially because that falls in District 6, I personally think that the mural program has brought life to downtown. And I would like to continue to see more life being brought to downtown. I would like to see that in recommendations for 2026. That's my 2 cents.
All right, so let's go to this side of the room. We'll start with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody recalls, I had a plethora of comments regarding this last year, and I don't have that many this year. So thank you for your guys' work and Ms. Pashon's. I did honestly notice that when I looked at it, it seemed more fiscally responsible this year. Swim the snake. It's such a small event. I get it's only $1,000 out of $2.3 million. I just want to make mention of that. I did, however, look up information about the event, saw that it's a fundraiser for Blue Mountain RC&D, which is, reading what they do, it seems a lot like what the Franklin Conservation District does. So I suppose that's something that we could support. Do any of you three that were involved know how many people attended last year, and if these funds really are kind of making a difference for them and whatnot?
I knew you'd probably ask this year. So we did reach out. They had over 60 participants in, so you think then in addition to that, the families that come with them. And it was over 25 that came from out of our area. They used area codes, so 509 was a high number, but I can't give you that it wasn't, Spokane. But I can tell you that at least 24 of them were a 208, a 253, 306 kind of number.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks.
So yeah, so we did remember your comments. So we did have, that was actually probably one of the bigger things was swim the snake, and as far as trying to get things just so you are heard. We did remember what you had said last year. So yes. So, well, let's give Councilwoman Barajas a chance, and then I'll circle back to you, okay?
Thank you. In regards to Swim the Snake, that's something that's historic now. We've been sponsoring them. Is that the word? We've been helping them out for several years, right?
Last 2 years, they were, I will say that our marketing team and our communications team has done a really great job about marketing these dollars and opportunities. So we've seen a lot more interest in this fund. And that's where I believe Swim the Snake
So I take back my historic, but I've seen it on there constantly, once, twice. But it's not a huge amount, and they do bring in tax dollars. They do stay in our hotels. So I do see that as, giving back. My question is in regards to the committed requests. Are we able to send back a portion, and if you could go back to what we could remand? Are we able to review, remand, resend parts of, or the section that is committed requests? My question is because of the amount designated to the HAPO Center.
So for the HAPO Center, this is the city of Pasco being the applicant. And this is knowing that the ILA expires at the end of this year and not knowing where that's going to land. This is a more of a security for the city, because if something were to continue and we didn't have these funds available, you would have to look for another opportunity or go through another fund to be able to do that.
Perfect. You answered my question perfectly. So that goes back to the community in case there's more questions into why we continue supporting HAPO. But other than that, I do want to recognize that it looks lean. I appreciate that because there was just a lot of stuff that was from out of town or didn't pertain. So I do appreciate what I'm looking at now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask if so the only one of these that I cannot connect to something local is the Northwest Rainbow Conference. I mean, I get it's for the Rainbow Girls of the Eastern Stars and all that, but is that an event actually here in Pasco?
I think
Yep. So Visit Tri-Cities is on the Lodging Tax Committee, and I can tell you that Hector, as well as Monica, who is the representative for the hotels, we're very excited about this. It's a 3-year commitment, and they said it's, I think, 600 rooms.
Oh, that's fantastic.
A year.
Yeah, I just couldn't connect it to an actual event here, so perfect. And our number one priority is heads in bed, so I love it. Thank you so much.
And I think if I heard right, it was in Yakima, so this is meant to move from Yakima to Pasco. So blessing on that. So let's go back. Did you want to? Okay. Well, I guess we don't have any comments on that. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Can I just, for the sake of
Sure.
discussion, so were we hoping to add the murals, because I don't see them in there?
I can speak on that. Because the murals was not an application that was placed, we can't put funds towards that in 2026, but I can follow up with you in regards to my efforts outside of this process for finding a sponsor for that program.
Thank you for that clarification, because I didn't see it in any of the options. I only saw removing, so thank you for the clarification. With that, I move to approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for the 2026 funding allocations as presented.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, option 1 by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, looks like we've got a unanimous decision on that. Love that. And we're going to move to item B, which is payment processors, and we're going to have Interim Director Garcia.
Yes, good evening, Council. So we are here to discuss options on the online payment processors. So currently we have Paymentus, which is mainly used by utility billing and some cemetery and miscellaneous payments. So currently the contract expires towards the end of November. So we are at an opportunity to explore some options of either staying with that contract or moving to a different one. So at the overall, we are seeking guidance on selecting the new vendor and just reviewing our different options here. Part of also of potentially changing the online service that we offer for payments, we'd also like to implement a fair fee structure. I think earlier this year in the summer it was discussed to explore options for passing on credit card fees to customers, so that is being factored into this. Just since it's a good time, if we move to a different contract, it'd be a good time to implement that as well. So overall, just where we're at activity-wise, we have about 5,000 customers who have who use the ACH service, which is when they enter in their routing and bank account information, and that typically has a flat fee as opposed to credit card services that has a more complex fee structure. And the fees that are directly tied to ACH processing is about $90,000 a year just for ACH. The total cost for our Paymentus contract is a little over $500,000, which includes for all card processing and online payment services. And if we move forward with changing the fee structure, we would expect that there'd be some change in behavior. So if we offer a free option for ACH payments, we would expect that process would change and we'd have more users of that method. So we have here the comparison fee schedule for the two. So for Paymentus, which is our current provider, and Tyler Payments. And Tyler Payments is the native online processor for our utility billing system and our overall financial system. So there is a lot of integration that comes along with that new provider because it's the same company that we use for the majority of our system. So our utility billing, our financial system is with that same company. So right now with Paymentus, it's a third party, so there's a lot of manual processes of exporting information, importing, and a lot of manual just workload that goes along with that. With Tyler Payments, there is a lot of just automatic benefits with having it integrated and having it be the same company. So this fee schedule, I know there's a lot of information here, kind of hard to see, sorry. But overall, and I know it's not a very apples to apples comparison just because they have different fee structures. But here we have we use July's data, and this is actual activity that went through our online processor. And we have, on Tyler Payments, what we did is we used our actual activity for July and applied the current fee schedule that Tyler Payments is offering. And the Paymentus column is what we were actually charged. So as you can see, in every category, Tyler Payments is the less expensive option. And on top of that, with the proposal of passing on the credit card fees, that's an additional savings to the city. If those fees are passed on, so that first line there with the credit, the proposal is along with changing our provider would be to also change the fee structures so the city absorbs debit and ACH processing fees, but any credit card processing fees would be passed on to customers. So there by offering the ACH and debit as a free option, we are still allowing that and allowing those different methods to customers. And if customers choose to use a credit card, then they would pay that convenience fee and that processing fee. So, and on top of the fees themselves being lower, that top line would also be passed on to customers. Kind of just summarizes what I just said. Overall, it's a savings, and on top of the fact that the fees are lower, there's also a lot of indirect savings with a lot of efficiencies within the processes themselves with having it all integrated. And there's a lot of additional enhancements as well that are for the customers. There's more options for the customers to be able to submit requests and set up information. They can see their information live when their bills are updated. So there's a lot of enhancements to the features that are currently being offered, and on top of it being more efficient internally. So as I mentioned, it's integrated. There's a lot of automation that would come with this new software provider. There's also a lot of support that is being available right now with that provider. So for example, they are waiving implementation fees right now because of our relationship that we have with our financial system. So those fees are all being waived, and they have the support available to get this implemented to go live in November. So here's just the overall timeline. So if council provides approval to move forward with with Tyler payments, we are available to start the implementation process within the next week or two, and have the go live to be in late November. So now kind of switching gears over to the customer perspective. So if a customer does decide or chooses to use a credit card to pay their bills online, we just kind of provided some examples of what that would look like for their payment. So the average utility payment is around $140, $150. So that would essentially be a $225 fee. And that fee is clearly displayed online, so they know that they would be charged that fee, and it would be clearly outlined on their receipt. So it's very transparent of passing that fee on to the customers. So just kind of some examples of what that would look like depending on the payment amount. And overall, there's a lot of benefits to moving to Tyler payments. The cost effectiveness, the streamlined processes. However, there will be impacts to the public because it's it's a change, especially for those customers who have their online payment set up. So what would change is the actual website where they go to make their payment. So it's integrated into our site, and there's a link on there. So some people just have that already saved. So it would be a different actual website where they go in and make their payment, and they would have to set up their auto pay again. So from past experience, when these kind of changes happen, there is kind of a 3 to 5 month change process, just because it does take some time for customers to kind of change their habits, especially for auto pay. It's kind of a one and done. People just log in and set it up, so it's an easy thing to, I guess, forget to update. But to try to mitigate those impacts, we have been working with our communications team to come up with a variety of communication methods to, go online, of course, social media, presentations here at council to update on the implementation process, and our website. We also have inserts that we can have on that bill itself. So there's a variety of, which I can go, there's listed here, which we can go into detail if you would like. But we also can do automated calls and hangers on doors. So there's a lot of communication efforts that we can implement to try to mitigate that impact to customers. And again, there's, the process is not just leading up to the conversion, it's also that time frame afterwards. So there's there's many things that we can do. So one is we can waive late fees for that first couple months in case people are, forget to change over to that new site and that type of thing. We also have staff available that can help. In the past, when we had our utility billing conversion in 23, that impacted customers quite a bit, and we had staff out with tablets and helping them set up their account online. So we are available to do that similar process. So overall, we have, the two decisions are to either move to the new payment processor or stay with the current processor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you for that presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. Per what I'm reading, thank you for your presentation. Per what I'm reading, this is going to be replacing the current billing system. And is this going to be fully automated?
So a lot of it would be automated. So right now, there's quite a bit of processes that require manual processes. For example, whenever it's time to for shutoffs, what we have to do is we have to wait until that last minute around 8:15 and pull the report and find out who is still late, that type of thing. And with this process, it will just automatically, we can see pending payments, we can see all of that within the system without having to run any extra processes. So there's a lot of efficiency there, and there's many examples like that that is very automated.
Thank you for that. I agree with this. Every time I call BDI, they charge me like $3 for making my payment over the phone. So I don't see why the city should be continuously eating up fees. It's unfortunate, but this is looks like, per what you're presenting and what I'm looking at, it seems to be a more convenient, economical option. And how long does it take to switch over?
It takes about 6 to 8 weeks, and so we've had discussions already with the processor, and we are ready to go, and so are they as soon as we get that approval.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for putting all this together. Just one question for you and then a bunch of comments. But in your July 2025 comparison, you showed the difference between Paymentus and Tyler Payments. Would the difference you're showing there account for people that actually switch from credit card to ACH? I mean, it's kind of an unknown factor, correct?
Right, yeah, this is more of, if we would have had Tyler Payments in July for that same exact activity, this is what the payments would have been, what the fees would have been to us. So it doesn't factor in any hypotheticals. So the only hypothetical that we have right now is we expect that people would probably shift over to ACH, since that's the free option for customers. Probably around 25% of our customers would shift over. So right now we pay $90,000 in ACH fees, and if that 25% does shift over, that would increase to like around $112,000.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, I've been a big proponent of this from the beginning. I really appreciate your work on this. I guess I have one other question. We were looking at going to online permitting to where our developers and stuff can fill out all this online. I am assuming this is going to all integrate to that. And
unfortunately, it doesn't. Permitting process is in Trackit, which is outside of the Tyler company. So that is another item that we have been exploring that. We tried to see if it could work with either Paymentus or with Tyler Payments, and that is one of the items that we've been working, we've been definitely trying to get it in there, but the challenge is that most companies are they come with their own processor. So Trackit has their own, and there's not a lot of flexibility there to have another provider.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification. I don't think the public really realizes why these credit card companies push these mileage or reward cards so much is because they are big money for them, and it gets put on the back of the actual processors themselves, or I guess actually the retailer, the person who actually takes it, which in this case is the city. So it is really just the taxpayers who are allowing people to get all these rewards and extra miles and everything on their credit card. And as much as I love to take advantage of that as much as anybody, like the councilwoman next to me said, it shouldn't be on the citizens of Pasco. Typically, whether it be, I think she cited BDI or the state of Washington, or when you pay Josie Kelzer for your property taxes, I mean, you are making that choice between 3% or no charge at all. And I don't know anybody that really, given that choice, wouldn't take the free option. And I appreciate, as our deputy city manager brought up time and time again, that just being able to pay online is a huge labor saving to city staff. And we would want to always give them a free option, because going and opening all those envelopes and processing the checks would be a huge workload. So I am definitely in favor of this. The one thing that I would want to, I guess, ask for, that hopefully my other council members will go along with, is you spoke of how big of a transition this was for the customers before in 2023, that maybe if we moved it to 4 months of no late fees, just to give the people a little extra cushion that maybe aren't opening their bills as they should every month and seeing what they're actually paid and just so used to that, just to extend that grace period a little bit would, I think, be good for our citizens. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add a couple of things to Interim Director, there is an issue with the current Paymentus contract, which is that it is exclusive to all payment processing. And it used to be fine because prior softwares used to integrate with a third-party payment processors fairly easily. They had their roster of what they integrated with, what they called them preferred partners. But now what we're seeing more and more is that each software comes with its own payment processor. It's kind of a turnkey. They're partners and they will not take anybody else. If they do take someone else, there's a really high risk that they're going to stop supporting you at a certain point. Either they kick you out, very likely the support just gets eroded to such a level that you just can't have this integration. And what we're finding with Trackit, which is our permitting system, is that the system that we have itself is so old that it doesn't have its own payment provider. And we have this exclusive contract with Paymentus, so we can't use it legally anyway. But to get to the next stage and allow for people to be able to pay for permits online, what we actually need to do is upgrade that system to a newer version, which is long overdue. So that is what we're doing right now, and it's delayed that integration with the payment processing and allow online payments in the permitting realm. But we are looking at first quarter of 2026 upgrading and providing all of those services. That will include online forms for online applications, essentially, so that all of that work can be done completely online. So this effort of transition is twofold. One is to get out of that exclusive contract. So we would end our contract with the Paymentus, and then if council did recommend that we stay with them, we would have to create a new contract. It would be with the same company, but a new contract that would have that exclusive language out of it, so that we can move forward with permitting software and online payments there.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to revisit our 6/23/2025 meeting. And I remember in this discussion for utility payments, it says, well, we talked about three options. One, passing on all fees for utility payments again. Two, continue to absorb all fees, the current model estimated annual impact of $500,000. Or three, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees. So what I'm seeing today is that we would absorb the ACH but passing on the credit card. So we'd be saving about $250,000. Is that still accurate based on the report back in June?
We believe so. We think that the ACH fees overall are going to be around $120,000, as Director Garcia mentioned. In that estimate overall, we're kind of estimating some of the other activities that would be transferred out, like there's other transactions that happen outside of utilities as well. 250 is a pretty generous estimate, but
Okay.
at this point,
That's
yes.
what I was wondering based on what I was seeing. I'm like, well, the numbers don't really match up to what we talked about in June, but it's still a cost savings. I could pay for your murals. I think so. I like the direction, and I will support this tonight.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I also like it. Sounds like Tyler's the way to go. And yeah, anytime we can save money and, try to make a lean city hall is what we want. So unless we have any other objections, I think this is the way we should move forward. And so, not seeing any other questions. So let's move on to 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything that the council would like to bring up, or our new city manager?
Yes, just a few things, if I may, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. First of all, welcome, Councilmember Cotta. Look forward to working with you. I did want to address some of the information provided underneath the public comment, because I think there was some misinformation. So I do just want to address that really quickly if I can, just to make sure that there's some facts out there. So the meeting that was addressed before was at a work session. Work sessions are designed for staff to talk about options and alternatives with the council to get direction so that we can go through the right processes for the actual actions that you take. So during that meeting, council did give staff direction to move forward with the tab fees potentially. There was either some misunderstanding, I think, that I want to clarify here too. There were some references to the tab fees being $50. That is incorrect. The city of Pasco is the only city in the Tri-Cities that actually does not currently charge any fees. So under state law, the council has two options. You can either charge a fee via sales tax, as was addressed here in other public comments this evening, or there is a tab fee that we can do. And by state law, when the city of Pasco, should it choose to move forward with this, is limited to only a $20 fee at the beginning. And then I believe it's every 5 years you can increase it at another $5. I'm sorry?
Yeah, it goes with 20, 40, 50.
Okay. So anyway, there's a delay in time process that the city can then increase that amount. But I wanted to be clear, what we're talking about right now, what staff proposed was a $20 tab fee, which is the max that we can do at the first implementation of it. And since Pasco has never implemented this is the first implementation. Now, the public can debate whether or not that fee should exist in the first place. And as part of that, the official process for the city of Pasco and the council to consider that does require a public hearing, which will be scheduled more than likely in the second meeting of November. So between now and that public hearing, the public has more than enough opportunity to reach out to council members, come talk about it at public comments, at regularly scheduled meetings, or even our work sessions, because the council has opened that up for public comment as well, which you're not required to do, but we do anyway to increase transparency and dialogue. So you have until now, till the second meeting in November, and we will have an official public hearing at the second meeting in November, at which point the council can make a decision on whether or not you want to implement any fees at all and which alternative you want to do. So I did just want to clarify that. And then in addition, with Councilmember Cotta come in place, I do just want to update the council that I've directed staff to look at some orientation packets for newly elected officials. So we can get that from Mr. Cotta. It does need some updating, but we also intend to have that up to date so that after the November election, when there's new council members elected, that we have up-to-date orientation materials to get to the new council members, help them get up to speed as quickly as we can. And then finally, I just had a couple of updates for the public for some opportunities of participation with city staff and important pieces of some processes that council will have coming before them here in the near future. So first of all, our police department will hold a District 2 Business Watch meeting on Tuesday, September 16th from 1 to 2 p.m. in the Walmart team meeting room. It's at the back of the store at the Walmart. So, and then also there will be a police department District 2 community meeting that will be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. at the Grange Hall. Then we do have materials available, so you can either contact City Hall or look at our Facebook or social media pages for further information on that, times and places of those. And then also, we will have our second of 2 fluoride public feedback sessions, and is also advertised on our website and social media, and that will happen Wednesday, September 17th, so in 2 days, at 6 p.m. here at City Hall in this room, the City Council Chambers. And so if anyone has any opinions on whether we should continue including fluoride in our water treatment or whether it should be removed, there is a public feedback session on that this Wednesday here at City Hall in this room in Council Chambers. And at that one, you can either attend online or in person, and you can register online on our website to attend, to speak virtually at that meeting if you would like. So, and then also I would just like finally to thank staff. I think you may see some changes here. There was some more emphasis on today's agenda with regards to different alternatives the council has on different agenda items. And I appreciate the staff following my lead and direction to provide that to the council on agenda items. So that's all I have for this evening, unless the council has any questions for me.
All right, thank you for that, City Manager Stewart. Let's go with, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm was first, so let's start with him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments kind of fall in line with what our city manager, Mr. Stewart, was saying. Just as far as public meetings, I mean, I'm sure we all remember, but maybe the citizens don't completely recall that before this council was completely in effect and came together, that, there was no public comment during workshop meetings. And one of the things that always stuck with me was that we could have something presented by staff, and most of these are just, typical items that are just kind of run-of-the-mill, but if staff presented something and we said, we like the sounds of that, that could potentially go on our consent agenda, which is then voted on before the public has even the opportunity to comment. And so really, I thank this whole council for opening up our workshop meetings to allow the public to comment on each and every individual item that may come up, so that we don't find ourselves in a place where the public doesn't have a chance to respond. And so, I get it. There's a lot of emotions and passions, and, appreciate people wanting to get involved, especially like somebody like Mr. Iman, who has really just kind of, been a good fighter for the public for a long time. But some of those things that were claimed tonight were just factually untrue, and there's time and date stamps to prove otherwise. And so, again, I appreciate anybody that comes out and wants to be a part of local government. But yeah, we have to make sure all of our facts are right. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I know we try hard. Everybody up here on the dais has tried hard to be transparent, and especially when it comes to taxes. Again, I could reiterate, nobody wants taxes. I mean, I don't know anybody up here that's saying, hey, let's tax them. So it's very frustrating to hear, the different comments that we received in our email boxes when we're trying to be as transparent. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm even reached out. I saw some of his correspondence reaching out to people, and it didn't seem like there was comments back or even calls made, and he didn't get calls back. So it's hard when you're trying your best to do the right thing, and people still want to hear they have an agenda, and they kind of want to believe what they want to believe. And with that, I will go to Councilwoman. It's a long night. Blanche. Let's go with Councilwoman Blanche.
Her.
I won't say her.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I do have some comments, and I want to address these comments with the utmost respect for everyone's views, religious views, political views, and however and wherever you stand on that. But one of the things that we talked about today, comments that we heard from the community today, people that visited, was in regards to we have a conservative city council, we have a conservative mayor, but I want to remind the community wide, we're on camera, we want to remind you all that we as council members might be part of a political party, but this position is nonpartisan. Every single council member here must run as a nonpartisan candidate. So I hope even those that are currently up for running for a position in city council, please take that to heart, because you represent the whole community. You cannot be biased on views based on what your party or a party wants. You are representing a community that thinks differently than you, than us, and so we need to be very much on the fence when it comes to picking sides. So with that said, and again, with full and utmost respect, we read a proclamation that the majority of the crowd that was here was upset about. And rightfully so. There was comments made, there was documentation passed out regarding why they feel it shouldn't have followed through. And I agree, actually. I agree with that. Because again, it comes back to if that proclamation stated several things that align with picking a side, with picking a party, picking a religion. And, you know, many, many years ago, there was a separation of church and state. It's actually established in the U.S. Constitution. So, although everybody thinks different and everybody has their opinions, this is not, my words are not in regards to the person that was killed. But I also want to mention that there has been so many other killings in the U.S. up until today. How many mass shootings has there been in the U.S.? We did not recognize those individuals. But I'll take it back to, again, you know, you can practice your personal beliefs, your personal thoughts, your personal stance on a political side outside of this council. We were elected as nonpartisan individuals to represent the city as a whole. We do have a policy, though, a proclamation policy that I want to read through, because maybe we forgot. It says, proclamations are issued by the mayor of the city of Pasco, ideally provided an opportunity for the city to recognize exceptional events. The goal of a proclamation is to recognize and celebrate the extraordinary achievements of Pasco citizens and nonprofit organizations, honor occasions of importance and significance, and increase public awareness of issues to improve the well-being of people in this city. And then it gives you a link on where to file and request a proclamation. But the policy also says, we ask that requests be submitted 30 days prior to the date needed. I don't think that was followed in this situation, but there may have been reasons, extraordinary reasons for that, that again, we did not follow our own policy. Our request should clearly include contact information, affiliation, all of that. It reads also, request should include draft language of what the background information about the exceptional event should be. I'm assuming that was followed. But as you continue reading, it says, we are unable to accommodate proclamations for out of community events or for profit causes. You keep reading, it says, greetings from the mayor or other forms of recognition can be issued when a proclamation request does not meet the guidelines. Greetings and or other recognition shall be used to honor special events or individuals within the city of Pasco. There were events community-wide, statewide, nationwide, I'm assuming too, in regards to the passing, the killing of Mr. Kirk. I would invite you all to attend on your own time to these celebrations of life,
to these commemorations of life, to acknowledge the work that he did, if you so align with what he did and said. But also, Mayor, I want to highlight that I named a few names earlier. I would like for you to please add it to your agenda to issue out proclamations for these individuals that were mentioned before, to also recognize them and show the community that we're not biased, that we are for the community of Pasco, and we acknowledge everyone that has suffered or been killed or been a victim of a heinous crime, like these other individuals as well.
Okay, well, again, I did apologize. I apologize again. I meant to, in my notes, I did have that down there. I do appreciate you bringing that up. I would recommend that you do a proclamation, send it to me. I'll read it, go over it, and we'll go from there. So again, I appreciate you working on that. And yes, if you're going to blame anybody, I guess blame me about the 30 days. I took it upon myself.
I'd like to say no, this is not a blame game. This is not intruding into anybody's personal thoughts. This is if we're going to do things a certain way, then let's do them that way. We have policies and guidelines to follow, and again, respectfully for everyone, whoever, whatever you want to believe, that's on you, but don't bring it to the city council.
Okay, I appreciate your viewpoint. That's the great thing about America. Everybody has an opinion. So again, I'm going to take blame for this if that's what we want. That's my point of view. But please put that together. I will go over it. And I guess we got a couple lights on. So Councilman Harpster, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do, but I'm gonna not.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And City Manager Stewart, did you want to comment on something as well?
Well, while we're talking on the subject of proclamations, and it's somewhat related, but not completely. So staff in the preparation of the agenda and those kinds of things, obviously we had our recognition of Hispanic Month, and so that proclamation was originally prepared in Spanish, so we had it requested to be provided in English as well. Given some comments earlier about the makeup of our community, is this something that council would like to be done for all proclamations, where it's prepared in both Spanish and English and provided in the council packets when you're doing those proclamations in both languages? So don't necessarily need an answer tonight, but something to think about of whether we make that a common practice that we provide that in both Spanish and English for all proclamations.
All right, well, that is something to consider. So definitely give that some thought. So luckily I'm not seeing any lights on. So let's move on to number 13. We have an exec session on my list here, and I assume we're still going to move forward with that, correct? So discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, subchapter 1, subchapter I, and it looks like we're asking for 15 minutes, so that would be 9:47. Thank you, and I do appreciate everybody that came out and stayed till the end. Long meeting. Thank you.
I know.
Believe it or not, we're going to do another 15 minutes. So it would be basically, let's go with 10:01. Thank you.
Just really enjoy the city council.
All right, so it is 10:01. We are back from exec session, and with no other things on the agenda, I now call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Their current city manager was the former city manager in Battleground, and she was she had stated, or that's he told me that she'd stated that they had tried to address something like this in Battleground and to take a peek there. So we did. We went to Battleground, looked at their statute or their code sections, and unfortunately, it's not really helpful. It's. I see why people might think that it would be a little more helpful because of the way it's titled. It's called mobile food units, and so it looks like it might be a little different than what we're normally looking at. But essentially, when you read it, it is essentially the exact same thing as what we do under mobile vendors. Now, the one little nuance, they have this. Description of where a mobile food unit has to be must have quote wheels and be attached and be readily movable. So clearly that's not anything remotely close to what we're talking about with this situation. So anyway, I guess a long way to say that Battleground wasn't a whole lot of help. We didn't. That wasn't really what we were looking for. So with that being said, really what we're stuck with is kind of on our own in terms of like really kind of pioneering this and seeing, okay, what would this look like and what do we have? So to that analysis, that's really where kind of the legal analysis kicks in. And this statute is very interesting. It's very broad. I don't know if for folks like me who get excited about stuff like this was actually originally passed in 1897. That is 9 years after statehood for those that are keeping track at home. And it was really interesting because the title of the act in the Session Law of 1897 stated that it was an act to permit farmers, gardeners, and manufacturers to dispose of the products of their labor. So that was essentially the overarching title of it. It's changed a few times in terms of adding some language. They struck some language that talked about that they struck out a bunch of fish and milk and poultry and stuff like that. But long and short of it is it's really been around for a long time, and pretty much it's standard form. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, butter, eggs. So it's still pretty close to the way it started, and there's been a few iterations. But really, what it comes down to is the statute that we start with really is an exception to, and these are rare situations when the legislature. Maybe not so rare anymore, but they used to be rare situations when the legislature would really preempt local government's authority to regulate certain things. And so this was kind of an extraordinary thing that really limits the local government's ability to regulate something. So it really just takes it off the table the way it's drafted. So it's a very strong, broad statement right at the get-go. I'll just refresh everybody's recollection here. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, eggs, or any farm produce or edibles raised, gathered, produced, or manufactured by such person, and no city or town shall pass or enforce any ordinance prohibiting the sale by or requiring license from the producers and manufacturers of farm produce and edibles as defined in this section. So that's a really broad statement there, and so broad, in fact, that that's why it's accepted in our mobile vending stuff. So, and as we talked about last time, this is really this this one little narrow area, which is we're not talking about folks that are selling food, any kind of food products that's been produced or manufactured in any way. We're talking about produce, and that's not as clear either in some of our analysis in terms of trying to analyze, does that include flowers, which we do believe it does based on the statute. So Anyway, long and short of it is, what it really comes down to is we're really talking about this narrow little area. We know we can't regulate. The statute couldn't be clear that we can't require a license on private property. We know we have our mobile vending requirements or our ordinances that allow to regulate who can sell these food products, and then those do allow some use of the right-of-way, but it's very specific in our code as to how that can be utilized. Then we have people who sell certain things along the roadway that we know we can regulate that, like products, right? Things that they may sell, kites or what have you, other items. Excuse me. So we know that those can be regulated. So this is just one of those really narrow situations where you have a statute that says you otherwise can't regulate this activity, but you do have, these are your rights of way. This is the local government does have the ability to regulate what goes on in the right of way. So it's a nuance. I will say this though, the one thing that really, one of the things that we started to look at, well, would there be a way to have, say, a permit for this type of activity, since you're essentially giving someone the ability to be in your right of way to sell, to engage in this activity. And we know we can actually regulate this activity on private property if somebody calls the police department and they come out and say, get them off of my property, right? That's trespass, right? So what would be the equivalent of a civil situation where the local government may or may not be willing to give its permission to be in the right of way? So our thought was, well, maybe this would be some kind of permit, not a license in the sense of like a business license, but some kind of a permit to do a certain activity in a certain place. And that's not going to work. If it's specifically related to this activity, a permit and a license are going to be looked at interchangeably. One of the Cornell Law School, they have a website that does a lot of definitions, and license is defined multiple different times in the RCWs, not in this particular section, so it kind of amalgamates them all. But the definition that really seems to be stated over and over again is generally a license is permission granted by a qualified authority permitting a licensee to do something that would otherwise be prohibited. License may also refer to the physical document granting such permission, sometimes referred to as a permit. So there we're right back to where we started. So I think there could be a way to regulate your right-of-ways in a way that would make sure that anybody engaged in any particular activity had to adhere to certain standards. We have some guardrails kind of outside of that. Don't block traffic. We have some kind of criminal statutes that if they're really causing some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, those are clear. But you would have to be unrelated to this specific activity. So what I'm getting at is we were hoping that there would be a very precise tool that we could find and utilize and give the council an option to adopt a policy that would really engage in just regulating this one particular aspect. And I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to get there from here. I think the way it's going to have to go is you're going to have to really look and say, this is about permission to be in the right of ways for all activities, and they're all going to require a certain amount of licensing. But if it's specifically related to this activity, it's going to be viewed as requiring a permit to do an activity that the state says that you're otherwise allowed to do. So with that, sorry, I don't mean to go on and on, but we've had quite the law school debates about this. So anyway, happy to try to answer any questions, but a whole lot of talk to tell you that this is new, and this would be something that that would have risk.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have something from Councilman Grimm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for digging in and trying to get to the bottom of this and really just giving us more information than what we had before. And I appreciate that. Just a couple follow-up questions. The first one that comes to mind I guess I don't think anybody has an issue with what's going on private property. I mean, ultimately, that's for those property owners to deal with and all that. The complaints that I've heard are especially along the Road 68 corridor when they are on the sidewalks. Perhaps maybe it's a fruit, maybe it's a knickknack, but here's the light changing, and suddenly you're waiting for heavy traffic already, and people to set down their phones in their cars, and now we have to wait, for a transaction to finish. And so I think the right-of-way regulation is that's the feedback I've heard from the community that I think just creates a safety concern, and so I don't know if there is a way of pursuing or a resolve to do so. But the other aspect, I mean, are we liable for this if there is an issue there? I mean, do we have a liability in this? And what can we do to mitigate our liability? Or, I mean, can we name the state as a, I guess,
third party.
Yeah, I think you need a lawyer to straighten it out for me. But, I mean, what do we do with that?
That's a great question, and I think it's an open question, and I certainly obviously wouldn't want to speculate about it in this venue, but that is something that we would want to look at because I think those risks are always there. Anytime that you have something that is controlled by the city, that's something that you're going to want to be careful to make sure that you knew or should have known that you're regulating or that you're taking any kind of safety precautions. So again, I don't want to try to give legal advice in open session, but I am worried about that.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that would just be my one concern. Again, private property is private property, but again, I look at one of the busiest intersections in the entire Tri-Cities where, it's prone to crashes, it's prone to safety issues, so much so that we've put a red light camera there to try to mitigate some of those, and so I guess that would be the one thing that, I would hope we would have the resolve to maybe move forward is just in those areas to look at that, but that's just my opinion. Thank you again for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. Do we have any other staff? I know we have a Memorial Day agenda here, so if I could probably get
I will actually just hand it over to Director Rice, who will talk about the upcoming event and then do a brief update on Memorial Pool.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening, Councilor Mayor. So next Monday, Memorial Day service at City Cemetery, starting at 11 a.m. So looking forward to host that between, again, 11 and 12 noon. We'll have one of our own staff as our primary speaker, as well as the mayor to kick that event off. So also make note that no council meeting next Monday, because that will shift to Tuesday as well. I think more on that if we need. But otherwise, I do have an update on our Memorial Pool Dome project I want to share with you, some of the progress that we've made, some of the items that we've discovered, and some additional expenditures due to those, so that council is up to date as we try to wrap up this project in the next week and bring that project bid closure to you soon. So, brief update: 2018, the city recognized the need to have a year-round swimming pool in the community, and decided to add an air dome cover project to Memorial Pool to the capital improvement plan. 2024, City Council approved the purchase of the pool dome cover, so manufacturing could begin for delivery in 2025. And then just this March, the city awarded EFS Construction the contract to install the pool dome foundation and deck totaling $757,000 for completion prior to the general pool opening. So kind of brought us up to date. As with several projects, particularly something that was built in the 1950s and has been remodeled through the years, there are several unknowns that have been discovered since construction started, resulting in about 64,000 of approved or pending change orders to allow planned public opening of the pool. The change orders will be presented as part of the project acceptance, but wanted to review them now as we are incurring the costs as the project completes. Further delay to the pool usage impacts our lifeguard training, resulting in delays to general pool opening and swim lessons. So if we hadn't kept moving forward, it just kind of cannonball right into the middle of summer, which we've been trying to avoid, especially with the start of our swim lessons. So a couple examples of these. Shade structure. We had a pretty large shade structure that was installed several years ago. We found that the contractors found the foundation encroached in the pool decking area that we needed to replace. And not only did it encroach, it was a very large chunk of concrete holding that in, so it required additional labor and equipment to remove. We found an unknown manhole in the parking lot requiring a reset for future access and maintenance. We think this is from the 2009 construction project when we did the last remodel there. So you can kind of see it buried in the middle, but that required resetting and setting to the level of the parking lot so we can maintenance that in the future. The previous pool remodel backfill was unstable. You see it's a combination of this pea gravel and the sand. It was continued to fall in, so it required additional labor and forms to stabilize for the new pour. They located the original abandoned pool deck, which I think would have been from 2 remodels ago. As you can see, this rebar on the left side of the picture that needed to be cut out and removed. Not only the removal, but then we needed to procure additional concrete to help fill that back to the deck level. And then a couple of additional things. We paid for a couple extra work days or overtime for they're working 4-10 schedule, so either Friday or Saturdays to help round out those days, keep the project moving. Additional labor materials to support the installation of the bulkhead, which is ultimately the pool lane divider that we'll use when the dome covers on to expand swim opportunity. Discovered unknown fiber optics line, gas line, and fence line that all intersected together in the same spot, so we've worked on moving those things around. Labor and industry required some electrical bonding to reduce stray electrical current throughout the system, and then some additional electrical changes related to changes in the foundation. But the project is on track to be completed by May 26th. Facility staff have been given the go-ahead to start draining the water out of the pool and then filling up this week. Recreation staff will perform lifeguard certification in the following weeks. We'll slip in a quick swim meet, and then the pool will be open to the public on June 14th. Everything progresses as planned this week. And then pool dome delivery will be in September with installation to follow right after the end of the swim season in October. So far on track, but as council has asked before, they'd like to hear about some potential changes before we expend them. This is kind of like the middle ground because I'm expending them, but I'm giving you the heads up that I'm spending them. So hope to be a little bit more project timing where we can stall the project and seek permission first, but doing the best we can to tell you what's going on. With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing anything, so thanks for the update, Director Rice. I do appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing anything else, so we're going to jump to number 13, which is exec session, and I'm not seeing anything listed, so hallelujah on that. And so at 9 o'clock, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I know it is odd for us to meet on Tuesdays, but yesterday was a Memorial Day, so hopefully you all celebrated that and remembered those who have fallen before us. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll call us in.
Yes. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm. Okay. Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here, and I apologize, I did skip over our typical read-in, so for those following along, their agenda packet's available on the back of this table right there, next to Mr. Grambois, who's there presently. For those following along, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum. In Pasco and Richland, it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments either using the Ask Pasco app or through the city clerk or city manager's office. With that, we've had the roll call read, and if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. That'll move us along to item number 4, which is our public comment period of the special meeting. The public may make comment on topics scheduled for final action identified in the agenda for this special meeting. Citizen comments are normally limited to 3 minutes by the clerk and myself and via the clock. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information to either the clerk or to council through the city manager's office. Lastly, if you're called upon, please state your name and your county of residence. So with that, if you have public comment on final actions to be taken in this special meeting, I invite you to the podium. Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, we have no public comments. We'll move along to item number 5, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. We do have a couple of items here. We got A and B. And the first one is item A, ordinance number 4767, Transportation Impact Fee Program. It looks like Ms. Sarah is going to be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We will have, okay,
Mayor?
can I make it work?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Prowse, I didn't see your light.
I'm sorry about that. I was, in the interest of time, I want to make a motion to postpone the vote on the traffic impact fee program. I have reservations, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone it until the school impact fee, ILA and all that stuff gets figured out. I don't think adding another fee on top of other fees, perhaps that shouldn't be in motion right now. It's not prudent to do with a lot of the housing affordability issues we see. And so rather than have Director Sarah give us a presentation, I just want to cast or make a motion for that. And if that can pass, and we can bring this back at another date, preferably when the school impact fee ILA and stuff is addressed.
Okay, so we've got a motion to table this vote until the school impact fee ILA is addressed. Do we have a second, Mr. Officer?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I would just say I concur with Ms. Prowse's comments. If there's a way that we could vote on it this evening and ensure a specific date that it does not go into effect till, I'd also be open to that, but I think the easiest path may be to just postpone it until such time as Mr. Prowse mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much expressed in the email. I just don't think it's fair to the developers of Acosta Home to have both these on the books at the same time. And just in case there's a hiccup at the school level or something, I would be concerned about passing something totally dependent on them, on a certain date for them. Yeah, that would be my chief concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So if we were to table this, do we have an idea of like how long this would be tabled or what would be recommended? I'm not sure if you're aware of. I mean, when would you say realistically that this would come out with what Mr. Councilman Perales is talking about? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, one of the things you have to do with an ordinance is it has to have an effective date. You can make that date very well into the future, but that's why they call it an effective date, not an effective event. So you can sometimes make things condition precedent so that things have to happen before something else takes place. But the problem with this situation is that the ordinance is going to modify large portions of the code, and so you really would need to have an effective date, say January 1, 2026 or something like that, if you went forward on one of these options. So it really, from a procedural standpoint, if the council wants an absolute guarantee that something's going to happen prior to moving forward, then tabling it would be the preferred route, I would think, because if you pass something and make it effective, then you may have to come back and unpass it later on.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I liked Mr. Harpster's idea of utilizing a condition precedent, but hearing from our legal counsel that's not advisable. I do think it makes sense to sit on this until we have things worked out with the school district. I appreciate the points before me not needing to re-raise them. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Clerk. Sorry, just to remind folks, because it's been a while since the motion was made, this would be to table this to a date. Do we want to set a date post enactment of the school district, like the first regular meeting? I guess that's technically a modification. So at this point, it's just open-ended. And then we can direct staff the time according to if we move.
It sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Prowse, but I thought the motion was to table this until such time as the school impact fee amendment can be effective. Is that correct?
Okay.
And you can make that an event.
Okay. Sounds good, Mr.
I would just say, yeah, my suggestion, this is the way council wants to go, would be to just schedule them both for the same night. You can deal with the school impact fee. That'll have an effective date. You can match the effective date of the school impact fee, the effective date of the traffic impact fee.
Are you requesting that in the motion, or is that something we can direct that's adequate direction?
I think if there's no objection to council, I think we can staff can just bring it back at the same time. I don't know, we necessarily need that as part of the motion.
Any objections to that approach? Okay, so with that, I think we know what we're going with. We got to vote here, Ms. Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Grimm. Councilmember Grimm.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. So sounds like you all know what you're doing, and we know what we're doing, right? Thank you. Thank you for being prepared, Miss Sarah. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is joint resolution number 4604, extension of the interlocal and financing lease agreement for the HAPO Center facility until December 31, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like it's yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, as Council is well aware, the city and county have had a long-standing partnership over HAPO Center for about the last 30 years. And that partnership, for the benefit of the audience, exists formally through an interlocal agreement, which actually dates back prior to that, 1994. A little bit of history over the years. Pasco's invested about $7.7 million into that facility. The majority of it, $5.6 million for operational subsidies per the agreement, and about $2.1 million for 20 years worth of loan payments towards the initial capital outlay for construction of the project itself. So the original agreement was a 30-year agreement, and it was set to expire on May 24, 2024. Council extended that agreement in December of 2024, and we're now coming up to the expiration of that agreement, which will be in May 31st of this year. So we have to act fairly quickly. So we've been, we have a committee of council members, staff, and then some other meetings have occurred, and trying to get us to probably an extension. There was no way we were going to be able to, in the amount of time we had left when we really started meeting with the council or the commission, no way really to pull together a comprehensive agreement in just a couple months. And so we pulled together with their cooperation, just a brief extension. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat and got some direction from council that council would be willing to entertain an extension to the end of this year. But council had some conditions on that extension. There were some things that they specifically wanted to talk about having to do with governance, which has been an area of discussion over the course of the agreement, finances, whether that's capital or operational, even down to what the facility, what's the best use for that facility. We talked about review of cost centers and when it comes to finance, to look at operating revenues and expenses and make some fresh determination as to whether or not the split, the 50-50 split that's in the ILA now is appropriate. So there's about probably 12 or so items that are listed in the resolution. Those are not necessarily demands in that resolution. They're really a list of topics that we're going to talk about that we're interested in the council, and they're not all inclusive either. The guy invited the county to add anything to the list they wanted to. They felt that was a pretty good list to talk about, but there's maybe other items come up during the course of those negotiations. So this extension gives some time to talk about these and other issues, and ultimately for the county commissioners and the city council to decide at the end of the day whether or not they want to continue the relationship through a successor interlocal agreement or a pretty beefed up extension that would probably very much modify the initial thing. I think one other piece of that is that I want to bring up, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit, is the disposition of the land leased by the city or by the county, by the city from the county for the ball fields. And so that's also another piece of that. As council's aware, that's typically been on a 5-year lease. It's $1 a year. Maybe the last couple times it's been a little awkward, I'll say, between the agencies, $1 a year. It's getting to be pretty valuable real estate, although on the other hand, the county or the city's invested millions of dollars literally in that site to develop those ball fields. It was sagebrush before it was ball fields. So both the county has ownership of the land, the city has a huge investment in that parcel. So that's another big piece. And what council had directed staff at the retreat was we need to be working towards long-term security for those ball fields, rather, because they play such an integral role in our community. Those more than every 5-year lease with an option to extend. So those are the pieces. Tomorrow, the Franklin County Commissioners will be considering the same agreement. It's on their agenda. And if it passes here tonight and passes across the street tomorrow, we will have some time to negotiate all these issues, A through I, in the resolution, and probably more. And staff's recommendation is the council approve the agreement. I guess one other piece probably worth mentioning is that it keeps the original ILA status quo in terms of the subsidy share and operation responsibilities, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the fact that it's a little aggravating. We're doing a third extension over the last, I think, 18 months or so. However, I am pleased with the leadership changes at Franklin County, and specifically Mr. Dansel, their new county administrator, and have been able to talk with him about this. I've talked with Mr. Zabel about this, as well as one of the commissioners, and I think extending this one more time is what's in the best interest for the residents of Pasco and Franklin County for the long term. And so I don't want to say I'm happy to extend, because I would hope that we'd be further along, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with a lot of the same sentiment from Councilmember Harpster, but I'll say this. I think my plan on behalf of the committee is this is the last one. I don't care if we're here on Christmas Eve, but before the end of the year, this needs to get done. And we're working diligently with our counterparts across the street, but I do intend on seeing this being the last extension. I like the conversations that I had, that the committee's had, and I think we're getting there. And I think from here on out, we're gonna see something come together here shortly in the near term. So don't get me wrong, I share the same frustrations, but negotiations sometimes take time, and I think with some of the changes that we've seen there over at the county at the courthouse, they've been good. Again, the conversations have been great, and so this is on the list to get done for the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Ross.
This is a question more for staff, and I'm looking at Ms. Sigdell. We've extended this a couple times. Is there any accountability to the individuals managing this organization as far as the accounting, as far as the reporting, so that we can finally come to a final last interlocal agreement to where we don't have to depend on extensions?
In terms of accounting and some of the financial concerns that you're stating, we are working with the new leadership in county and have received some much more detailed information than we have in recent past. And it is definitely an item that is addressed as a point of discussion and clarification for the new ILA so that we are not in the same position that we have been in the last 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Not a problem, thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve joint resolution number 4604, modifying the interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Pasco and Franklin County, Washington regarding the financing, acquisition, and ownership of a multi-purpose arena and exposition facility, the Hapo Center.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I said aye.
Sorry, didn't catch you. Thank you for clarifying. Sounds like that passes unanimously, Ms. Clerk. So, just one quick question on that staff. Will you be able to either transmit something signed or some confirmation that we passed this, just as a heads up ahead of their meeting tomorrow morning?
I was planning on sending county administrator an email tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you're working long hours, but it's always good to give them a heads up before they take action or don't.
I was going to do it during the meeting, but
Perfect. I wasn't going to call you out there. I was just going to give you kudos for long hours. With that, we're going to roll on to item number 6, which is adjournment of this special meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco City Council regular meeting of this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Hard to believe we're already in June, but here we are. The city welcomes you and thanks you for your attendance. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. For anyone following along, agenda packets are available either here on the small table in the back immediately to the right under the sign that says conveniently agendas. If you're online, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda is where you can find it. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Pasco and Richland via Spectrum Cable, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app, and of course during our comment period tonight. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read in the roll.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Present.
Grimm,
here.
Harpster,
Present.
Perales,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Present.
and Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. With that, I'll move us along to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. We have a handful of items. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council or enacted by a singular vote, by a singular motion. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items unless one of the council members asks for removal and further discussion. Then it would be removed to a later portion of the meeting via the regular agenda. So with that, item A is approval of meeting minutes for May 19th and May 27th, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,387,389.29. And item C is resolution number 7605, the 2025 to 2029 Tri-Cities Home Consortium Assessment for fair housing. With that, do we have anyone seeking to remove any of these items? Hearing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne and second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. They're not listed. Moving along to item number 6, we have public comments. Now is the opportunity for the public to address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And we have one of those listed in item in section 8. So as long as you're speaking on something not addressing that item 8, you may address us at the podium. This is the opportunity for folks to bring items to the council, to our attention. Excuse me, to provide your opinion on an issue. It's not an opportunity to provide for debate or expecting some sort of immediate response either from staff or from council, as some questions do require deliberative information and further consideration. We do appreciate your participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that's running to my right. As you approach the podium, it'll be to your left. And those with lengthy messages are requested that they summarize them, and then you're always welcome to submit further comment, again, as I mentioned, via the Ask Pasco app, city manager, city clerk, or if you have handouts, you can hand them to the lovely city clerk, who will then pass them down to us. When you approach the podium, if you can provide us your name and your county of residence, that'd be great. So with that, I'll make a couple of calls. This is the first call for public comment. Go ahead. And if you can push down on the mic, there should be like a little mouth button. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Marcel Brown. I'm coming to address the council about a cell phone tower that they want to put in my front yard. I live on Riverview Drive. I've been there for 25 years. I have grandkids that are growing up. It's radiation, property value, and a whole bunch of other things. And I don't think that I should have to pay taxes every year on those, the place that they were going to put it. And then they can say, well, I just do whatever I want. So if they own it, then why am I paying taxes? So I just don't think that they should be able to put that there. That's about it. I just don't want it there.
We certainly appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Ma'am? It looks like a mouth with a couple of lines. There you go.
I'm also the grandparent, but I don't live there anymore. But, you know, the effects we really don't know about. We just want you to really consider it. I have 6 grandkids living there, and they're real young. So just please consider that.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Ms. Mahoney.
This on? Yeah. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr took an oath to follow the U.S. Constitution that says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Yet, Mr. Kerr authorized animal control with the right to seize, kill, and/or send our family dogs and pets to WSU for research without the semblance of due process. So Mr. Kerr did not tell the truth when he took his oath to follow the Constitution and to comply with due process. See files for Bell, Jake, Kilo, and thousands more. Further, Mr. Kerr falsely stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement between WSU and Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services, or TCAS. Mr. Kerr did not provide the termination agreement, and Animal Control continues as an animal research provider to WSU, and also as a high-kill facility with no spay-neuter program and no adoption program. See Tri-City Animal Services rehire Angela Zeiler's quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. With that, provide how much money WSU pays Pasco, the Animal Control Authority, and/or Tri-City Animal Services for our dogs and cats for WSU research. Provide Tri-City Animal Services Zegan Zeiler's training in humane euthanasia methods to end botched and painful deaths that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote. Provide the results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers, Hayden Homes, for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Provide all past and present ULID and/or LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See requests made by me on May 5th and May 19 to Pasco regarding payments to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins regarding his directorship or his LLC and Watkins Endeavor LLC. How much are we paying him? And Pasco's cap bonds. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amber Wade, as you might know by now. I live at the Sands Mobile Home Park in Pasco, and I know this might seem like an unusual comment, but I'm here today to honor someone who has quietly given so much for our city. This week, Becky, the very first resident of the Sands Mobile Home Park, is preparing to move now after 55 years in the same home. She's in her 70s now, and while this is a big transformation, she's meeting it with strength and grace. Becky has been the heart of our park. She's someone who checks in on neighbors, helps people through hard times, and has never asked anything in return. She's supported children, veterans, the elderly, and anyone in need quietly and consistently. She's been a source of stability, kindness, and community for generations, and now we want to return that love and support to her. We are inviting anyone who can lend a helping hand for her to move tomorrow and Wednesday with care, dignity, and gratitude from everything she has done for us. The address here at the Sands is 1416 North 1st Avenue, Lot 21. She will need help Tuesday at 2 p.m., that's tomorrow, and Wednesday bright and early at 8 a.m. She will be traveling with her family clear back east. I keep getting the state wrong. Let's give Becky the send-off she deserves after 55 years of showing up for others. It's our turn to show up for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Frankie Hurley, and I live around the corner from Marcel Brown. And I also object to having a telephone tower put on my property as well. And if Verizon decides to put the telephone pole on his property, what's going to stop them from cutting into other people's property? And we also know that the tower, the poles, irradiates some type of poisoning, and so I would totally object to that. And I think each property owner should be able to object to that and have you all address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice, going a third time. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. With that, we'll move on to item number 7. There's a single item. Item A is verbal reports from council members. Mr. Prowse.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Sorry, I've not been talking all day pretty much. I met with the Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County. Just had a kind of just a meeting just about kind of what they're doing. They're going to be doing lots of growing here for the next couple of years. The last time Matt Truman came in and actually talked to the council was well over 2 years ago. So I reached out, we had a meeting, and just they're going to look into perhaps buying some land, and they're going to need partnerships and working with the city to get permitting and stuff. So it was a really enlightening meeting, and yeah, he's looking to start really expanding their housing stock. So it was a productive meeting, and I think as of right now, he wants to extend an invitation to perhaps come and present to the council, give an update. I mean, it's been 2 years since he's been here, and just kind of tell us their plans for the future. Then I also just met, I stopped in at ProMade Homes today to discuss the housing, the dust storm from this past weekend, and they're going to work better at making sure that their ground is more saturated and that they have individuals out there on the weekends. But at that point where it was really windy, you can put water in all day. It was so windy, the water was just kind of just flowing in the air. So I know a lot of people were upset on social media, people who reached out to me, maybe other council members, but ProMade's going to do better, and so I guess we'll just find out on the next dust storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Blaisdell, sorry.
Thank you. I attended the Visit Tri-Cities board meeting last week. Hector Cruz shared that the Washington Recreation Park Association had the opportunity to visit downtown Pasco and eat some good tacos. So they were pretty impressed with downtown Pasco. Also, I attended the District 2 Community Police meeting. Areas of concerns were racing and mini bikes as the weather gets warmer. And I also attended Farmers Market this last Saturday, and I believe that'll be going on every Saturday until October. Is that correct? So, and that's from 9 to 1.
Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, I had got to come here to City Hall, and we had some students from Virgie Robinson Elementary. They got a tour of City Hall and the police department, and I got to play mayor, and they had wanted to know all about council and told them all about it, and I had 2 classes, and it was quite a lot of fun, and the students got to sit up here at the dais. Everybody wanted to get the mayor's spot. My spot wasn't as everybody wasn't fighting for that one. So but anyway, it was good. It's been a couple hours, and again, hopefully represented the city well. And then on Friday night, I did attend the TCRA graduation with the local firemen, and it was really good. Had a good turnout. I was also Councilwoman Brajas was there as well. So I think we're the only 2 elected officials there, but it was a good time, and it was really good to see the upcoming graduation class, and they did a video and get to hear their stories. And again, I was glad that I was able to take time out of my Friday evening and be part of it. That was me.
Thank you, Mr. Milne, and thank you for covering that event. I'd hoped to come to see the kids, but duty called, and I got to see the beautiful city of Spokane. That's certainly not as good as the city of Pasco, but I won't pull punches. Ms. Brajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just wanted to mention that, yes, I was at the graduation. Very proud moment to see, 16 graduates. But I do want to highlight 2 of those graduates that came to Pasco, and that will be Cooper Famright and Jerome Needhold. So congratulations to them, and welcome to City of Pasco. Also did attend a luncheon, but I'll leave that to Mr. Harpster to talk a little bit more about that. But again, congratulations, Fire Department.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended a luncheon with Ms. Barajas. No, we attended the Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce luncheon, which was legislative update from Senator Torres, Senator Binky, Representative Clicker, and Representative Manjarez. I believe is how you pronounce her last name. It was sort of a depressing presentation. We all know already what's happened, but I did want to note Senator Binky's remarks at the end kind of brought it all full circle. And if I could summarize his comments, it was something like, there's wins and losses, a lot of losses for those folks this year, but we keep fighting and we keep pushing. And in the meantime, we respect the people who are in the position they're in. He specifically mentioned Governor Ferguson, and keep trying to work together and make our communities better. And so that took me from sitting there wishing I hadn't attended, frankly, to just more motivated to keep doing what we're doing up here and keep supporting them as we can. So It was a good luncheon. And then Saturday, as Councilwoman Blaisdell mentioned, I did attend, I guess, the farmers market. And the one thing that I noticed was that whole area appears to be just so much cleaner than 12 months ago. And a lot of the activity that was maybe going on in Peanuts Park North was not present, and I haven't seen it there happening for a while. And then talked to a couple different business owners there, and they passed along their kudos to staff for the work that's been getting done in that area. So I wanted to pass it along to all of you. And it's just great as a council member for a city that I really truly love and have grown up in, to hear stuff like that from people and see really good sized crowds. Typically this time of year, before all the crops start coming off, it's a little hard to draw some crowds out there, but it was noticeably busy, and they had kids band out there and stuff. So I think lots of good progress being made there, and really cool to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of food, I forgot I attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club with Benton Franklin Transit, and the new CEO there, Thomas Stross, just really brings a lot of new energy, passion, and excitement. Some of you may have seen online that they are starting express trips to the Tri-Cities Airport, and more kind of investment as it directly relates to Pasco. He has envisioned this perhaps a little bus, as he calls it, the shopper, that maybe just takes little trips around downtown Pasco, connecting people with close residents to kind of the downtown shopping areas. So he really comes to the table just with some great ideas, great enthusiasm, and even for somebody like me, it's inspiring to be around. But Boys and Girls Club looks like they had a very successful fundraiser, investing in the lives of so many children in our community. So great turnout, and great to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm, and thank you for attending that. If that's the breakfast, I'd hoped to attend that, but same reason I missed. I was out of the area. Wednesday, I had the opportunity to cross the river. A friend of mine, Sergeant John Davis, received what they call the John Goldsberry Award. This was by the Rotary Club, and really the ultimate goal is to not promote in the sense of giving him a promotion, but promote an officer who embodies service above self. So when I heard he was going to be honored with that award, my wife and I attended. Not so much in the mayoral capacity, but it's great to see folks throughout the community recognizing our great officers, both for fire and police. And so, shout out to John and his great work and his team, and folks at PD and the folks at fire. Thursday, I attended a National Parks Committee meeting. If you're not aware, they're doing some work to the B reactor, so tours are temporarily stopped for about, I think, 2 years. As you can imagine, with one, a behemoth that size, and two, trying to keep the historical authenticity, it's not so easy to replace a roof as it may be with, your shingles or something of that nature. So it's kind of a bummer, but it's the process. It'll bring the integrity of the building and the structure, and again, keep the historical presence. I think what I'm hearing is like a 50-year lifespan that it should add to the B reactor. So once the work's done, it'll be back up for quite some time, God willing. Let's see. In addition to that, and I have a list of places I was somewhere on Friday, and I don't know why it's escaping me where I was. Friday night I attended the Dust Devils game with the Amazon folks that invited me and my son over, and we were recognizing, back to the Boys and Girls Club, Amazon donated $40,000 as a community partner to Boys and Girls Club. Robert, the Youth of the Year from Pasco, was one of the individuals throwing out the first pitch, so it was pretty cool to recognize not only the commitment and the partnership between Amazon and our community, but also, recognize one of our local youth. So that's always exciting. I think that's about it for me. So with that, we'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We've got a single item, item A, which is a public meeting and resolution number 4606, accepting notice of intent to commence Annex SG Land Management LLC and Horgan Farms LLC. It's a 10% annexation petition, and this is going to come from Director Miller.
There's the button. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to accept a notice of intent to commence the annexation procedure. And this topic was discussed at a prior meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to set the stage for the next steps in the process, where staff will take in the annexation application and begin reviewing it. And then eventually the specifics of this application will be brought forward back to Council. And so during the public meeting, Council is, as outlined in code, reviewing these three key items: the annexation area itself, and staff is proposing that we modify the annexation area to include the portion of Burns Road that's located north of the project site and north of other neighborhoods that are already in city limits. So staff is recommending motion B tonight for consideration. And the second item to consider related to this is whether or not a simultaneous adoption of zoning regulations will be required, and it is likely that staff will go ahead and recommend that route. We do want to review the application, and then when it comes back, have a formal application or a recommendation within that. And then the final item is whether or not there's an assumption of bonded indebtedness that is required for the site, and that will be reviewed in the materials. So staff is requesting a motion from Council and recommending motion B. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, this is listed as a public meeting, so I suppose I need to, and I'm not opening a hearing. Am I offering comment period?
This is one of our one-offs in the statute. The legislative body is required to hold a meeting in public with the initiators. So typically what we do is just ask if the initiators are here and they would like to speak on this matter before you move forward. Yeah, no, at this point it's not a public hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I caught that and I forgot the distinction. So is the initiator here? I'm going to assume that silence means no. I guess going once, going twice, third time. Okay. It sounds like the initiator is not going to speak. So with that, having no comments from Council or questions, go ahead and move forward with the motion, Mr. Milne.
All right, so I'm going to move with motion B. I move to approve resolution number 4606, accepting the notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for the SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC annexation, providing a determination on the boundary to be annexed, which includes a portion of the right-of-way of Burns Road, and whether simultaneous zoning and assumption of bonded indebtedness will be required.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. It moves us along. You're right, Ms. Burrows. We need to take a break.
I'm good.
Okay. If we gotta do it, we gotta do it. Just want to make sure you're okay. With that, we got number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto, and resolutions not relating to hearings. Sorry, I went a little lower on that and just went into full autopilot for a second. Number 8, at letter A, is ordinance number 4768, Sawyer RS1 to R1 zone change. This is Z 2025-002. And back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an ordinance, and this is part of a quasi-judicial process where this rezone has been notified to the public, and a public hearing was held by the Pasco hearing examiner, and the meeting for this was held on April 9th, where all aspects of the project was reviewed, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval. There were no appeals received, and details can be found in the packet, specifically the hearing examiner decision. And with this request specifically, the applicant is requesting to rezone the site from RS1 to R1 low-density residential. And this change will allow for additional density on the project site. And staff is recommending approval of this matter. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from Council?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, this
Yes,
is
sir.
a quasi-judicial matter, so I'll just run through the script real quick, if you don't mind. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally. C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts. D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing. And finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of the council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. With that, do we have any questions or comments from council staff? Seeing none. And we don't need to open that for the public comment, correct? Okay. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4768, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located on the east side of Road 40 near the intersection of Road 40 and West Pearl Street, Pasco, Washington, further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say aye. Hearing none, passed unanimously. Was that supposed to be a roll call, Ms. Clerk? I saw you poke your head up. Okay, just want to make sure. I saw you give me that look. I thought I was in the right lane. Just wanted to make sure. With that, we'll move along to item B. Do you want to go ahead and kick us off with the quasi-judicial?
Sure. Yeah. So same pretext that we just or premise that we just moved forward on, except just a reminder that any council member should consider whether they have potential conflicts related to demonstrated bias for or against any of their parties, any direct or indirect financial interest, whether there's been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there's been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff, and finally whether there's been or if there's a council member believes there's anything that would prevent them from hearing the matter fairly and impartially. Any council member with any of these concerns or disclosures would need to make those known now. Seeing none, any member of this public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating. And seeing none, please proceed.
All right. With that, we are going to kick ordinance number 4769, Stutzman RS 12 to R1, zone change Z 2025-003 to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologize for going out of order on the last item. This is a similar process, and this is for a rezone from RS 12 to R1. And this application was forwarded to the hearing examiner, and a public hearing was held on April 9th. And there was an approval recommendation provided by the hearing examiner. No appeals were received. There was opposition that I noticed in the public testimony summary of the hearing examiner meeting, and there was just concerns in general about the duplexes that were already under construction, which the zoning does allow for. And this rezone would allow for the owner to subdivide the duplexes so that they could be separately owned parcels. So the hearing examiner reviewed that, took in the input, and recommended approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council and staff? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4769, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located in the corner of West Sylvester Street and Road 34, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay. Nay.
So did I hear 3 nays? Is that correct? Okay. And did you catch those? And then Mr. Milne. So our book ends and then Mr. Milne. So Perales, Milne, and Grimm. Okay. With that, it passes on a 4-3 vote. Moves us along to item C, ordinance number 4770, amending sections of the Pasco Municipal Code regarding work exempt from permit. It's going to stay with you, Director Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was workshopped last week with the group, and this is a great slide. Thank you for pulling this up. Staff is excited to work toward exempting these different uses in the code. So Pasco has, over the years, which they are permitted to do, has required permits for certain activities that are exempted on a national scale through the International Residential Code and the International Building Code. And so with this code change, it would enable the residents to bypass the permit process with Pasco, save a trip, and be able to construct these different items listed or, related to roofing without coming in and getting a permit. So this is a very exciting step for Pasco, and I feel a little guilty taking this near the end because I did not start this. I do want to give credit to our deputy city manager, Richa, and then the staff who worked on this. But we're looking forward to saving time for our customers. And we do have a flyer that is prepared that outlines these new stipulations. So we intend, if this is adopted by the council, to educate our customers who are calling in. We'll have a cheat sheet that says, here's what you can and can't do if customers do need additional support with locating sheds in their backyard, or if they're not sure where their fence will be located. We will have our front permit staff help them. If the questions become more complex, we'll transfer them to a planner who can help them with the spatial regulations for the site. So we believe with outreach to our customers and educating that we can assist customers in building these correctly and in the right location. If for some reason there is an issue, that would be something that we would work with the property owner on through code enforcement if it does come to that, and if something is built over an essential water line or sewer line. But we will educate people when they call where they can locate these structures in their property to alleviate hopefully most of those cases.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Miller. I'm absolutely over the moon by this. I know this council has been, had some frustration here and there about goals and agendas not maybe being done in the time we would appreciate, even though we've thrown a lot at staff. But this is one thank you, each and every one of staff who worked on this, because this is just a big win for the citizens of Pasco. And I was going to bring some red tape, Mr. Mayor, that we could ceremoniously cut, but I did forget that. Probably a good thing. But no, and I appreciate staff talking through some of the potential issues of, somebody building something that may end up in the right of way, or something that could bring a real issue down the road. But overall, I think this is a big win for the people of Pasco, and we'll obviously free up some staff help, I think, as this says, to be utilized for a higher mission, and just a big win all the way around. So thank you so much, every member of staff. Deputy City Manager Sigdell, I know you worked on this a lot, and thank you, Director Miller, for bringing it across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll definitely echo the sentiments of gratitude. I know it's something that we've talked about, trying to figure out how to right size some of our code provisions. So thank you to all staff who worked on this. And Ms. Miller, welcome to the team. And you get to carry the torch across the finish line. So you're the heroine of the day. Seeing no further lights, can I get a motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4770, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 16.05.050, 12.040.100, 12.04.120, 19.10.070, and 25.180.050 regarding work exempt from permit and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Thanks for the quickness on the mic there, Mr. Graham. No personal investment there. So we've got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Mr. Grimm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That moves us along to item D, which is resolution number 4607. Interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols and ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 operating budget, allocating funding for the increased overtime to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols. It's listed as Chief Roski, but is it Lieutenant or Sergeant? Lieutenant Decker?
Lieutenant Decker.
All right, got you right.
Not as attractive as Chief Roski, but other than that.
We still like you.
Well, thank you. I'm your guys' favorite, aren't I?
No one's our favorite, but you're all our favorite.
All right, it's not about me. Let me get you. So I'm seeking your guys' council, mayor, thank you very much for being here. I'm seeking your approval for a grant that has been funded. Just waiting for approval from this council, from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission / federal. It's a grant that we had sought previously for a year program. We weren't part of that. It was awarded to 2 other departments, but in that the Pasco shines so bright that they gave us a second grant that they put aside for us. So I'm requesting approval of a grant for $43,500 in grant funding to support a targeted impaired driving prevention initiative. This project will fund overtime DUI enforcement shifts, overtime mentorship focused on DUI investigations, and enhance public education efforts through outreach and social media. The grant also covers the purchase of DUI-related equipment, including LiDAR, speed detection units, and portable breath testers. These resources will enable Pasco PD to increase proactive enforcement, improve officer proficiency, and expand the reach of traffic safety messaging, particularly in non-English speaking communities, which the grant is also funded. The initiative directly addresses the growing concern of impaired driving in Pasco, where DUI arrests have increased in 2024 and continue in 2025, and impairment remains a leading cause of fatal crashes. By investing in the strategic enforcement, officer development, and community education, this grant supports a comprehensive approach to reducing collisions, saving lives, and reinforcing the public trust in the traffic safety efforts that Pasco has put forward. As Pasco continues to grow, this program will help ensure we meet the rising demand for safer streets and accountable enforcement. I can take any questions if you have any.
I see Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant Decker. I just want to thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to having some more enforcement dollars, especially ones that don't have to come out of our budget. It was just last week I was kind of highlighting information, or the week before now, from the COG, just talking about the rise in serious injuries and fatalities here, especially in Franklin County and everything. So really appreciate any more emphasis and enforcement we can have. And it's probably the number one thing I think probably a lot of, I know me for sure, hears from constituents just as far as just woes of traffic and everything. So really appreciate you guys taking advantage of this, and I know you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Baraha.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Decker, this might be a question that I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer, but you can definitely come back with it. Just a quick question in regards to around the last two paragraphs on the discussion part. It says that there is external funding with no local match requirement. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that and what it means?
I can address that if you'd like. Essentially, usually many grants come with requirements of a 5%, 10%. So if they are giving us $100, then we need to, if it's a 10% matching, we need to provide 10 local dollars to the grants. So you really cannot get the $100 without spending $10. And so essentially this grant does not have any matching requirements. So whatever we get from the grant, there's no requirement for any of the city's funds to be spent in order to qualify for those funds.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Every dollar they give us is a dollar we can spend. So I'll have to make weekly reports to Washington Traffic Safety Commission for what we do spend for that week, and provide data to them why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the benefit to this is, I'm sure we're all familiar with the Teen Target Zero program. That I run based upon their data and where they want us to do enforcement. With this grant, with the data I have, whatever the need for Pasco is where I can push the resources to. So it doesn't have to be targeted what they want. I can push it to where our data says we need help doing this, and use that money for those resources.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things and then hopefully roll into motion. Do you anticipate this is going to be more, I know it's enforcement, do you foresee it being like stops with, like a reader board or active patrolling? Both?
It's everything. So this grant covers everything from getting new equipment for those officers that are out there so they have it, doesn't affect patrols resources from what we already have. So it gives them new equipment so them to go out and hunt down impaired drivers. It covers everything from social media, paying them to be in overtime to do social media posts, to go out and do interviews with the radio shows, to do Spanish-speaking radio, that kind of thing, all in overtime, to do a whole board from everything from social media to putting the reader boards out, those kinds of things. But the majority of it, the bulk of that money, is for straight enforcement. And as of right now, we're a little behind because of just the way how things lagged with getting that grant in. So I actually have, once this kicks in, I'll have to be able to put out extra patrols once this starts. So it won't impact the staffing at Pasco because it's an overtime detail that we will be scheduling out. So it's going to do everything. And it'll run all the way until the end of September 30th.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing the quarter end report or whatever September 30th turns out to be. We really appreciate the work y'all do in keeping our community safe. I see no further lights, so Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4607, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support DUI overtime.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Now to the second one, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's general fund, allocating funding for increased overtime for the police department to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Aye.
I'm guessing it's the second. I mean, it can be both.
Second.
But,
I second that, yes.
Okay, so-
I wanted to say that.
well, you can have both if you just sit tight a second. We got. It's okay. We all are. It's a Monday. So Mr. Milne's got the motion. Ms. Barajas has the second. Do we have any discussion? If I know typically we don't do that, but since this is the second motion on the same topic, I just want to make sure we didn't need to cover anything. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously. That rolls us into item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. Moving along to item number 11, there's a single item, item A, that's new business. Designating voting delegates and alternate delegates for the Association of Washington City, or the AWC, annual meeting scheduled for June 26th, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like you're taking this.
Yep, good evening, Mayor, Council. So the AWC annual meeting will occur, as the Mayor mentioned, on the 26th, and that's kind of sandwiched into the Association of Washington Cities Conference, which is going to take place at Three Rivers between the 24th of June and the 27th of June. So the annual meeting itself, a little bit different than the meeting. Meeting, you just need to register and you're in there, but the annual meeting, you need to be actually designated by the council as delegates or alternates to be able to participate. Kind of a rough agenda is election of the board, AWC board of directors and officers. There'll be an update from the AWC Chief Executive Officer, update on 2025 legislative session, and then voting on amendments to AWC bylaws and AWC policy statement. So there's a lot of opportunities for council and other city officials to participate in this. Council needs, like I said, council needs to delegate. We need to report in advance who the alternates are to AWC, delegates and alternates are. And so tonight we're asking you to kind of flesh out that slate as to who you want. As far as I know right now, I think Councilmember Barajas and Councilmember Perales are registered. I'm not sure if other council members have registered in the last few days or not, or plan to register. You don't really necessarily have to be registered to show up to the annual meeting. You can attend online, or you can participate in it, I believe, in person as well. There's also a number of staff, registered staff are available to be alternates or delegates as well. So my recommendation is that you designate 3 delegates and a couple of alternates.
Sounds good, thank you. So before we get into the appointing or whatever we're doing, are any of the other council members not listed and intending on attending? I know Mr. Zabel, I've sent an email saying I might, but that's as far as I've committed. So I just want to make sure, okay. So my suggestion is, with that, unless there's a reason not to, we appoint those 3 council members as our delegates. So you're certainly committed, Ms. Blaisdell? Okay. So it sounds like you do have one action item after this, which will be to make sure she's registered. I mean, not you. You can delegate that downward, but for staff. So, I mean, I guess let's go ahead and take these 2 pieces, or 2 actions at once, or I mean, sorry, 2 separate actions. So the first one would be to appoint our 3 delegates. Would be Mr. Perales, Ms. Blaisdell, Ms. Barajas. Does anyone? I see your lights on, Ms. Barajas.
I have a follow-up question for Dave after we're done with this.
Okay. I guess with that, does anyone having discussion? Anyone oppose those 3 names as our delegates? I hear none, so can you go ahead and make a motion on that, Mr. Milne? This would be that first half of the motion.
Okay, I move to approve up to 3, Mr. Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas as the City of Pasco's voting delegates in the June 26th, 2025 Association of Washington Cities annual meeting held at 3 Rivers Convention Center, Kennewick, Washington.
Perfect. Got a motion? Can we get a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Ms. Barajas.
Question, Dave. Will the city of Pasco be participating in the parade of flags this year?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I needed to know.
With that, we still have the second action, which is to appoint our 3 alternates from that list. Now, Mr. Zabel, does this conflict with other sessions, or is this separate from the?
Yeah, the business meeting's separate from the
Okay,
session.
so it's not like if we pull, some of our executive staff out, you're missing something that's ultra critical.
Yeah, this is. Matter of fact, other attendees can sit outside of the delegate area, the non-voting area, and observe.
Okay. So, seeing the list has a handful of folks on the slate to my right. Let me start with this. Does anyone over there not want to do this? I mean, this is your out. This is not going to reflect on your performance. If you don't want to attend this and you'd rather sit outside, I don't know why you would, but air conditioning works there too. Okay, I guess if there's no one that doesn't want to do this, it seems to me it makes sense. Mr. Zabel, Ms. Sigdell, either Ms. Pichon, or since Director Miller's here and listed, maybe we could hand it to her. What are your all thoughts? We want Pichon or Miller, since Ms. Miller's here. And
Ms. Miller's here.
you cool with that, Ms. Miller? Okay. So we're going to go Zabel, Sigdell, and Miller. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Can you make that second half of the motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you. Yes, I am making a motion that we designate Zabel, Siddell, and Miller as substitute delegates in the case an approved delegate is unable to attend the AWC annual meeting.
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. I know it's a little bit of a split process, but we got it done. Miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Just one item I wanted to get on council's radar. June 17th, we have the Basic Law Enforcement Academy graduation at Hapo Center. That'll be at 10 a.m. As I said, June 17th. So,
can you make sure a calendar invite gets sent out for that? There probably is one already, but usually I look day of to make sure I'm not screwing things up. I'm just going to throw myself under the bus. Okay, anyone else have miscellaneous discussion? I see Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items. In my meeting today with Matt Truman, he was telling me that Paul Cook, who we approved back in August of last year, is still not approved by the city to be on the housing authority. We haven't sent over paperwork for him, approved paperwork, so he wanted me to bring that up, and I figured I'd bring that up in a miscellaneous. And then also I was going to request, can we get more information about this Verizon cell tower? Because I mean, it was essentially a complaint about it, and just I want to learn more about it, and I guess if there is a complaint process, and how does that go?
we could do that. Matter of fact, I was in the process earlier today of kind of putting together a note. Staff's been working on this to kind of get council up to speed, but short story is that as a local agency, much of your former authority, as of about 30 years ago, was preempted by the federal government having to do with telecom, the ability to regulate telecom within the public right of way. So you're very limited. Two, you did go through a franchise process. This was the U.S. Cellular. And, even in that franchise process, there's only so much the city could regulate. And frankly, it isn't a whole lot. So what you heard tonight, that example, and I plan on getting a hold of Browns as well, but and is with U.S. Cellular, but they're operating within their permit and they're operating within the franchise. That's the unfortunate part, and there's not much this council or prior councils could have done about it, at least not in the last few decades.
Okay, and then lastly, I know we've talked about fluoride a few times, and it seemed like perhaps we're going to get information. I was just wondering, engage interest from the council, if we can just bring forward a vote in the next couple weeks to just remove it from our water without getting a staff presentation and or hearing. So I think a lot of us feel that we should just take it out, and so that's what I wanted to gauge the interest of the council. Thank you.
So I'll speak to that before I get to you, Mr. Grimm. I'm certainly in favor of removing it, as insofar as I think my concern with jumping ahead of staff's presentation is if there's an indication of a high cost or a prohibitive issue of removing it, I'd want to be informed of that, or if there's some sort of process that would implicate other water quality issues, I guess. I don't know enough about it, but again, if staff's done the research and they say, hey, look, it's as simple as running it through a filter again and not going to cost us a bunch of OT and that sort of thing, I'd be okay with that. But I do think the presentation potentially could present those types of concerns or address them. Mr. Ferguson.
Just for the council, mayor and council's edification, I have not even looked at the legal ramifications of any of that. We've been obviously busy with school impact fees and vendors and all these other larger projects at council, as well as the packet items that we do have to do on a regular weekly basis. So we haven't even looked into the legal aspects of that yet. So just FYI.
Okay. So I think I'll just take my position. I don't necessarily need a formal presentation if staff's going to run it to the ground and give us the information. But that's my take. Anyone? Yeah, Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, I will just throw this out here because this is something that's come up before in the city back probably 8 years ago or so. I think we had maybe 2 different presentations about it, and it's a health issue, and there's 2 sides to it. I honestly don't think the cost or the procedural issues are that significant. We'll probably save $50,000 a year in chemicals, right? That's basically, and the water plant operator's job is probably going to be a little bit easier. I'm not sure what we'd have to do for, off the top of my head, and Director Sarah's not here, but in terms of modification of any kind of equipment, but I don't think it would be very extensive. But I think the thing I would just caution the council, what the city attorney said aside, is that there'll be a lot of interest in this. There was before, because there's people that are strong believers in fluoride for dental health, and there's strong believers opposed to fluoride, and you're probably going to want to give them a little bit of some runway to address you. And if my fear, and certainly council can do what they want, but my fear is if you just make a decision without inviting input from those groups, it could just come back and bite you, and they'll probably give you input anyway, for a while, and I don't think it does a whole lot of harm to let folks talk. So.
Okay. I guess with Mr. Grimm, is your light still on or newly on? Or both?
Well, it's both.
Let's address fluoride and then we'll go back to
I guess I'm good with what the rest. I was just kind of writing a note that yes, to the best of my recollection, it was just asking for staff to put together a resolution or whatever it it took to remove it. But with that, yes, if we were looking for, some information or whatever that might be helpful, my stance is probably with you, Mayor. If there was, some information they thought would be helpful in the process or whatever, I would definitely be amenable to that. And I think too, our legal, Mr. Ferguson, his advice is this was still planned for another month or so down the road. So yes, the fact that he hasn't gotten to it yet, I think there's some grace there. Totally understand. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barajas.
It's on that same issue. You're correct, Dave, on saying that it was about 8 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was former Councilman Bob Larson that had brought it up several times, and we had a full room full of people from the Department of Health and other citizens. So I think it's in our best interest to have that open conversation before we decide on anything concrete.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harpster.
A quick Google search indicates that Washington State Department of Health must be notified 90 days in advance of making a decision to start or stop fluoridation. And so, sort of to Mayor's comments, I'm certainly in favor of removing it. Several cities across the state have been doing that in the last couple of years. But even if we wanted to vote next week, I think we need to, I'm not an attorney, but it seems like notify the Department of Health, then 90 days later make a decision at a minimum. So just my 2 cents.
Sounds good, Mr. Milner.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm also for removing it. I've done quite a lot of research, I think, on this, and brought it up at a couple of retreats, but it didn't go anywhere. So it's good. At least we're gonna vote on it and see how it goes.
Are you looking for a presentation? Sorry.
Let's just do it the correct way. So what Mr. Ferguson recommends, I'll just let him decide and then go from there. But as long as it's going to come up for a vote this year, that's what my main concern is.
Okay. Ms. Blaisdell, you have anything?
I would like to go the proper channels.
Okay. Mr. Prowse?
Hey, I was just going to say, then can we direct the city staff to notice to the Department of Health, Washington State Department of Health, that we're looking to do this, and then as that plays out, we can get together information, have presentation, and then we can make a vote. Seems like prudent to me.
Go, Mr. Grimm, you went on.
I want to just get back to Mr. Brown at some point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I guess from my perspective, I'd like, in case there's something in that process and notice, I'd like Mr. Ferguson to advise us. That's my take. I feels like it's, if there's a process, if we're just going to unilaterally say we're going to start it, that's great, but I don't know that what it takes to bake it out. Now, if it can be elevated up the sheet, that's great. That's my take. Does anyone have any different opinion? So, I guess there's either consensus that we just push the notice out now, or there's consensus that we await legal review. So please help me here.
I would just add, I'll just add that, okay, that we have until, Mr. Ferguson has till July 1st to give us something. And that's a month, right? Say by July, we should have something, a review, kind of a plan or a process of what we would need to do. And I think that would be appropriate. So I
Sure.
guess that would be my ask.
Okay, that seems to make sense. If you're good with that, you
It's
can
on
bring
June.
us back.
Just so you know, it's in the queue for June.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that's
so
not
then
changed.
we'll anticipate something by July 1st regarding fluoride in the process. We good? All right, thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
My comment was going to be that if it's further along in the proposed agendas, so just follow that schedule. But if it's for July, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get back to Mr. Brown's comments, as even brought up by Councilmember Perales there. He did reach out to me personally, and I know he also reached out to Councilmember Barajas, and she probably has some thoughts on that too. But I share his concern. I mean, I think that's, kind of where we're at even with the fluoride thing here. There are some unknown health risks that have come to light because of 5G internet technology that, are concerning. And it is unfortunate that it sounds like, as our interim city manager said, that our hands are tied at government levels beyond the local level. But I really share Mr. Brown's frustration, and what might be in the right of way or an easement in his mind is in his yard and what he has maintained and mowed and all of that. So man, I really feel for his concerns, both in the intrusion into what he feels is his property where he's lived for a quarter of a century and maintained, but also the potential health risks with that. And so just kind of frustrated and feel for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Browse.
I just wanted to follow up on that. Yes, I've had several conversations. Thank you for passing along the contact. Mr. Marcel Browns lives very close to me, actually. We are in the same district. Did reach out to him, had a conversation in regards to his frustrations around the antenna that is literally going to be, well, the proposal is that it's going to be in his front yard on an easement, just 3 feet from the sidewalk, basically. So he is frustrated. I've been having conversations with him routinely. We are getting together again to have that conversation as far as next steps, what to do, who to reach out to. We have reached out. He has reached out to our staff, Dave, and I think there's a meeting set up for the conversation. But this is ongoing. This is something that not only he is affected, his neighbors, but I think it's something that affects a lot of individuals within our city. So on my end, I'm just meeting with him and having that conversation just to see what next steps we can take as far as much as we are allowed to. So yeah, just an update on that.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further lights, we're going to move along to item 13, executive session. None listed. That moves us on to item 14. It is 8:05 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting this Monday, January 23rd, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At special meetings, Council takes formal action on specific items, and then during workshops, which one will occur after the conclusion of our special meeting, we only discuss issues with no formal action taken. Agenda packets are available, as always, on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those present on that same table with the little blue agenda arrow. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Spectrum in both Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and all prior council meetings are available on the city's website. For any of those who want to submit their comments or ask questions, they can do so by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Public comment will be available after our executive session in this meeting, and then the same rules apply as with all prior workshops of the 2 minutes comment limitation. We'll get to that though in time. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas, I believe.
I believe she's absent and excused.
Thank you. Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
He is en route.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Same.
Okay, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. We have a couple of issues that we're going to discuss. The item is to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington, RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. Second item is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 subsection B. We've got these action items listed for 50 minutes. For the first 15 minutes, it's going to be council alone. At that point or shortly thereafter, we will bring in the city manager, the city attorney, and our consultant for the application, for the applicant qualifications. So with that, we're going to go back to our executive session. And Ms. Clerk will get you the time that our other two council members arrive. I can make sure that we get you the time. Okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could you oblige me for 2 minutes for the first 2 minutes of the session, just so I can make council aware of some things related to that?
Okay, so we'll bring the city attorney in for the first couple minutes and slide you out, and then we'll bring you right back.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we are going to executive session. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for this special meeting. It is 6:55. We're now out of executive session, which rolls us into the rest of our meeting. Give me 1 second. Oops. Okay. So this opens us to our public comments, limited to 3 minutes each. Does anyone have any public comments at this point? Going once? Going twice? We don't have anyone signed up to speak online, do we? Going a third time? All right, with that, we have no public comments. That moves us on to item 6, which is our unfinished business. We have 2 items. We have item A and item B. Item A is ordinance number 4777, budget amendment for upsize water program, or for upsize program water and irrigation. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor. And
Real quick, sorry, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an item that was discussed in prior 2 meetings, most recently last Monday. And it pertains to an ordinance amending the water and irrigation budgets to allow for a supplement to the irrigation upsize program allocation and the inclusion of an allocation in the water budget for the same type of program. As a reminder, the program works as development occurs. We want to ensure that underground infrastructure is built to the right size to serve the long-term needs of our system, and this contribution from this allocation would support that activity, preventing the need for upsizing later on and disturbances when that occurs. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm being brief, just understanding that it will be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Browse.
I'll keep it brief. I appreciate the information I was given over the weekend. I would say just for future reference, if we're going to be doing upsizing agreements like this, either out of budget or in budget cycle, just to have more information, have the information. We need to have the information so we can think about it, make the best decisions. And so that's all I'm going to say. I would like to see it maybe codified in some way, shape, or form, but those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4777, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's water and irrigation funds and declaring that an emergency exists and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, it passed unanimously. Go ahead and grab Mr. Harpster. Moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4619 and ordinance number 4778, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement to purchase parcel number 1153-50010 and amending the 2025 to 2026 capital projects budget. We got you, Deputy City Manager Sigdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. This is an approximately 3.9 acres of property that would be a future site for Harris Road overpass, Road 108 overpass. It's a project that has been in our plans, capital plans for a long time. A project that is supported by many traffic studies, essentially to connect the commercial area, the 2B commercial area with existing residential area, similar to Road 76 overpass. Overpasses are critical for our city given that we're bisected by a freeway and ensuring that there's not critical choke points in our interchanges, which are a lot more expensive and require a lot of coordination with WashDOT to build to begin with. We are extremely preliminary in the design of the overpass. The Road 76 overpass that we are working on for design that we recently received grant for, we're looking at about $2.5 million. So just to design an overpass costs significant amount of money. This project is listed in our transportation impact fee project list, so that's something that had recently passed. And there's a very small sliver given that this is an out-year project. And we are recommending at this time, from staff's perspective, that we buy the piece of property with this future overpass in mind. And given that we do not have a complete design and all of the contours of what that project will need and require in the future, as there's some interest there to develop this piece of land. As we've had discussions, if council desires to purchase a smaller piece of land, I would recommend that you vote down the motion that is currently there, and staff can restart the process in a different manner.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
I think it would be very wise of us to vote this down to do exactly what Ms. Sigdell just mentioned, look at acquiring a smaller piece. Staff said themselves in the staff report, we are extremely preliminary, and I think it would be foolish to spend almost $1.4 million on what may or could happen. My recommendation would be to staff that we purchase a much smaller portion, around 30,000 square feet or so. Looking at the preliminary designs, where we need approximately 10,000 square feet, so around 30,000 gives 3 times the space we need, which should allow flexibility for design as well as flexibility for eventual construction. And I'd also recommend that the seller, if still interested, be responsible for doing that. It shouldn't be up to the city or city staff to complete a short plat or some kind of parcel segregation. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4619, ratifying the purchase and sale agreement with Gage Properties LLC for purchase of parcel number 115350010.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I think this one, given we're already at 6 instead of 7, let's do a voice vote here.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
No.
Councilmember Harpster.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
And I'll go with yes, but it fails 4 to 2. However,
Yes,
you
that
wanna
is
count
correct. Thank you.
All right. With that, does staff need further? Mr. Zabel?
I was going to suggest, council, and I know there's an idea about how much we should negotiate with. I'm wondering if council be open to staff working with, doing a little bit of consulting engineering work to kind of take a look at what we might need out there and then come back to you with a more defined portion of that parcel, whether that's 30,000 square feet or 1 acre or whatever it might be. And make sure we have enough for the future, because we're trying to hit a target we don't know where it quite is yet on this one.
Yeah, I would, just speaking from my perspective, I would be very much in favor of that. Because to your point, Mr. Zabel, it could be 30,000 or more or less. And once we had some preliminary engineering done, I'd feel much more comfortable spending this amount of money on this kind of purchase. Because again, we're paying apartment dirt level rates, and we don't have an intention of building apartments there. And so, well, like my comments last week, I still understand we need that property, and I again appreciate the forward thinking. But if we did some preliminary engineering, then I could much more easily stomach apartment dirt pricing for that project. Thanks.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do, since we're a little bit over, is anyone oppose that approach? Okay. So hopefully that's enough head nods. Mr. Ferguson, I see you trying to zoom your light in here.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a new one or odd one. So essentially what's happened is the resolution that the emergency in the ordinance that was based on failed. And so it sounds like you're giving further direction to staff to proceed. So my recommendation on the next item would be for someone to make a motion to strike from the agenda so that you don't have to take action on the next item. That would be my recommendation, or you could actually bring it up and discuss it and then decide to vote or not vote. But I would caution you that a lot of the basis for the ordinance emergency was the resolution.
Okay. You catch that? Yeah, you want. I think if you can strike that, that'd be easiest, unless someone wants to discuss this. I think striking is the best bet.
Okay, I move to strike the ordinance number 4778, amending the 2025-2026 biennial capital project budget. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll sleep much better today.
All right. Hey, that's what we're here for. We'll get you a pillow next time. With that, that moves us along to item number 7, which is adjournment. We are adjourned. Communicates. Welcome to the City of Pasco City Council Workshop Meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025. We've already done our roll call, so we're going to go ahead and we don't need another roll call on this one, correct? That's what I thought. Let's roll into verbal reports from council members. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? I'll kick us off. Today I attended the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund Advisory Committee. We are actually transferring some of those funds over to Tridec to help smaller businesses and potential grant funds. I will say we've had some great successes throughout HAFE's run. The Port of Pasco is able to utilize some monies to purchase the ground for the Ryman Center. If you're not following along, that's pretty significant to the industrial development of the city of Pasco. Thanks to our partnership there with the port. And the city also has been a beneficiary of some of the monies that it's been able to use in leveraging for the land acquisition. Then the other thing that I attended was the, I think this was last week, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, attended the graduation ceremony. That was last week, right? Okay, thank you. Graduation ceremony from our Pasco Police Academy. There were, I believe, 32 officers. One of ours was graduated, Officer Rodriguez, I believe, right? Rivera, I apologize, sir. Very great meeting, Officer Rivera. His family was very supportive. It's always great to have folks in our community come and serve our community. So that's what I've got to report. What else did I do? Oh, yeah. Apparently, thanks, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, with Mayor Pro Tem, did the Breeza Heights, which is an apartment complex right off of Burns and 100, right next to that Sinclair, did an opening ribbon cutting. It's certainly beautiful property. They had some pretty cool amenities. They had stuff like a dog park, a splash pad, pickleball court, so pool, you know, some really good. They have this interesting trash service that could come right to your door. So I guess for anyone looking at apartments, that's one of the nice new facilities that we have. It's nice to see folks building here in Pasco. Anything else? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended with the Mayor Pro Tem the, make sure I get the name correct here, the Wheelhouse Events ribbons, ribbon cutting ceremony there, just in my district down there on the port and near the barge slip, and just kind of what the family has done there with the old restaurant and modernizing it, and It looks like the rates are pretty affordable for what's really a nice venue for people to rent out on the water. And so that was really good. And then also on Friday, I attended the BFCOG meeting, where really the only action item we had was a big one. It's approving the 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If you're not familiar with this process, there's an opportunity as we discuss these next 3 items, A, B, and C, for public input. There are up to two-minute conversations per side, either pro or against. And so there's a total aggregate of 8 minutes. You can't cede your time, but this is the opportunity. I'll call for public comments after we discuss it. So the first item, item A, is discontinue fluoridation and drinking water communications plan and timeline. City manager or interim city manager Zabel.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor and Council. So following up on the Council's discussion and direction that you provided at the June 16th meeting, and our need to maintain compliance with WAC 246, 290, 460. We put together a communications plan, which is an attachment to this agenda report. And that communication plan talks quite a bit about means and methods by which we might be able to get out there the message to the public. The council's considering the discontinuation of fluoride in drinking water. That decision to discontinue needs to be preceded by 90 days of notice to the public. So the communication plan talks a little bit about a number of different means: TV, radio, social media, mailers, use of our billing system. We can put a message on the bills, and I think we talked a little bit about this previously. There's also a kind of a classification, if you will, of system users that may not get a bill. You know, those folks that might be in a mobile home park or that may rent an apartment in an apartment complex where there's a master meter. So the manager of the apartment maybe gets a bill, but each of the residents don't. And so we need to think about how we might get that information that council is considering this. And so, as I mentioned, a couple things we probably need from council tonight is your comments or thoughts on the communications plan. If there's things in there you like or don't like. I think we're working backwards. We need probably an idea of council's goal. When do you want to be able to be at a decision point? And from there we can kind of build a schedule with that 90 days backwards in it. And time some, if council wants to have public hearings where the community, and suggested that again at your June 16th meeting, it might be more orderly if we kind of have specified times for folks rather than just whatever meeting they want to come to and take it over, because it's a pretty complicated topic, and it's probably would be difficult for a lot of folks to try to keep their comments within the 3 minutes of a regular city council meeting. So council could certainly limit comments to 3 minutes, but I know some folks and some presentations may take a little bit longer than that. So just looking basically for input from council on how you wish to proceed and what your scheduled date is or goal is in terms of wanting to be able to be at a decision point, and then whether or not you'd want to have some scheduled public meetings so we can kind of work those into a schedule working backwards from when you'd want to be able to make a final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Go ahead, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kick it off. Appreciate staff giving us all these, options we have and just going down them quickly, just kind of thinking out loud here. Recorded phone messages, I'm probably not too big of a fan for, just because how many people are actually listening to them. I think we probably all read our voicemails more than we listen anymore. Love the idea of emails, though. Advertising it on our social media channels through the city, I think, is also a great idea. I like the idea of an online survey, as long as we could, I guess, keep it to just residents of the city of Pasco, or we're going to get people from all over the nation. I'm not sure if we can qualify that, or prove in a way that that's where they're coming from, because this is really about our constituents. So that's the only reason I'd steer away from that. And then, public hearings. I think the public, wants to speak about this. I think, just as we've heard already, I think a couple of them would be a great idea. An advisory ballot, that's going to kick it down the road a ways. And as far as I know there's a large expense with that and everything too. And so, those are kind of my preliminary thoughts. If I go down here, I see staff, gave us some more exhaustive, kind of options for this, as far as make sure it's in English and Spanish, and just giving the public an opportunity to interact is, I guess, where I'm at, just for starters.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Councilmember Grimm initiated here right off the bat. My only concern was just, I hope the information we put out is more neutral in tone. After reading the staff report this week, I'm not sure who put it together. I kind of felt like the anti-fluoridation section seemed a little bit more hedged and qualified. I looked at words like phrases suggested, however, further research, while like the pro side seemed a lot more prominent. So I'm not sure who's reviewing this, but I don't want us to be accused of putting a narrative out there that's more bent towards the pro. I think I would be more in favor, if we're going to have this discussion and debate, for the information to be as neutral as possible, reviewed properly, so that we're not like we're putting our thumb on the scale. That would be my 2 cents. I think any social media platforms we use would be beneficial. Perhaps put it on some of the new billboard, the digital reader board signs we have, take the survey, things like that. I think that would be great. Perhaps put in the Tri-City Herald, but I think they only put out it twice a week, Wednesday and Sunday. So, a lot of people still get the Herald. So, I think that would be, I think they just put out an editorial this past week. So, I just think we got to do our due diligence in regards to outreach. And, again, so that'd be my 2 cents. But I think the wording needs to be more neutral. So.
Thank you. And I believe I saw a head shake on the Wednesday, Sunday publication. Yep. Double head shake. Great. Thank you for that confirmation. Mr. Harpster.
A few different comments. One, I appreciate the timeline that was provided in the staff report. I would be good with that. Would put us at a decision point somewhere around late September, early October. And to Mr. Grimm's point, I think we can, in my opinion, be that we scratch the recorded phone messages, and that looked to be one of the most expensive option. For the same reason, I don't listen to recorded messages, and there's, I think, more efficient ways to get the message out. As far as public hearings and stuff, one of my initial thoughts was I don't want to have additional separate meetings just for this item. We have public comment every single week, both workshop and regular scheduled meetings. And I hate to bring it up, but I know a couple years ago when council was discussing marijuana, that became such a hot topic that it almost distracted from the other business at hand. And so maybe look to Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Mayor Serrano's experience on whether that was a distraction or whether we should have separate meetings. If it does become such a huge distraction based on previous items they've got experience with, then I'd be open to maybe hosting some open houses or meetings specifically for public comments on fluoride and nothing else. But what I don't want is some of those meetings 2022-23 went till 11 p.m. at night, and 15 minutes of it was city business and the rest was just comments and discussion. And so I want to hear all that, but I'm not sure if a regularly scheduled meeting is the appropriate place or not.
So I'll respond to that, even though typically we don't do that, but you asked the input, so I feel it's okay. It definitely, the issue took over a lot of meetings, so I'm with you. I think this is going to be an issue that's hotly contested, and I think it's worth having workshops. We did that for a lot of the design work when we were kicking off various plans for parts of the city, like the downtown master plan. We hosted some public meetings. People had the opportunity. Obviously, there were more choices other than yes and no, so it wasn't just a binary decision, but people had the opportunity to kind of weigh in on some thoughts. So I'm with you. I think it would be worthwhile potentially having those types of meetings. I don't necessarily want to schedule a ton of these meetings where we conduct several items of business and have that overtake other workshop. Unless we have a really light agenda somewhere down the road, I'm fine kind of keying it in. Admittedly, I don't know how many I'm going to show up to of those public meetings, so it's just simply put, I'm going to inform our decision. We'll go how we go. So with that, I do think having, I can't remember what we call them, like not zone-based, but kind of district-based meetings, maybe one or two in different parts of the city makes sense. Just touching on everything else that's been said, I'm with it. The expense of the recorded phone messages, we could probably cover some of the OT that staff might need. If we were to host, something at the HAPO and something at one of the libraries in downtown. I think really that's the one thing that I see as an added service that we could probably scratch. That looks like the rest. Again, with the public hearings, I don't know that we necessarily need a public hearing. I think having meetings, again, community engagement meetings, I think are adequate. I guess technically the public hearing is a requirement if that's what that intends. I understand that's maybe a requirement for the code, and if that's the case, then I'm all for that. I don't have anything else to add. I see Mr. Grimm, you're letting.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No.
Go right.
I'm going to slide to Mr. Milley because
Yep.
he hasn't spoken on it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe, I know the marijuana issue is a big one, but that's kind of like a very hot topic. Fluoridation or not is, to a lot of people, really isn't that big of a deal, especially considering that the other two cities don't have fluoride in their water. So, I know the council kind of has, maybe we haven't all decided, but I think we should, have a meeting and maybe have, as the Mayor Serrano was talking about, we have two events or two open houses, in the city, see how much people actually turn out to that, see what we get, and just kind of try to move this along quickly and then go for the vote. I would, again, try to do it in 60 days or 90 days, whatever the staff thinks is appropriate. But to me, I don't want to have this stretched out, and I just don't think it's as big of a topic as marijuana, and I don't want to put too much time and resources of city staff into this. Want to hear everybody, definitely, but a lot of times when we have these open houses, it seems like we get 8 people or 10 people, and that's my 2 cents. Let's just see what emails we get, see what we get, try not to spend a ton of money on this, and then put it up for vote.
Thank you, Mr. Milley. Back to you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I just wanted to quote, or just to comment on the timeline too, that yes, I'm also for the timeline. I know the 90 days comes from the Department of Health and their statute or their regulations that they have governing this. And then, the only reason I kind of threw out the idea of the public hearings or something of that sort is so that, we have a lot of other important things we're also trying to do. And so those don't get in the way of every meeting or, bog down some of the other business that we're trying to accomplish at that point too. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be
Ms.
real
Sprouse.
quick. I think if I remember, I attended quite a few of the marijuana public hearings, and it was just essentially a mic, and I think staff just stood there, people came up and talked. So it could be beneficial, but I'm not married to it. If we can do it here, that's fine, but that's essentially all it is, just a platform. I think they hit record, and we just kind of heard both sides. So that'd be my 2 cents.
Thank you. And I'll make one last point and then back to you, Mr. Zabel. What I did hear that I do agree with is if we're going to do an online survey, and this is true about hosting in-person people, I think we'd need to make sure that we somehow capture the data of who's a resident and who's not. I recall with the marijuana issue, we had a lot of people that were from out of the city that, I mean, quite frankly, I don't care if you live in Yakima, you don't have an opinion on what happens in Pasco unless you're speeding or your car catches on fire and you need our emergency services, right? But when it comes to our day-to-day life, you don't have a vote here, and I equally don't have a vote to say what happens in Seattle, Yakima, pick any other jurisdiction. So if we're going to do it, we're going to need to make sure. And I mean, the tough part about either is someone could make up an address or whatever, but hopefully no one's going to that much trouble over fluoride. But that said, I do think having it culled down to people who are residents of the city who are going to be impacted would be helpful. Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, well, just on that issue, I think the first question of the proposed survey kind of gets at that, something along the lines of, do you or your dependents live, work, or attend school in Pasco? So, but the other comment I wanted to make about the recorded phone message, so that's the quickest way to get to all of our utility customers. So we could do it with the mailer or the bill, the message on the bill. But that's a four-week process if we hit it just right, because the bill is split into two, to where half the accounts go out 1 month and the next month the other half of the accounts go out. So depending on when we hit that, could impact when everybody has notice. So that was one of the reasons why the recorded phone message piece got out there, so we could get everybody that has a utility account notified at exactly the same time, or at least within a few days of each other.
Gotcha. I think, if that's our quickest way, I'm not hot on spending extra money, but it sounds like it's money worth spending. Anyone, Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, I would also not be opposed to that for the reasons our interim city manager stated, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone oppose it? All right. Sounds like you got a head nod on that option.
And I think we have sufficient direction on what council supports and what methods probably aren't necessary.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure our future city manager is going to enjoy walking into that one. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is overview of payment transaction fees. Deputy City Manager Sigdell. Sounds like it's on you.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. This is an introduction to the credit card fees, essentially online payments, I'm going to say, because it does include ACH, which would be a direct withdrawal from your payment or your bank accounts as well. Over the years, the primary area where we utilize online payments the most is our utility payments. You have significant amount of customers. The bill is on a monthly basis, and so every month there's 20,000 plus transactions happening, and so that's your biggest area where you're paying for services to provide online payments. We just in the utility side, we have about 25% of our transactions where we're withdrawing via ACH, and the rest of that, 75% about, are paid via credit cards. We have a payment processor called Paymentus. Their contract with us ends at in November of this year. And I remember when I first started with the city changing a payment processor, and it is quite a transition. And the reason for that is because it disrupts what some people just have a credit card in there, it charges every month, have their bank account in there, and then they are not really paying attention till they're in arrears. And so it is quite a bit of work to do transition of payment providers. However, recently I've heard that they've made that process much smoother, linking kind of transactions so that people do not have to make those changes again or set up their accounts again. We are, there's a lot that has changed since we picked the last payment provider. And one of which is that our utility billing system has changed. And also in the industry, what we're seeing is a software comes with its own payment provider, which didn't used to be always like this. They would be connecting with others and allow for, let's say, our Track It, which is our permitting system, to connect with Paymentus, which happens right now. But now there's a lot more exclusive access to the software. So we're seeing a lot of different softwares have different payment providers because of that reason. But the key impact, financial impact to the city, are really in two areas. One is the utilities, which we do provide online payments, and one is for permit fees, which we're looking to provide online payments. And as council remembers, as we were talking with our development community and asking them about how we can provide better customer service to them, online payments and online applications was on the top of the list. What is happening right now is either somebody's having to send a check, put it in the mail, wait some time, receive their permit, or somebody's having to come to the city hall. So that's a lot of labor, gas, to come all the way to the city hall for, if it's a really large permit, maybe that's worth it. But if it's a smaller permit, you might be spending a lot of time just on staff labor. So that was a big thing. We've been working on figuring out how we can utilize our current permitting system and integrate it with an online payment system. Our team has been working diligently, our IS, Information Services team, and our CED team, and we believe that we would be ready to roll it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. However, our current codes read as such that essentially does not really address how we handle credit card fees or any online payment processing fees, because a large part of our expenses have been in the utility realm, and there's advantages to incentivizing people to pay their utility bills online. Otherwise, you'd be dealing with, I don't know how many people have checks now, but let's say that, people had checks and they wrote it. It cost a lot to process that. So we want to incentivize people to pay online for such a routine, but a smaller amount as much as possible. On the permitting side, you have usually bigger checks and they're less frequent, so it's not a monthly bill. The model for how the cities handle this cost is all over. So it's really up to us on how we want to handle it. But there are cities that just absorb the cost. There's no limits to the permitting fees, how much they can pay with a credit card. There's ones where they have a limit. So if it's more than 5,000, let's say, then you have to send a check or do it via ACH. They pass on all of the cost. And council was also interested in knowing how much are we spending on payment processing fees. So overall, at this time, you're looking at about $530,000 annually. And as our accounts grow, as our transactions grow, that is without permit fees. So as your permit fees transaction, once you fold that in, that's going to get a lot bigger. Just talking about what exists right now, that $530,000, because large portion of that is utilities. Our utilities funds reimburse that cost to our general fund. And so our water, sewer, ambulance ratepayers are essentially paying for that service via the rates. For our permit fees, all of that would be general fund, and my estimate was around $160,000, I believe. That would be impact of absorbing all of the fees for what I will call non-utility payments, because there's really those two criteria, utilities and non-utilities. And that's really based on some of our prior year's transaction, assuming that 25% will pay via ACH and the rest will pay via credit cards. There's a lot of people who will pay via credit card, especially if it's a large transaction and there is no fee because they earn points on those credit cards. So there's a lot of variance on where we think it will go. The question in front of council that staff has is looking for your discussion and your guidance on how we want to handle the permit fees, the online payments for the permit fees. It will cost around 2.75% for transaction of the permit fee if it's a credit card, or I believe $1.1 per ACH transaction. That's a decision that we need to make and make changes to our code in the next month. And then we have another decision that we're proposing be down the line in November. If we choose to change our provider, there's an opportunity there if you want to change the model for passing on some of the costs for our utility customers as well. For example, if you chose to say if you draw it from your bank account and it's an ACH transaction, it's free. If you pay with credit card, then we pass on that cost. That's a model that exists. It doesn't save as much money as one might think, because what will happen is most people will then migrate to ACH, which is not free either, right? So it's a lot of transactions happening on a monthly basis, but it's a model that we can do. However, changing it now is going to be essentially a waste of time and a lot of confusion for our customers, because we're going to be working on that transition and then our contract will end, and it will get us in a spot where maybe we're stuck with this payment provider when we don't want to be, and there's other better options. So at this time, we're looking for two things. One is, how would you like to handle the permit fees? And the other one is, are you okay with us not discussing the utilities, changing the utility online payment fees at this time, and we bring that back to you sometime in October?
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for bringing this back to us. I just, in almost a year in review here in June, and I just think about really all the council goals and agendas that you have worked on and brought to us through permitting, and, you know, even before we were blessed with Miss Miller down there at the end, and, you know, all your hardworking community and economic development, just with our mobile trucks and just so many other things that you brought before us. I just really appreciate it. And this is one just really I wanted to see just for the savings to the ratepayers and the taxpayers. And so I do have one question, and then I'm happy to share how I feel about this too. For the non-utility payments, you said number 3, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees with an estimated annual impact of $7,000. Is that just the savings, or is that what we would be passing on? I guess I wasn't sure how to read that.
That would be what it would cost us. So
Okay.
I counted transactions of, you know, how many permit transactions did we have last year? And there was about 7,000, a little bit less, but I extrapolated it for maybe a little bit more in the future. And if we absorb that ACH fee, it would cost the city about 7,000. So we're essentially incentivizing online payment by taking on the ACH fee. There's also a psychological element to it, which is you're taking it out of my bank account. Why are you charging me this? I mean, there's people who feel like that. And so taking that away might be a policy decision for council to consider. But it would cost, to allow for our customers to not pay for ACH fee, it would cost the city $7,000.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up question before I really chime in here. As far as the fees and everything for the non-utility customers, do we ever have an issue with bounce checks is there, and I'm not talking the ratepayers for utility payments, but the non-utility payments. And the reason I just ask is I know there's services out there that will run a check as like a debit card that costs about $1 a unit. And I was just wondering if we do get a lot of bounce checks, if we've considered that option also.
We've not, of course, we received some, but not in a volume that has been challenging to address at this time.
Okay. So I think just kind of where I'm at on this is, of course, we don't want staff to have to start digging through wrestling checks out of envelopes and preparing deposit slips. That's not the idea of this at all. I guess I'm just going to throw mine out there. First of all, I think you're totally right. If we're switching this up in November, we shouldn't, there's absolutely no reason, at least in my mind, that we should be doing, this should be, done all at the same time and everything. But I think that the ratepayers should not have to pay more. We're basically just pulling two cards out of our pocket. One is our debit card, one is our credit card, and I get it. One's actually a checking account and a routing number. So I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, but passing on the credit card fees for, like you said, to incentivize people to still pay online, because that is a huge labor push to open up, fill out deposit slips and all that, but yet would save $250,000 on the bottom line. I don't think it's the responsibility of the ratepayers and the taxpayers of the city of Pasco to allow people to get more miles for their credit card and everything. I don't think that's our business at all, and it's for that same reason for the non-utility payments that I believe we should also pass on the credit card fees. But I guess I'm amicable. I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, because again, as you stated, it makes people say, hey, you know what, I'm going to pay to use my checking account. So I would, my position is to take the same position on both. Absorb the ACH fees, pass on the credit card fees, and yes, as you also recommended, wait till November for all of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
No, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. That was the same sentiment that I shared in my notes. Can you give an example of permit fees, I guess, for non-utility with a 2.75 pass on?
It would be any building permit fee, plan check fees, anything that is related to development.
Okay, so like $100,000.
It could, it could be. It includes school impact fees. It includes.
Okay.
So it can get up there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say ditto to Mr. Grimm's lengthy comments.
Mr. Milne.
Same here. I thought it was well put, so I would, as a business owner, I'd also agree with Councilman Grimm.
I guess I'm somewhat off here because I think all fees should be consumed by the consumer. So, Mr. Ferguson.
Well, to that point, I haven't had a chance to fully dig into this, but one of the concerns that we would have to analyze is making sure there wouldn't be a gifting issue related to a specific ratepayer. So that'd be something we'd have to analyze, but that's the first time looking at it.
Yeah.
I was just going to add, I know like when we pay our property tax bill, it's the same thing, I think Josie Kelser charges us $1. It's $1 flat fee if we do an ACH versus like the 2.75 or 3%. So I would assume it would fall under the same statute. And I know there's other municipalities and counties that do the same. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my only comment. I'm fine with pushing this down till October, November, whatever it takes. But again, I recommend allowing the user to decide to either come in here and pay the same price in gas as their ACH fees, or, I run a nonprofit. We have the option for them to either eat their fees or I eat it. I'm pretty sure you don't even have that option. And I'm pretty sure you don't either, and you don't either, and you don't either. And technically, I don't know that you ever take payment, Mr. Prowse, but for all of those. Yeah, for all those who have some sort of point of sale type service, our customers eat that cost, and we eat the cost, yeah. And I think in this case, I struggle to have the ratepayers being the ones that eat the cost.
So, Mayor, if I'm hearing this right, are you all okay with bringing a change to our code for at least the non-utility payments, so we can roll out the online payments for the permit fees, which you should be seeing in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I'm seeing enough head nods that would be the case, and then in October we can address how we want to deal with the utility payments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Ms. Sigdahl? We good? Okay. With no further comments on that, we're going to move on to item C, which is a resolution acceptance. Oh, yeah. I apologize. I have totally failed to invite the public to comment on items A and B. Do we have any public comment on item A, the drinking water fluoride issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay. Back to public comment on this one. Do we have any public comment on item B, this payment issue that we just discussed? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, which is resolution acceptance of work for MLB required improvement at Giza Stadium dugout bench additions. This is phase 1B. This is coming from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is the acceptance of work completed as one of the several phases of improvements that are happening at the Giza Stadium. And we have a location of the project. That's where the Giza Stadium is located. Next slide, please. This work was completed by CMR General Contractors, and we're going to see pictures of the before and after of the dugout bench additions. Also, if you came to our CIP open house at Giza Stadium, you may have gotten an opportunity to tour the facility. Next slide. And you're seeing, so pictures were before in the previous, this is in progress. You're seeing the work happening, the construction of those benches. Next slide, resurfacing of those areas. And then the final product all finished and ready to be used, already being used in this season. Next slide, please. And finally, an overview of the contract, which was a bid award for $45,481. No change orders for this project, and was completed within that construction cost, and it was slightly below the range provided by the design architect. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussions on this issue? Seeing none, I anticipate we'll see it. I do have one question, not related to this specific. Last week we rejected a bid related to the stadium. Has there been further conversation with the Dust Devils folks, and can you share any update on that?
Yes, there was. Thank you for that question. There's been further conversation. There was a meeting that happened late last week, and there is a path forward with a proposed revised bid package that provides alternatives, in part based on the feedback or what was the driver for the higher price from the one contractor that bid. So we had some insight on what were the things that were rising the price. So we look at alternatives, and we're generating a set of alternatives that will go in the revised bid package. The plan is to be advertised in the next 2 weeks and have a bid opening 2 weeks after the advertisement, so that it can be quickly brought back for award and construction can happen. Now, we have also identified that the time of construction was a constraint that was also increasing price substantially, much more than had been anticipated. So there is some flexibility there to allow for the additional days in the contract that would allow for a more aligned cost with what is in the budget for the project.
Thank you for that update. Really appreciate that. With nothing further, do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. That moves us along to item number 6, which is our miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Council, we have got some input from the community about 4th of July holiday coming up and fire, and I asked the chiefs if they wouldn't mind coming up and just sharing their thoughts and some of their preparations on what we can expect from the two departments, how they're going to be working together over the holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel, Mayor, council members. The police department is gearing up, ramping up. Plans are in place for an active July 4th and the weekend or the days before and after that. This isn't anything new to us. We gear up for it. All hands are on deck that day. We have resources for the parade in the morning, for the event at the Gisa Stadium, as well as the river activities and the rest of the events that will occur across our community to celebrate the holiday. It is an active time for us. We see a significant increase in just calls for service, aside from the obvious fireworks calls that we do get that come in on that day. So traffic control and the preparation for that is taxing on our resources. So we are prepared. We're in a good position. We have good resources and good plans in place, and I feel comfortable about our approach this year to keeping the community safe. As far as fireworks and the enforcement of fireworks, that will be focused on those with the most dangerous fireworks activity, where people or property are in danger. And then, of course, those violations that occur where our officers can observe them and issue tickets and seize fireworks, we will be doing that as well. So we work closely with the fire department in their preparations, and I think we're ready for a safe 4th.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And like Chief Roski was saying, we are working together on this. So from a fire standpoint, what we're doing is we're upstaffing. So we have a couple extra brush trucks on hand that we'll have throughout the city. Our deputy chiefs will be splitting the city into 2 to help monitor activity. We also have a regional plan, so that's with all the other fire agencies, the 3 cities and the counties. We went through some specific dispatch protocols and how to dispatch more appropriately. So we really feel comfortable, and we feel very confident that we have the cities secured and safe as much as we can. So we feel very good with this 4th of July. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I got one. I mean, if there's people, so are we looking to cite people if they are doing, if they're using dangerous and fireworks that aren't allowed in the city? Because I'm glad I moved out of Linda La Vista, because it was really bad the last couple of years. Ever since previous council opened it back up, it was nice to kind of get it out there again and see how people would, act. But I honestly, at this point, from a lot of people that I've talked with and my own personal experience, I almost feel like we need, if not an outright ban, I don't know, I think in more enforcement. People out there getting tickets and then setting the tone. Because I'd hate to just take it all away, but with wildfire season and all this stuff, you guys are already taxed to the limits with your resources. Something has to give, and so that would be my only thing. I hope we're actually writing tickets if people are actually, and we have evidence of them breaking the law.
Yeah, so our posture won't change from years past. Those violations that we can write tickets to, that we can catch, but just like as in years past, the focus will be on those fireworks or those issues that are most dangerous. We aren't seeing an increase in fires during the 4th or people being injured by fireworks. So our focus will be on those things to make sure that doesn't occur. But yeah, as you'd mentioned, our resources are tasked and maxed on that day. Simple to say more enforcement, but you only have so many resources, and the obligations are there. We have to be in a ready posture as well. That's not uncommon for that weekend to present violence to us as well. So we need to be in a position to pivot to address violent action and calls for service that occur.
Thank you.
Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, as you know, Mr. Roski, I've done quite a lot of police ride-alongs on the 4th of July. I do love it. I'm going to do one again this year. I will say that it was phenomenally hard to catch people. I mean, I'd be riding with Pasco, we'd see the stuff going off. We'd turn the corner, he'd fly down the road, hit the corner, and they were gone. I mean, you see seats, the chairs, drinks on the sidewalk, everybody's gone. I was shocked on how many people could run that fast or get away that quick. I mean, it happened over and over and over again that whole night. So I guess my question to you would be, and I realize it would be difficult to have like unmanned cars or not unmanned cars, but unmarked cars. But is there anything? Because I mean, again, it seems like people have a sense when a cruiser's coming down the road, and they're assuming that's Pasco PD. And by the time you hit the lights again, we never caught one person the whole night, and it was again quite a shock that people are watching, or they're really, when they're doing the legal stuff, they're really very vigilant of, they know it's wrong, they're doing it anyway, and then they scatter. So
And we will have unmarked vehicles out, unmarked resources as well. However, they aren't just focused on people committing fireworks violations. There's drunk drivers, there's activity, other things going on that are, we put in a priority response that the most dangerous to the public, drunk drivers, etc., we will be responding to first. But those undercover vehicles and those undercover officers will and have same posture as in years past. We do catch people with those undercover approaches and stuff. But you're right, it is difficult. And then the time that we have to put those resources in, do we need to be putting those at traffic control, monitoring the Giza Stadium, the riverfront? We still have a downtown corridor and a whole city that is celebrating in a lot of different ways. So again, directing our resources, we have them all, everybody's in service that night, everybody is working those days. Both of our lieutenants will be out. It's a busy time for us.
Okay, well, thank you. I do remember last year when I was riding, the only person we caught was a guy that was shooting his 9mm into the ground, and the amount of police that had to attend that, get the interviews, and then arrest the guys. I mean, it took like a couple hours to do everything. So obviously that was 4 vehicles that couldn't be patrolling neighborhoods. So I'm just saying, I do realize there's people that are drinking, doing crazy stuff, but a lot of times that's what causes all the police attention, and then people get upset that there's nobody when the guys are shooting off the fireworks. So it was really interesting to actually ride along with you guys, see what is the priority. Obviously, a guy with a gun is a huge priority versus the kids shooting off the legal stuff. So I do want to commend the Pasco Police Department, and just say there's a lot more different circumstances why you can only attend so much when you get alcohol and fireworks and guns and all that kind of stuff out there. So again, just thank you, and just letting you know it's a lot more complicated than I thought it was.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to tell both the chiefs thank you. Chief Roski, you used the term taxing on your crew, and I know this is kind of a big push for them, that weekend for both of your crews. And so just wanted to say appreciate the service of all of your teams, and thank you. And hopefully they're all able to get some rest at the end of the day. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rice.
I just want to take the opportunity to promote our Grand Old Fourth celebration, which will be out at the Giza Stadium this year, and encourage those that are using fireworks at home to maybe come out and attend our celebration. This year we've partnered up with Giza Stadium to expand our event, which will include a battle of the bands. 4 local bands will be battling it out. So instead of our normal start time, we'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. Concessions will be open this year at 7, and then the battle of the bands starting at 7:30. Every half an hour until the fireworks start. And then also just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Edison Valario at State Farm and Renewal by Anderson Windows. So please come on out and join us on the 4th for that at Giza Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything else?
Just one other thing, of course, this is a double plug, AWC this week, and then part of that is there's a transportation committee, legislative committee tour of some public works projects across the Tri-Cities, including in Pasco. So they're going to take a look at I-182 Broadmoor interchange improvements and the Court Street roundabout, some things like that. And they'll be leaving from Three Rivers Convention Center. So I think that's on Wednesday, is that right? Tomorrow. There we go, tomorrow. And Director Sarah will be representing the city on that, talking about those projects with the legislators. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I did brief the mayor and city manager Zabel that I would be bringing this up tonight. It was a piece of legislation during the this past legislative session in regards to public safety funding and different tools. And so essentially HB 2015 passed, and now it allows cities to adopt a 0.1% sales tax increase, which would be dedicated to police, safety, fire, EMS, and justice services. And so I wanted to gauge the interest of this, of our council here. If this is something we can task our staff to look into. It's a two-for type of piece of legislation. We also have to be eligible for the grant funding and what have you, but I think this is a good opportunity. I know we've talked about dedicated traffic units, expanding our fire departments as we grow. I think this is a tool in our tool belt, and I think we should use it respectfully and carefully, but the sales tax is, in my opinion, is more equitable, even though it is regressive to people who don't have a lot of disposable income. However, they all use the same services that we're talking about. So I would just like for us to kind of be proactive and look to perhaps getting staff involved and start kind of workshopping this for us.
So I know you're asking for kind of some head nods. I'm open to looking into this, or excuse me, having staff look into it. I don't know. I think my comment to you earlier was I don't know what our timing is as far as where it falls in our list of honeydews and hot sheet lists, but I think it is something worth looking into if there's an opportunity for helping our budget out, which is tight, especially in some of these areas. So I support it, Mr. Milne.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, as a business owner, the more you increase taxes, then people go to other cities that are less across the river. So, again, I'm all for fire, all for police department, 100%. Obviously, once it adds to the sales tax, it never goes away. It'll always be there. Again, you can have a look, but again, unless there was something dramatic, I would be a no. Again, it's so difficult when things cost cheaper on the other side of the river than in Pasco, and we already have difficulty of sometimes getting people even into Pasco to buy from our stores. So I don't think we need to have less revenue. I know it's just 0.01%, but again, it all does add up, especially when you're talking a table saw or a drill press and people go to Amazon and get stuff. And so I'm just saying it's very challenging for a business owner and a councilman to say, hey, let's keep taxing when we are the highest out of the three cities. And that's my 2 cents. And you guys can do what you want, but I would probably be voting against a sales tax increase, considering that we've already increased the sales tax for the aquatic center and the other issues. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I appreciate that, and again, I think at this point, unless I misunderstood, the goal is to look behind the curtain, get some analysis, and determine whether or not it's even viable or helpful. Let's go to you, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would be in favor of Mr. Prowse's request to just get some more information and learn more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't be opposed to getting more information, but for the same reasons the Mayor Pro Tem listed, I would likely be a no as far as anything added to the sales tax or the property tax is pretty much with us forever, and I don't think that's the best direction to go, even though I'm very pro-police and pro-fire. Thank you. And also one last comment. We did not vote for the aquatic center. That was by vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like you at least have enough interest in gauging that. Maybe just look at the hot sheet, get us a generalized timeline, and then kind of figure out what that analysis looks like, maybe what revenue it could bring in, ensure that we have needs based on what it can benefit, that sort of thing. Mr. Zabel?
We can give you probably a high level at the June 30 budget workshop.
Okay. I wasn't going to commit you to that, but sure, I'll take it.
Okay, and then one more item, and it's in regards to noise ordinance reform. I get a lot of emails from individuals in the community, in my district, outside my district, and according to the MRSC, I kind of did some digging on this. Our code's pretty outdated, and it's really hard to enforce, even according to them. They gave me kind of insights into like Camden, Bellevue, and they use a public disturbance noise standard, which doesn't involve a decibel meter. I think it's time to look at, I know we've talked about this a lot, looking at our codes and updating them. I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. I had a resident send me a video of someone just nonstop right next to their home in a residential neighborhood, it was a good fight, like a minute video, and it was just bang, 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 like with power tools and stuff, which is great. And there's some other issues with that, but no one should have to live next to noise ordinances or noise issues like this. And I feel like I get a lot of them through my emails, and so I want to do my best to address every issue that comes through my email or through a phone call. And so I'm just requesting hopefully a review of our codes and perhaps draft something more in line that has some teeth, that can give our law enforcement the ability to start, citing people for noise complaints and issues. So that was it.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts. As I emailed you earlier, I think that's something that's kind of for me is down the line, especially like weighting some of the issues that we have. I'm open to looking at some of these issues in our code. I have no desire to do so now, given that we'd have to shuffle some. I mean, especially if it was checking into the sales tax increase versus that, my interest would be more leaning towards making sure our budget's as flush as possible. So, from a perspective of asking for assistance or head nod, I'd say sure down the line, but not now. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say basically the same thing. Definitely something I'd like to take a look at in the future. But I think we got quite the workload at this time. And I don't remember what the item was, but sometime recent I mentioned that the noise ordinance part of our code mentions jukeboxes and cassette tapes and things like that. So it probably is due for an update. So is much of our code. So something to probably add to the list, but not to try to get done in the next 6 months or so, in my opinion.
Does anyone have a higher priority? Okay. I think just sit and wait and put it in the shuffle and the iPod shuffle, that is, because that's probably in our noise ordinance too, if it was updated in 2006. But just put it in the queue as something down the line, or just where we go. I do have one item. Sadly, I got this information from a friend in Tacoma. Not from Washington State Department of Transportation. They're going to be here tomorrow night. In case anyone was wondering, they're going to be talking about the Snake River dams at the Pasco Library, the one on 1320 Hopkins Street, from 5 to 8 p.m. Pretty frankly, I'm disappointed that that's how I learned about it, that they didn't communicate to the city. Apparently, they're doing these presentations in Colfax, Pullman, and Clarkston. And tomorrow night, Pasco's open house is at the Mid-Columbia's Libraries branch at 1320 West Hawkins, 5 to 8. I know I've got a jam-packed evening, but I'm going to try and shove a few minutes in there to just say I'm the mayor and I still oppose this. Hopefully council members can slide in for a couple minutes. I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know what their structure is of the meetings. Apparently there's one that just finished in Colfax, so hopefully we can get some staff there. At least to hear. I mean, I hate to throw more on the plate and not needing to stay for all 3 hours, and hopefully some of us can show up. But so the WashDOT's talking about the Snake River dams tomorrow, 1320 West Hopkins Street, 5 to 8 p.m. for anyone interested. Seeing no further lights, that leads us to our favorite part of the evening. It is 8:08 p.m. and we are. Oh wait, sorry, just kidding. Executive session. There's none listed. I don't hear a need for a second one. All right. With that, it's still 8:08, and we are now on to item number 8, which is adjournment. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council. We're good? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, if I could get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Here.
Grimm,
Here.
Perales,
Here.
Milne,
I'm here.
and Harpster and Serrano are excused. 5 council members present, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, that moves us on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So we have A, which is approval of meeting minutes for June 9th, 16th, 23rd, and June 30th. We have bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $8,419,368.36. Resolution number 4620, acceptance of work of MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium, dugout bench additions, Phase 1B. We got Code Enforcement Board reappointments of Dwayne Spear and Daniel Galetchuk. I got E, which is HAPO Center Advisory Board reappointment of Jennifer Kolinsky. We got F, Historic Preservation Commission appointment of Jay Hender and reappointment of Divy Tate. We got G, Pasco Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County Board of Commissioners reappointment of Paul Cook. We got H, which is Park and Recreation Advisory Board reappointments of John Morgan and Mark Middleton. We got I, Pasco Public Facilities District Board reappointment of Spencer Gillek. We got J, Planning Commission appointments of Rob Waits and Austin Crawford and reappointment of Dana Crutchfield. With that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We got a motion by Perales and a second by Blaisdell. If we could get roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Barajas,
Yes.
and Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So move on to number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing anything. Which leads us to number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to the scheduled public hearing. These items is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed at staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes by the mayor, and there's a clock up there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we want to do the ones online first?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like Lori Thompson is online, and then we do have a call-in, but it's a phone number, so I don't have their name. But you do have 3 that had signed up for tonight.
Okay, so let's start off with, you said Lori Thompson was the first one? So let's start off with her first.
Lori, it looks like you should be able to unmute yourself on your side. Okay, Lori, how about now? Can you try your unmute button? Mayor Pro Tem, what I can do is take the contact information and try and contact them offline and see what's going on.
Okay. Was there anybody else then that's...
There is a call-in number with a 541 area code as well.
But no name?
No name.
All right. Well, with that, while we're maybe trying to work through this stuff, why don't we have people from the audience? If you'd like to go first. There's a little button there. Yep, now it's on.
Good evening. My name is Amber Wade. In the jungle of Newell, on a warm sunny day, an elephant bathed as he splashed on his way. The water was lovely, the breeze just blew just right, when a small voice called out, soft but full of fright. He paused and he listened. Now what could that be? Then he spotted a speck floating wild and free. He caught it with a care in the curve of his trunk and said, there is life here, as sure as I thunk. A person, he said, on that speck do you live? You're smaller than small, but so sensitive. He placed the speck gently on top of a bloom and promised to guard them through worry and gloom. But the others just scoffed, there's no one in there. That speck is just dust floating through the air. Still, Horton stood firm. There are people, I swear, and someone must speak even when it's not fair. A vulture swooped in and snatched up the flower, then dropped it deep in a field full of clover. But Horton kept looking. He never gave in. He picked every clover again and again. Until, yes, he found it, and loud came the plea, we are here on clover 5003. Still others around him refused to believe. Make noise, Horton cried. Don't give in, don't grieve. The who's banged their kettles, blew trumpets and all. But it wasn't enough. No one heard the call. Then one little who gave a yawp from the back, and that single sound picked up the slack. The jungle fell still, the others leaned in, and last they believed what came from within. They turned to the elephant, noble and tall, who simply said, a person's a person, no matter how small. But Whoville's not fiction. It lives here today in a small park in Pasco, not so far away. For 2 years we've shouted, the pressure is low, but they shrugged it off. They just told us no. They said it's your pipes, it's not on our side. They turned from the problem, they ran, they denied. But still we kept speaking, though tiny and few. And we weren't alone because someone heard too. We needed your help, we needed you all, and you who believed us when no one else would. You lifted our voices, you did what you could because of your listening, because you stood near. The ones who denied us have started to hear. The pressure's not fixed, but the silence is cracked. And we know we were heard because you had our back. So thank you for hearing what others let fall. For proving that voices don't need to be tall. We couldn't be loud without help from you all. Because a person's a person, no matter how small.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else from the audience that would like to speak?
Are you doing your phone thing?
I think we're going to come back to that at the end. We'll see if maybe we get that figured out. But so, Mrs. Maloney.
Is this on?
Yeah, it's still on.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Recently, a longtime Pasco resident stated to Pasco City Council, quote, Pasco is cramming everybody in like sardines in these new subdivisions, and Pasco is building a slum. Council needs to tell its staff on the left what to do instead of the staff telling council what to do. End of the comment. Pasco caters to the developers and to the chosen few and not to the citizens of Pasco. Basically, it's a money grab, a feeding frenzy. With Pasco's CIP budget well over $500 million, how much are we paying the taxpayers? How much are we paying the Kerr Law Group with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and his proxies? How much are we paying GMP Consultants with Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel as its senior consultant? Give a total amount paid out to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or Watkins Endeavor LLC at a rate of approximately $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Provide a total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center's Wow Factor wave machine, costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. List the funds scheduled for a low-barrier homeless shelter for people. List funds scheduled for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Include all fecal matter testing reports regarding our floodplain water supply. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See my comments and requests to Pasco and Council on 6/2/25 and more regarding animal control and or TCAS, theft, animal cruelty, the WSU research contract, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process, racial discrimination, and more. See my files. Provide all federal and state investigations currently underway for the city of Pasco regarding fraud, corruption, and more. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody else in the audience that would that's here that would like to tell us what they think? Not seeing any. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Staff, do we know if we were able to get any of the people back online?
I think there was a technical issue and she's outside connecting with them on the phone to see if we can resolve the technical issue.
Okay, so let's start off with Celeste. If you could, you had 3 minutes and tell us what's on your mind.
I don't have anything to say at this moment.
Okay, there's nothing because we can't hear you, so. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have nothing to say right now.
Okay, well,
So Mayor Pro Tem, we are having some technical difficulties. Lori is on my phone, so I was going to try her through speaker. If it doesn't work, we've talked about it, but I'm going to unmute my phone, get her to the mic.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, Lori, go ahead and let's see if we can make this work.
Thank you. Are you folks able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Lori Thompson. I'm a resident of West Pasco, and my attendance tonight is primarily concerning the fireworks situation that we have here in town every 4th of July in particular. There are other dates, but primarily around the 4th of July, and not just the little fireworks that the children play with. I'm talking about the illegal M80 mortars and all year. And for what? But this is unlivable. What goes on over here in West Pasco in particular. I know that the entire Tri-Cities has big problems with it, but we need to figure out a solution so that we can all enjoy the 4th instead of being in fear that the house is going to burn down, the window's going to break, someone's going to get injured, they can't go outside. I actually last year had one of those bottle rockets land right on my feet, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house. So that's my quest, is that we need to address the use of the illegal fireworks in Pasco particularly.
All right, well, thank you for
And
that.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the call in. I know we've got quite a lot of emails as well as far as council members. And in my verbal report, I will mention what I saw when I was out on a police ride along on 4th of July. But I think that's all we have online, correct? So let's move on. And again, we could hear from everybody what they did. So let's start off with members of the council for the verbal reports. This is 7A. Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I'm going to take it back. Last weekend, I attended the Pasco Police Foundation fundraiser, and it was, I don't know how successful it was, but it seemed pretty successful in the silent auction and their live auction. Was very enjoyable. It's probably one of my favorite events to go to that we've had this last year. And then I also did the parade, which it was kind of overcast, but it seemed like the streets were pretty filled from beginning to end. All the kids were enjoying the candy that was being thrown, and then the dancing in the middle of the street before the parade. And then I also did the car show, judging the car show, which I picked a 1965 Impala as mayor choice. And then I finished the night off with, right along with the Pasco Police Department. And I will say that we had a lot of interaction with the fire department, and it was non-stop. I did 4 hours. I started at 8 o'clock and ended at midnight, and it was one thing after the other. And I will say this, they couldn't keep up, police or fire, so they were pretty overwhelmed. But everywhere we went, they were doing the best that they could to get on to the next call and get the solution handled. So I want to say thank you to police and fire for all of your hard work this weekend, probably since before the 4th, and it's probably still continuing. So kudos to our teams for really working hard, and I was gonna say something kind of inappropriate, but they really kicked butt this weekend. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. Are you gonna chime in as well, or?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I also attended the Grand Old 4th of July parade and some of the festivities. It was my daughter's birthday, so some things are a little bit more important. But the parade, as usual, and the festivities, flawless. Thank you to staff, and your staff is very courteous, professional. It just seems like it gets better every year, and it was enjoyment to myself, and my family. So thank you to you and your staff, Mr. Rex. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any of the lights, so I'll comment on it. Did start off with the 4th of July parade. I do appreciate Morales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, and I know Barajas went with the Mustang Club, so I do appreciate the involvement by council members. I did see Councilman Harpster, but so I was glad that he was at least there. And then in the evening, it was a pleasure to give the speech since Mayor Serrano was out of town. And I will want to thank staff. I assume it was Nicole for writing a great speech. I did enjoy it. And I did say on the parade, I do also want to echo Paralysis that we are blessed with great weather. I thought a good turnout overall, and I was lucky enough that my wife Nicole and grandchild were in the car with me, and we were able to wave at everybody and have a good time. And then after my speech at Giza Stadium, I did a ride along with John DeLiego, or it was a D'Aquila. Yes, sorry about that. I can't read my own handwriting. And we were out till well after 1:30. And I know for myself, I was hoping we'd give more tickets, but it seemed like we were overwhelmed with intoxication, disturbances where people were drunk. I mean, again, it just seemed like, and I guess Washington state law requires you have so many officers for some of these events. They said, like we pulled over a car that was not run with light, or it had problems with the car, and when there's 5 people in the car, you had to have extra officers. So the problem is we would see these fireworks going off. We're trying to get there, but other things, whether it was a car accidents, public intoxication, people tearing out of parking lots, people running without lights on. I mean, it was just one thing after another, and those were priority. But I will say, all the officers we talked to, we did try to keep going back, trying to find people that were shooting off illegal fireworks. A lot of times it was already done, or and we did go off and talk to them, and we must have hit 6-7 houses. Definitely wanted to do more, but it was definitely frustrating when you get that many calls. You only have so many officers, and everybody's trying their best. And it did kind of seem like people were in competition with Giza Stadium. I was actually kind of shocked. The other fireworks that were going around, as a council, we do talk about these things. I think we're all wanting the best for the city of Pasco. We are wanting police force to clamp down on all this. And maybe that's further discussion on how we get there. But I know with the budget that we have and the police force that we have, we can only do so much. But I did want to give kudos to Pasco Police Department. Again, we were out till, and the fire department. Again, it seemed like everybody was working their hardest to try to do the best 4th of July that we could have. So I give my hats off to you guys, and thank you. So with that, I'm not seeing any other lights. We'll jump to 8, which is hearing council action on ordinances and resolutions related to thereto. I'm not seeing any. We go to 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have A, which is a quasi-judicial, and I'll read it, and then we'll have our lawyer say his. So we got quasi-judicial ordinance number 4779, Diaz rezone from C1 to MU, and Mr. Ferguson.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance and fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none. Are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Well, thank you. We're going to go with Haley Miller as far as going to give us a presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an ordinance for a rezone of a parcel shown on the screen here that is just south of West Sylvester Street and then west of North 20th Avenue. And this is the northern portion of the parcel shown on the screen that is vacant. And the applicant proposed to rezone this parcel from C1 commercial zoning to mixed use zoning. And this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan designation, which is mixed use commercial. And This project went to a public hearing on May 14th, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval. There were no appeals that were received. And on the next slide, show the land use map here. This is the comprehensive plan zoning. That pink color is the mixed use commercial designation that was enacted in 2023. Then the next slide shows the current zoning of the property, which is C1, and that would be converted to mixed use commercial. And then for all rezone applications in Pasco, there is criteria that is listed on the screen. And when staff receives these applications, we go through and look at the criteria with the applicant, bring it to the public hearing, and then the hearing examiner takes input at the public hearing and verifies these criteria are met. And we have done so in the packet, and the hearing examiner has verified that. And then here is the process where it goes from the hearing examiner recommendation to city council for final approval via quasi-judicial hearing that is scheduled for tonight. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? We got Councilman Barajas.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How many, and I probably read it, and I don't know what page, those 130 pages. How many homes are planned to be built on here?
I'm not actually sure of the project action. This is the rezone, so it didn't detail exactly what they were doing on the site in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4779, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sylvester Street and North 20th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, from C1 retail business to mixed use MU, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
We got a first by Perales and a second by Blaisdell. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously. So let's go on to B, which is resolution number 4621, setting time and date for a public hearing for an easement vacation for Big Sky Developers, LLC. And we also have Director Miller.
Thank you. This is a resolution to set a time to consider the easement vacation proposed by Big Sky Developers. And on the next slide, there's a bit of history here. Don't try and read all of that. I will explain it. But in the early 1900s, there was a petition filed by residents in the area to establish a 60-foot road. And then later on in 1910, the road or the easement was established by the Northern Pacific Railway Company. So there's an easement in that area. And then on the next slide, this is the process that staff goes through to determine if an easement should be vacated. And for those of you that don't know, when you vacate an easement, that just means that it's a public easement, but we, the city, are vacating it. We no longer have a need for it. And then that can be returned back to the applicant. In some cases, we can assess a fee. In other cases, if it's just fixing an existing deficiency, we do not recommend that. So we go through the different approval criteria listed on this screen, and we feel this is eligible for an easement vacation and have scheduled a public hearing for August 18th. And the next slide, I believe, shows a aerial photo of the easement. It's a small 3-foot strip that is located on the east side of Convention Drive. So the right-of-way width there, I believe 80 feet is needed total from the center of the line. And so if you follow Convention Drive up to the north, we do not need that extra 3 feet that is on the applicant's property. So that 3 feet has been determined not to be needed, and staff is recommending this be vacated, and the decision and discussion can happen during the public hearing, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have before setting a hearing date. Thank you.
All right. With that, does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? I'm not seeing any, so if I could get a motion, Councilman Perales.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 4621, setting a 7:00 p.m. Monday, August 18th, 2025 hearing as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by auditors file number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company in Pasco, Washington, and a waiver of the requirements for a title report, appraisal of value, and compensation.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Morales and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And all opposed say nay. Not hear nay, so it passes unanimously. With that, we are going to roll on to number 10, unfinished business, and looks like we have a city manager finalist interview process, and we got, looks like Human Resource Director Sarah.
Actually,
Oh, you're going to do it? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll take this. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So at your last week's special meeting, as you might recall, staff and the GMP consulting team reviewed with Council the candidate interview process. There's basically 5 parts to that process. Just to review, a tour of the city is one of them. Executive session candidate meet and greet with the council, which will take place on Sunday evening, followed by a public reception meet and greet. Worth noting that the general public, as well as I anticipate many of our stakeholders and other interested parties, will be at that event to meet the candidates. The following day, on the 14th, panel interviews along with a council executive session to top the day off to discuss the qualifications of the candidates. So that kind of gives you a sense of the sequencing there. And then council would take subsequent action regarding an appointment at a time of their choosing afterwards. That's certainly not scheduled at this point in time. It could happen very quickly. It could take a while. But with respect to the panels, when we closed out the topic last week, there were some different impressions among staff and council as to whether there would be 3 panels or 2 panels. And we're back for a quick discussion tonight to kind of settle this ambiguity so we can get this schedule finalized. So the 2-panel option is basically city council and senior staff. And I know there were council members that felt that was the way they wanted to go because there was already an opportunity for stakeholders and other public community influencers perhaps to meet the candidates at the previous evening and provide input to council. Then there's a 3-panel option that we talked about that had some support among council, which would be city council as a panel, the directors as a panel, and then a stakeholders group, which would, members of the public. So the company's experience, I'll just share, has been that the inclusion of stakeholders solely for the purpose of identifying candidate strengths and weaknesses, not to rank them or anything else, of the candidates, can be helpful to decision makers and results in a degree of buy-in on the council's ultimate decision. So that's one of the advantages of having that panel. Again, you do have the function the night before as well. Regardless of whether you have 2 panels or 1 panel, obviously this is the council's sole decision to make. And staff is asking, you have 2 motions to consider. Option A, that it believes a 2-panel option, and option B, the 3-panel. We're looking for some directions so we can finalize this. Any questions?
All right, well, thank you. We're going to start off with Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would be for option A. I was one of the ones last week that talked about the different options and was kind of just at least thinking out loud about it as far as including the stakeholders. And I love the idea of the buy-in and having them as part of the process, but yet it would be really easy for people to feel left out because not everybody's going to be in that group. And so I love the idea of the open house the day before where many of these stakeholders are invited and can interact. But I would be for option A as I think the cleanest and easiest way of putting it of the 2 panels. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Barajas.
I have a quick question for staff on what we've done in the past. I'm looking at David. not sure if you recall what the process was when we brought on Adam, but that was a little different. Here we're starting brand new. Can you, Dave, I'm not sure if you were there, but Richa or staff, can someone refresh me on the process we went through when Dave was brought on?
When I was brought on? Yeah, I
Well,
can.
because Adam's process,
Maria
again,
was here.
Adam's process was different because Adam was basically already on board. He was the interim.
Yeah.
So he just kind of transitioned in. But the process to bringing in someone new, someone different.
And I can give you my experience with it as a candidate. I can't tell you how well it worked. Well, I think it came out with a good decision, but that aside, I can't tell you how smooth of a process it was because I wasn't involved in the internal piece. But basically, there were 3 panels. There was a council and 2 additional panels. And those 2 panels had a mix of department directors and community members, community influencers. The school superintendent, college president, folks like that, Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. That's the response I was looking forward to. I would opt for option B because again, I'm going to state this, what I said before. It's a community-wide consensus of who is going to help us as council members to run the city when we're not present. Someone that does the hard work behind closed doors. And so I think it's the community that should be involved. Like Mr. Zabel just mentioned, colleges, your school directors, your possibly your school board president, but someone that has a stake in it and someone that has good input to share on why they're participating. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to move on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. I thought about it a lot over the weekend because I knew we were going to talk about this tonight. I just don't really see any benefit from it because I did think about, I don't want to leave anyone out. I don't want to get into this whole, I suggest like 4 or 5 people and then half the council doesn't agree and then it just goes back and forth. I think the points that interim city manager Dave Zill made about, maybe having, Superintendent Whitney, CBC, but at the same time, I'll just say it, I don't really feel like we have like the best relationships with any of those entities. We're community partners, but it's not like we talk every week or something. So I'm going to go off of their judgment. I don't know. I don't know what benefit I would get from hearing what they think. I think the community mixer on Sunday is something great. People can come, they can talk to them. I just think at the end of the day, hearing from director heads and talking amongst ourselves, we'll be able to get a good kind of grasp of the 3 candidates and kind of make a decision from there. And so I'm going to be for option A. And again, I'm all for community input. I'm Mr. Community after all, but I just think I'm not really sure what I can glean from having a 3rd panel of community stakeholders and influencers. And plus it's more work on staff because they're going to have to organize it. And, it's not like we have a lot of time here. And I know Dave wants to get back to being retired. So, a little faster we can kind of get information and make decisions. I think that bodes well for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Blaisdell.
My preference is option B. Reason being is this city manager is representing Pasco as a whole. So I think that that's more reason for this person to build relationships with council, the directors, and the stakeholders. They're going to have the relationship with all of those people. And the stronger the relationship they have with everyone, the better city we will have. I think that our stakeholders are really important to the city, and I think that their opinions matter.
All right, I do appreciate that. I know I'll give it to Mr. Perales in a second to do his motion, which one he decides he wants to push forward first. I will say, whether it's Whitney or some of the other members, we do talk to them. We have the social hour. You are going to talk to people. Hey, what's your, and then again, we're always open to emails or, phone calls or whatever. So I'm good with both of them. I guess my big take would be, how can we move forward faster? How can we get this done? A lot of times I go with my gut as a business owner, kind of knowing what I would want. Usually kind of get a sense of the person and their qualifications. I think all of us on the council, on the dais, are competent enough to do that. But I mean, again, I'm definitely willing to hear from the community, but I don't think it's a necessity in my book. So with that, and I'm not seeing any other. Oh, Mr. Zabel.
Just one comment, just in the sake of time. If council were to approve option B, we would want to follow that vote with the discussion on who we invite.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, why don't we have Councilman Perales tell us what he wants to do first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve option A for the city manager finalist interview process.
Second.
Okay, we got a first by Perales, second by Councilman Grimm. So let's do a roll call on this to make sure we're clear.
Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Oh, wait, for
Option A.
option A. Okay, so no. Okay. Blaisdell?
No.
Grimm?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
And Milne?
Yes.
Okay, it's 3-2. Passes.
All right. So with that clarified, let's go on to number 11, which is new business. I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's go on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything by council, or let's start off with Councilman Perales, and then we'll go to interim city manager Dave Zabel.
Perfect. I'll be brief. Just wanted to, I know we talked about it a little bit, and I sent an email last week, a little bit at the budget meeting. We didn't really touch on it, but I sent over that email about the right-of-way vacation policy change. Wanted to see if there's any appetite to maybe have staff work on that policy change based on those merits I presented in the email. You know, it would help out infill. It would increase property tax base. It would increase taxes on property owner, but it would also provide more property taxes to the city. And, you know, so I wanted to get interest of the council to see if we could move forward with directing staff to kind of look into that, provide the pros and cons at least.
Councilman Grimm, do you have a
No, no, it was on something else. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. My 2 cents is that we maybe bring it up when we have the full council. Make sure we have the other two councilmen could chime in and see where we're at with all that. So, was there anything else you'd like to mention?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about fireworks. Like you, I wanted to save it for the end though. I also fielded a lot of phone calls and met with residents this past weekend. I do think we need to look into the merits of perhaps banning them again. It just seemed a lot of people were very irresponsible. We had a record night, and I will say that, I think we're going to get a presentation probably right now or an update. I would rather kind of get an email before seeing it in the news. When I see record numbers, I'm like, well, I kind of wish we would have known more about this prior to the council meeting. But I look forward to the presentation. We have an issue where we're doing more with less, and that's the reason why I brought forward that perhaps looking into HB 2015 and increasing the sales tax, because we do need more officers, we need more firefighters, we need more resources because we continue to grow. There's way too many incidents this weekend that could be prevented, and I think there's a lot of small proportion of bad actors, but they cause great big problems for our city within a 2 to 3 day span. We don't got to make a decision tonight, obviously that wouldn't be appropriate, but I think we need to at least have the discussion. It looked like we lifted the ban 6 or 7 years ago based on a kind of a simple search. I do think we need to look into it. If I could just bear with me, I know we get excited when we get a chance to get out early, but I got a lot of different emails from people. I have one from Diana Bellafato off Salem Drive. This is what she had to say. I had an absolute mess in my front yard, especially my backyard, until I saw my driveway. This is so frustrating. Little bits of melted plastic and shredded cardboard, not to mention, I actually take care of my yard, and then the 4th of July happens, and now I have to clean it up all by myself. From Jean, over here in the community also, Last night sounded like a war zone with explosive sound. It sounded so loud. It sounded like they were right outside my window. I got another individual who said that, her walls were shaking, her dogs were barking, she had to calm them down. I had another person say they had to leave, actually leave, get in their car and leave and drive just out into the country and try not to laugh, but get away from all the noise. So I think it's great that people want to have fun, but they got to be responsible. And you saw across whole Tri-Cities, people are just making really bad decisions. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do our research, get with our staff and make a decision here going forward. And I'm a person who was selling fireworks, but we were selling the ones we actually are allowed to use here in the city of Pasco. But you have people bringing in stuff from the reservations and outside other areas. So I'll get off my soapbox, but again, thank you to Pasco PD, Pasco Fire Department for doing a good job. Sorry it was such a record-breaking night. We'll try and get you guys some help and get you the resources that you need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And since I was here at that vote when we lifted the ban on fireworks overall, I will say that when I was on the ride along, we had a gal call up, was very mad that the kids next door were sprinklers. He tried to tell her that, hey, this is legit. She was yelling and screaming, wanted Pasco PD over there because she felt, that kids shouldn't be running around with sparklers. And I know during the discussion years ago, a lot of it came up was that there was regular stuff that really wasn't worth Pasco PD's time. They want to concentrate more on the illegal stuff. And that's why we allowed the regular stuff that's sold in the city of Pasco to be legit. It's the stuff that's going up in the air. I do feel we should have a conversation as far as how to have more police on this particular day and this evening. I'm all for that. I'd wait to hear if Ken Roski, within the next couple weeks, he's going to give us a report. But I'm saying that it is difficult. We did go back and forth on whether to lift it. And again, if you put the ban, you're still going to have kids with their little firecrackers, sparklers, and you're going to have Pasco PD. And then again, as I said before, there was a lot of other things when you get drunk and you get people with alcohol, partying, that's higher up on the chain. Shouldn't be, but I mean, I guess it should be, but it's, when you only have so much police force, it's very difficult to be everywhere at one time. So definitely willing to have a discussion, but right now I still think I'm going to go off with what Ken Roski has said in the past, that they want to concentrate on people that are shooting illegal. And again, with the amount of resources that we have, I would be for that unless we got a different tone came back from Pasco PD. So that's my 2 cents, but I know Councilman Grimm was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Would it be more appropriate to add my comments at the end after were they going to make a presentation or talk about it, or?
Were you planning on this evening? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were. Okay. Well, he is Johnny on the spot on that one then. So,
I just prefer to make them afterwards then, okay. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
And let's go.
I have a quick request.
Okay.
Now knowing that you have your report ready for today, maybe in an email we can get a comparison of what it was before. So I know the ban was in place for 22 years. 2018 is when we lifted the ban. So I'm curious to see what the numbers were when there was a ban in comparison to now. And just an email is perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Zabel, did you still want to?
I was actually going to invite the chiefs up to give their presentations, and then I do have one other item after that.
Okay. Well, let's see what the chief of police has to say.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Quick update on the July 4th and the weekend. It took us most of the morning into the afternoon to pull the data, get it analyzed, get it into a report for me. So that's why you didn't get it well in advance. I didn't have it well in advance. So we were a little busy last night as well. So we hit the ground running this morning. This was a priority for us, pulling this data, but other events from last night got us a little bit behind the 8 ball. So apologize for not getting it to you in advance. See if the clicker's working. Just some graphs and some data for you. It was whoops, am I missing Sorry, but again, we just put this together. I'm just going to start with the staffing levels, so you can see that we staffed up for the night. July 4th for us is a blackout day, which means we don't give any of our field support officers vacation on that day. They all have to work unless it's their scheduled day off. Then it would have been overtime to bring them in. So you can just see that we were adequately staffed. We have some lean times and some beefed up times, but then you also have to remember, in addition to 250 calls for service in that 24-hour period, a little over 10 calls an hour, we had three major missions and events that we also had to monitor: the Grand Ole Fourth, the Giza Stadium, and the riverfront. As far as calls for service, we saw a slight decrease, I think, from last year, this year from last year. And there's a breakdown of the type of calls that we responded to on that day. You can see, as Pro Tem Milne mentioned, domestics, intoxication, all of the other things that come with a celebration. Definitely busy for us, but I felt that as far as calls for service, the events, we were well staffed and did a good job at handling those. Some comparison and some data you can kind of see from how the calls came in. Calls for service peaked up and on the 4th with 252 calls. Number of fireworks complaints across the Tri-Cities is the next box to the right. You'll see that we were lower than Kennewick, about average with Richland, so it's not just Pasco that's dealing with this issue. And then calls for service by hour. I think one of the things that the data shows us is we have to mitigate all of the events that are going on for public safety. Council members that were out witnessed it. It's not as simple as writing a traffic ticket. You do have to seize evidence. So then you have to determine, are you going to take an officer out of service for an hour or so to go process seized fireworks? So it's just a balance. And what we tried to focus on, the message that I gave our folks was, we wanted to address anything that was obviously dangerous, things that were potentially going to light brush fires or structures on fire or injure people. Those were kind of our focus. And then the rest of our resources were directed amongst those events that were going on the 4th, the three sponsored events with the river, Giza Stadium, and the Grand Ole Fourth. I'm sure you have questions for me, so I'm not going to keep going on. I'll field the questions. I think the fire chief is also going to give you an update, so I don't know how you want to, if you want his update now, or if you want to ask questions of me.
Yeah, why don't we get fire chief's report, and then we could have questions by council.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, council. I don't have the clicker. There you go. So over here, we just have a couple, broken down in a couple different groups that we'll talk about. Just our planning process, and so how we prepared for the event, our response and deployment, a summary of the incidents, and then the outcomes that we saw. So kind of a little bit of a background on how we planned for this. We did a regional incident action plan, or an IAP we call it, and that included all the municipal fire departments and district fire departments. So we worked together because we realized with the limited resources, I mean, we have enough to properly staff, but there's a lot going on, and sometimes these incidents take more than one or two engines. So we had a master plan for the whole region. We worked with our dispatch center, which is CCOM, and what we did is we upstaffed that. So they had 2 dedicated dispatchers. Normally there's 1 for both counties. So we had 2, one for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. And with that, we had 2 different frequencies, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. So that helped split that workload. We staffed up an EROC, which is an expanded resource ordering coordinator, which was myself. So I was over it with CCOM. And that position just helps the dispatchers, if large events happen, to help direct where resources need to go in the most effective spot for them to respond to. And then we implemented what's called a Cat 4 dispatching. And what that's used for is events like this, where we know there's going to be a lot of calls coming in. We reduce the amount of resources we send to unconfirmed calls. So if it's a confirmed structure fire or a medical call, we send a full dispatch. But if we have a smoke showing, a possible, we'll send one resource to kind of scout it out and then call in for additional resources. So again, we're trying to maximize our response. And then just so you know, Pasco Fire was fully staffed. So we have a staffing of 21 firefighters. That includes all the captains and battalion chief. So we had a full staffing that night as well. So as far as our response and deployment, so to give you a little background, our typical shift, which is a 24-hour shift, starts from 8 in the morning till 8 the next morning. We average about 24 calls for service. That includes all fire and EMS calls. What we saw for the 4th and going into the 5th is we had 86 calls for service. 67 of those calls were in Pasco. We received aid, so that's a mutual aid or automatic aid agreement. So if we have Kennewick or Richland coming to help us, we had 10 of those, and then we gave aid to 19 of those, or 19 calls. So that means we went out of our district. One of the things we gave direction to our battalion chief was to make sure that when we're going out, to make sure Pasco is still fully staffed. So we want to make sure that we maintain a full complement of resources in Pasco, and that's where that EROC comes into play and helps direct. If they're calling too many, we help stabilize where resources are going. One of the big things with that too is we don't want units kind of crossing each other, so we try to keep them in their areas. So well, in particular, if you can go back one more, please. In particular, what I want to look at is that 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. time frame on the 4th of July. So the whole shift, we had 86 calls. During that one time frame of 4 to 6, we had 69 of those, 69 calls there. 51 calls were in Pasco, received aid, 10 calls, and we gave aid 18. So that was a very busy time for us. I think that's probably the busiest we've seen in Pasco for the fire department with that. This kind of gives an idea from that those 69 calls that we had, the event types. So we had 35 natural cover fires or wildland fires. We had 6 residential structure fires, 2 commercial structure fires, 3 vehicle fires, 8 trash can fires or dumpster fires. And then of course we had some other, like a fire alarm, some accidents, and then several EMS events as well. Next slide. So here's a picture of one of the areas we went to actually several times in the evening. You can kind of see that basketball court right there is littered. There was a lot of activity over there, and so that's just an example of our crews out there working. Again, you just had one resource out there, so though we were able to handle all the calls efficiently, we didn't reduce staff, and so we had a little more stress on our crews out there. So our outcomes. Overall, we had 1 civilian injury. It was a very minor injury that didn't require transport. We had 0 firefighter injuries. Of those calls, the 69 calls, 54 were fire-related calls, and 52 of those were directly related to fireworks. So the 2 that were not were 2 vehicle fires that were on the highway. The good thing is with our dispatching and with proper preparation, we were able to dispatch our incidences very quickly with our dispatch center, and we were able to provide a very quick response. Of those calls, it sounds pretty significant as far as the residential structure fires and commercial fires. When we came out of it, at least for Pasco, we had very limited actual property damage, and that's why I want to put the last thing in here: our huge community support. We actually saw, because there's so many people out there, that they actually reported very quickly, and we actually had a lot of people out there with hoses and helping us, so they were putting out fires pretty fast. And so we saw most of those fires that were out of residence, people were putting water on through a hose, bucket brigade in a way, and so by the time we got there, the fire was pretty much controlled. So I just wanted to point that out, that our community had a huge part in our success. And that's kind of a high level update on fire. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have any council members that would like to make a comment? So start with Councilwoman.
Just a quick question. Can we get this presentation, both presentations emailed to us? Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Grimm.
No, thank you. I just want to thank Chief Roski and Chief Crowley and your staff just for, just Pasco's finest and the blue and the white out there. And I know it makes for a long day and a long night. And it sounds like a couple, our Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blaisdell got to attest to that. So really, no, I just wanted to, I guess say thank you. And where some of this comes from, I mean, there is a lot of rhetoric out there. I mean, I heard some, really strong words, and I want to assure the public that we do care about this. This is important. And when we hear words like, completely out of control or that we don't even care, no, we do take this really, really seriously, as I know the chief of police does. And he's a lawman by, it's got to be deep in that blood at some point in this career. So this stuff's really important. But I think, a lot of this comes down to, pardon the pun, I think it's just a flashpoint of a, larger picture in society of, or the fabric of society continuing to be unwoven by people's, I guess, the entitlement mentality we have. People lack good judgment, respect for authority, even respect for God for that matter. And people just don't fear consequences anymore. I think we see that in the amount of red lights that people run and how late, oftentimes you see somebody going late through a light and you think to yourself, wow, that was pretty late. And then 2+2, somebody else is still going through. And so sadly, I think, the mob mentality sometimes sets in on an event like the 4th of July and people see other people doing it. And sometimes there's like an energy that flows through the crowd and everybody just starts behaving very poorly. And it's very frustrating, I guess, to me, and I know to the rest of us and everything. So Chief, I really appreciate your crews out there, just keeping up the good fight and, keeping our city as safe as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one other comment. I started at 8, ended at midnight. By midnight, my anxiety was high. I was super overwhelmed. And the fact that every single police officer and every single firefighter and EMS was calm. They went on to the next call, no matter what call. I mean, we went on a fire call. We went domestic violence. We went overdose. We went to car accident with kids. Like, the list went on in a 4-hour period. And they all stayed calm. And I'm like, how are you not losing it right now? And they were as calm, every single one of them, as calm as the beginning of their shift till the end. So all I have to say is it takes a special kind of person to do what you guys do. And you guys see more stuff than I can even imagine. And I've had my fix of 4-hour police calls for probably a good 6 months. But as much as the fireworks are once a year, you guys do this every day. And you guys see this stuff nonstop. So I just want to say one more time, it is appreciated. And I know every single one of your people, our people, are putting their best foot forward no matter what they see. And one thing I really appreciated with Officer Franz is he was more protected of what I saw. Like, he wanted to make sure that he didn't traumatize me in whatever call we were going to. But they dealt with the situation and went to the next, no matter what was thrown in their way. So I just want to make sure that the citizens know that public safety is first, no matter what. So appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I do want to echo that. I know one of the bigger things I got out of it was the officer that I was with, he had to go up and there was about 15 guys that surrounded him when he went up and they were done with the fireworks, but they had just finished. And again, all this group of guys surrounded him, like, oh, that's bad. I'm in the cop car, and he's out there by himself. But he handled it really well, and it just kind of hit me that, our decisions, other people are having to go out and answer for that, to explain it. And so it just kind of weird when you vote on something, and then you see another guy in the fray, in there, surrounded by people. Again, it all turned out well, but, I was thinking, well, if something does go down, this is really bad, because I'm in the car, and I'm not going to be able to give him that much assistance, me against 15 guys, but it went well, and he handled it expertly. And so just another thing I will say, that it's weird when we make decisions, and then other people in the police force have to go out there and answer to those decisions that we've made. So it a little bit of eye-opener. And again, I also want to echo Councilwoman Blaisdell's comments about how professionalism and how everybody was calm, and I do really appreciate the experience and the opportunity to go out there and spend 3 hours with you guys. It was a good experience.
Thank you.
One final comment.
Okay, we have another comment from.
Just a final comment. I am very sorry that I had to miss it this time. I had family that I needed to tend to, but I'm very curious to organize a ride-along in the near future, just to see how things have mellowed down since. I know your officers have always done a great job at making sure when there's a ride-along that we're well taken care of. I've been on one before, and have seen a lot of what they go through. One thing that we as council members need to consider is that our officers, both fire and police, are always out there exposing their lives for what they do. We need to make sure that the services, we need to somehow fix the budget to where they have the services for mental health and to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So I just want to highlight that now that we've all seen what the officers go through. So just keep that in mind in the future. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And I look forward to getting a written copy of that as well. And so kick it back to.
Just one more comment. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And that is, we don't have a report on the July 4th festivities in general just now. We don't have the software and the staff to put that kind of thing together. It's Jesse doing it by himself. And we'll have that for you next week, though. And get into kind of the attendance. It was very well attended, very well, council noted, very well executed, as well as sponsorships, which were pretty high, and a lot of support out there in the community. So we're anxious to get that to you, but it's kind of one of these years where when you have July 4th on a Friday or Saturday, it's hard to turn it around by Monday night.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, that would be difficult. So with that, we don't have a need for an exec session. So it's going to roll us into number 14, which is adjournment. And without anything, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting this Monday, July 14th, 2025. City thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the City Council discusses issue but no formal actions taken. Agenda packets for those here present physically are available on the table underneath the fancy sign that says agendas. For those following along in via website or other electronic means, it's www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. Is it just me or does the mic sound off? I mean, it sounds a little, anyway, whatever. We're good. As long as I can be heard, I guess that's all that matters. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 in Richland and in Pasco via Spectrum Cable. And is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous City Council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions to the council by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Here.
Councilmember Grimm.
He is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, if you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our verbal reports from council members. Mr. Harpster is on and off, so you're on again.
Yeah, after our long day today, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce member appreciation barbecue, which luckily was indoors at the Hapo Center. Well attended, myself, folks from Port Pasco, FPUD, Big Bend, and Colville tribes, and just a lot of great representation, and not a lot of business coverage, just a fun event, get together, good chance to hang out with folks. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. With that, I see no one else. Oh, Ms. Bras.
I wasn't going to share, but I'll share real quick. On an unofficial capacity, I was asked to be a speaker for the incoming graduation, not even graduating yet, for the incoming class at WSU Pullman for the year, their bilingual class. So, was able to do that. And I will share a bragging mom moment. Again, just non-official. But a bragging mom moment. Over the weekend, I was very proud to have switched the badge on my son, who is in the Army National Guard. So he was promoted to sergeant. If he's watching this, he's going to be upset. But I'm bragging. I'm very proud of my son. Thank you.
Well, you certainly should be proud. You've done a heck of a job with those boys, and thank you for their service, and thank you for your proxy service here. Just other than that, thank you for those who came out last night. We had our 3 finalists for the city council, city manager position. I think this was well attended. I didn't count heads. I'm guessing about 50 people, give or take, maybe even more. For a Sunday night, that's pretty phenomenal. And then we had the opportunity to get the 3 gentlemen, and we're very blessed to have had some solid applicants. So we're looking forward to moving along in that process and then keeping you all informed as we get there. So with that, seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5. These are our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If anyone's new to us, in these workshop meetings, we allow the opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of comments, total of 2 comments at 2 minutes each. What's that? Is my speaker off now?
Angela's working.
Okay. We good? Am I still off? Okay. All right. I guess. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, there was an echo. That's why I asked earlier. Okay. So anyway, the rules of engagement here: 8 minutes of total public comment, 2 pros, 2 cons, up to 2 minutes each, and it'll be limited by myself and the clock over there. So the first item, we have just 4 items tonight. Item A is resolution Lonnie and Louis Montes lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112-330-255. That's going to come from us to us from Director Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a lease renewal agreement for a previously leased property that was leased previously in 2015 and had 2-year renewal periods, both of which expired, and the current leasee wishes to continue that lease, so we worked on updating the agreement to be a 3+2 agreement. Worked with our real estate representative to do an evaluation of the current market rate and ensure that we're meeting that, and included a 3% annual increase to ensure that we keep up with market rates. We should be right here somewhere. So here's, as pictured, here's the lease portion, which is located directly behind their building and between the animal shelter for reference. Outline of what the payment will be for the first 3 years, and then the extension, the 4th and 5th years extension, and also all lease rates, or all lease properties have to include Washington State lease excise tax, which is also included as part of the total lease agreement. So just this evening, asking council to approve the resolution to renew the lease agreement and continue as it has been for the previous 9 years. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
All right, thank you.
All right, then I guess we anticipate seeing that in a future meeting. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is a resolution. It's an award bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. This is going to come to us from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you have mentioned, this is a bid award. This project is a highway safety improvement project, so it's funded federally. We received funds for the project. Design was completed for the improvement of the crossing at A Street on 6th Avenue. There will be bulb outs built to shorten the distance for pedestrians crossing, as well as installation of lighting and rapid flashing beacons that will be activated by pedestrians when they want to cross. This intersection had a history of crashes, including a fatality, which is why funding was awarded for this project. The project was advertised for bids, and the lowest responsible bidder was Edison Earthworks with a bid of $351,270.09. Our engineer's estimate was $380,000 and is listed with the accurate dollar amount in the screen. There were no irregularities found in the lowest bidder. We received 2 bids in total, but the lowest bidder had no irregularities, so we're recommending award. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none, it's always appreciated when A, we have a grant funded project, and B, it comes in right, under the dollar threshold. So thank you for keeping up your work there, and we look forward to seeing this. I do need to circle back. Do we have any public comments on item A? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay. Now I'll circle back to item B. Do we have any public comments on item B? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right. With that, then I can move properly on to item C, which is our countywide planning policies. It looks like Director Miller, and I believe you're going to be joined here from the county, or maybe you're going to roll solo. We'll see. Haley, you're not on. There you go.
There we go. I turned the microphone on. Thank you for that. My name is Haley Miller, the Community and Economic Development Director here, and I'm joined by Wes McCart. He is the Planning and Building Director over at Franklin County. And tonight we're bringing forward to you the countywide planning policies that are developed by Franklin County in collaboration with the other cities within Franklin County. And this is one of the initial steps that we go through each time before the comprehensive plan process. And these policies have not been updated, I believe, since the last periodic cycle, which was in 2019. And then these were originally adopted in 1993. So they've been looked at. This is the second time now since the adoption. And the City Council is not required to formally adopt these by resolution or ordinance. However, we do like to bring these forward to the council for review. Each city in Franklin County is bringing these forward to their decision bodies to summarize the planning policies to make sure that you are aware of the policies. And if you have any written comments or feedback, if you have feedback, I'm happy to provide something in writing to our neighbors over at Franklin County to consider this prior to adoption. The countywide planning policies sets the stage for the comprehensive plan update, as I've mentioned, and here are some regulations related to the countywide policies, and these are intended to guide growth in different policies. So most of these are fairly straightforward. We did include the clean version in the attachment, and then the marked up version with comments, and then the draft resolution that the county will be looking at. And in here we have general themes related to our urban growth areas, reducing sprawl, transportation, housing, economic development, property rights, permits, natural resources, open space, the environment, citizen participation, public facilities, historic preservation, and climate change. And so these are listed in different sections here, and the new state guidelines related to the comprehensive plan have also been built in. So there's additional stipulations at the state level, as I mentioned in our comp plan kickoff presentation, that there is more emphasis on housing with this update and different income levels and bands of housing. There's also climate change initiatives at the state level that counties and cities are required to update. We will be touching on that in more detail as we go through the comprehensive plan process. And the county and its consultant did provide a draft to all the staff at different cities to look at that. And there was quite a bit of edits that Craig, Raymond, and myself had to this, and we were able to sit down and work out most of the issues that the planning directors identified here in Pasco. So I am supportive of these changes, and I have Wes here in case you have any questions on any specific items, and I'm available too to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either our staff or Mr. Harpster?
No questions. I have reviewed most of the changes, and it just looks like a lot of catching up with recent or not so recent changes from the legislature. The only comment I have is I appreciate the coordination between the city and the county, and that's something that I've not seen for years. And so I just really appreciate that both of you, somewhat new to your positions here locally, are taking advantage of that and working together, across the street here. So thanks for that.
Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. When is the projected adoption date for the county?
So I wanted to give time for all the cities to bring it to their council. You're the last one. As soon as I get a kind of a thumbs up that you guys are good to go with it, hopefully tonight, then I plan on publishing. 2 weeks later, we'll have the hearing. So approximately
thank you.
2.5, 3 weeks.
I'll take a crack at a couple questions. Just one, like looking at number 42, talking about jointly developing and implementing land division building standards, coordinating permit procedures for review and permitting. I know obviously each jurisdiction has its own authority and its own processes. What do we see then maybe more of a shared vision or shared activity through the adoption of this as we see some of these? And maybe I'm speaking out of turn as someone who doesn't develop land for a living, but it just seems that, kind of the county does its thing and the city does its thing. How do we see this maybe causing a future marriage or whatever it may be?
First, that I can follow up if you
So I think the idea is that, and Haley, you can back me up, when we got here, because I'm fairly new, I came in February also, we heard a lot of angst over, the city's doing their thing, the county's doing their thing. You spoke to that, Mr. Harpster. The idea here is, can we come up with a better way of working together? Sometimes you guys annex property in, you're looking at, well, I don't really want this because it doesn't have sidewalks, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that amenity. If it's in the growth management, or in the UGA, we want to make sure that we try and align what our codes, our development codes are as they're going forward. So, Mayor, that's the impetus of this particular one, is to make it so we can work together to come up with regulations that, we're not dumping everything in the county, or we're not dumping everything into the city. The other thing I'll add is as a former county commissioner, I've seen cities and counties that adopt these plans and just kind of put them on a shelf and let them not really work. So part of the hope here is, after these are adopted, that we can work together on issues that we have mutual interest in and come up with ILAs to actually adopt things that work for both of us, so we can move our entire community forward.
Well, I think and I know you have some comments. I appreciate you kind of preempting my thought process there and my next question, which is, my hope is that this isn't just a dust gatherer. This is something hopefully that is the impetus for joint and shared responsibility where it's appropriate. But go ahead, Director Miller.
Thank you. And I'll echo what was stated. We're both new to our positions, and I think we, definitely have different marching orders at times and different goals. Being county and city, it's just the city's developing in an urban setting, the county is not, and looking to preserve certain types of land. So there's naturally going to be a lot of coordination needed. So we have initiated bi-monthly meetings, and we might do more frequency. We're not sure, but we would like to collaborate at the planning director level and just open up communication so that we're not surprising the county with some things in annexation applications that maybe they weren't aware of, and just try at least to provide better communication. If we do end up disagreeing or directed to disagree on things, then so be it. But I think just more routine meetings between the two of us and then implementing these policies will be extremely helpful, at least on the planning side of things, and then we can keep each other apprised. So that is definitely our goal. We both noted that is maybe a need that could be improved, and we'll see where it goes.
Excellent.
Yep.
And then I'll just point to a couple of things that I think are phenomenal highlights. The countywide economic strategy in paragraph 40 or bullet number 45. I hope that we can work with the county and develop something that has some goals and some sort of, end zones to chase. I do kind of want to raise the note on 49, talking about impact fees, where of course presently we have school impact fees and we're discussing those and what to do with those in the future, whereas the county doesn't. So I do think, again, I realize this is like a policy document and something that we want to work towards co-implementing. Are there any other cost factors that we should be aware of that somehow I did not catch in my reading?
I'll just add that there's some logistical concerns that I think we've kind of hammered out in these. Some has to do with housing, some has to do with essential public facilities. A lot of those, you get into apartment buildings outside of an urban growth area or landward. I can't put in apartments in the county. Right. Essential public facilities, some of the facilities, and we do really want to coordinate on some of that information as we move forward. We've had some communications up north where I'm from, dealing with intensive behavioral health units. You really want to figure that out before you get that proposal in front of you. And those are conversations, once we just adopt it and start moving forward, we need to actually fine tune and go there, because it talk about costly. It can cost your police force, your fire response, your community. It can be very bad if we don't do it appropriately. So we put a lot of emphasis in that to try and make sure we're coordinating and putting those in the appropriate places, or designating for appropriate places.
I appreciate that.
And as far as cost, I think some of the state regulations related to climate change or housing could cost us some money in planning. We do have grants that cover this. I didn't see anything in here that would result in like a direct cost today. These are policies. If there was some language in the essential public facilities that we work through to make it more like not as specific, to leave it open. So when we do have those discussions, then we can kind of start from scratch between both entities instead of alluding to maybe a potential solution in here. So we looked through this very closely and collaborated pretty well. And I think that I'm supportive of these as written. And if we do need to get into talks about money or financing, we can do that outside of these. And it just sort of hints at it in the policies.
Excellent. Thank you. Looks like we have no further comment from council. So with that, appreciate your time. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Right on. Thank you for that time. Miss Miller, give you some time to get to your seat because I know you're up next. So that moves us along to item D, which is our federal FY26 federal funding for community development block grant and home HOME programs. We got a discussion on this. Again, it's directed by Miss Miller.
Good evening, council. This is meant to be a discussion, and then there's a question here at the end related to the city's community development block grant program and the home fund program. And the city last week was notified by a group at the federal level that the CDBG funding and home funding may not make it into the appropriations for 2026. And as of today, I heard CDBG was back in the funding. So I think the message we're trying to give to you tonight is that it is up in the air. It's not a guarantee. So there is a chance that the new administration would eliminate funding for this program, and we just won't know for sure until later on. If the funding is eliminated, that would impact Pasco, possibly related to the Section 108 loan that was secured in 2020. And this is a loan that you're allowed to take out if you're a CDBG program participant. And I believe the city secured this for a project at Peanuts Park Mercantile. And the loan was originally taken out for $3.7 million. And we have paid since then each year out of the CDBG funds $245,000 a year. So the loan is down to $2.8 million. And we're not sure if the loan would be forgiven if the funds disappear or what all the details entail at this point, but it was meant to just give you a heads up that this could be coming. And our main question tonight for the group is, would the city council be supportive of the city providing a letter of support to keep these programs in place to be sent to, I believe, Congress to consider while working on their budget? Happy to answer any questions or take in your feedback if you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would be in support of this letter. Just a few questions. Would this, the products, this was for the Peanuts Park itself, right? Okay. Would this be, would we be able to get perhaps some state money to pay for this if this money were to go away? Like a one-time money like we do for the MLK Center and all that stuff?
You look like you're reaching for your microphone, so I'll let
Yeah, I will, I guess, take that answer. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, unlikely. States got their own budget issues, as Council's aware. They have a multi-billion-dollar deficit they're trying to plug right now. Might require a special session, so I don't. Plus, they're looking at having to backfill some other essential services that could be impacted by reforms in Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question would be, then if, hopefully it is forgiven, but if it's not, then we're pulling this from the general fund?
Yeah, that would probably be an option, although I don't know that that's the only option. There might be some other things we could look at. You have your 194 fund, economic development potential to be able to tap into.
So
it definitely would impact the city, though, and other plans.
Yeah, I want to get into minutia, but so do we make monthly payments on this loan, or just once a year?
I think they're once a year, and they're out of our CBDG allocation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would certainly be in favor of submitting this letter on behalf of the city. I think it's unlikely to do anything, but I think it's important for us to do what we can. And the CDBG program is a program that I definitely support. I mean, just looking at what we funded last year, a few things. We got chip miner rehab program, Peanuts Park North, facade improvement program, City of Pasco playground equipment, ADA improvements. These, to me, are all worthwhile projects. And so if there's anything that we can do to petition the federal government or our legislators in any way, I think we should.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. Can you clarify whether this is the president's budget or the actual congressional appropriations bill that we're seeing this stricken from?
Yeah, this is the administration's budget. Just to comment on that. So first Monday of February is when the administration's budget is due, the president's budget. That rarely, if ever, happens by that date in February. So that just came out, and the administration's proposal was to eliminate funding for CBDG in the home program. It's due to be completed October 1st, the budget approved and adopted. Again, rarely ever happens, as council is well aware. We've been kind of living on continuing resolutions for many years, different administrations. You know, it's not a Republican or Democrat thing, it just happens. Republicans and Democrats are behind it, though, I'll say, because they're the legislators. But I think a lot of negotiations happen between the time it's submitted and the time it's finally adopted, including what may or may not be in continuing resolutions. So, while the president may have this, they're taking this position, his administration may have taken this position, don't know that Congress is there. And, you know, probably pretty doubtful that they're there given the benefit of these programs, but it's you know, it's a nuanced dance, the whole budget process, and I think we've all kind of seen, and this is no criticism of the administration at all, we've all kind of seen that This is a negotiation. We're negotiating probably a lot more than taking things at status quo and taking them for granted than what we've seen from other administrations, and this is probably somewhat of a symptom of that. Is this the bottom line of the president? To be determined.
I appreciate that, Dave, and that's why I asked the question. Knowing that it's in the presidential budget, there's a whole process that's going to happen over the next 4 to 24 months, depending on how many CRs we see. And, obviously that there are some big dollars that come into this community or adjacent communities through the Hanford site, and continuing resolutions have some pretty disruptive issues community-wide. So point there is, I do think that Congressman Newhouse's office would be receptive to a letter like this, presumably Congressman Baumgartner as well. And I think we could also, petition our 2 senators. I know that certainly Cantwell staff is very present. Rich, I get frequent pings from him, and Senator Murray's staff is also present as well. But I do think there's an opportunity for us to request that these funds remain in the budget, and I think this letter would be appropriate. Anything else from anyone else? Okay. Look forward to seeing that letter soon. Any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, third time? All right. With that, we're going to move along on to item number 6, which are miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Interim City Manager.
I wouldn't dare tonight, given the day you all had.
Thank you. And I see no lights from here. So that moves us along to item number 7, executive session, none listed. Presumably that's true?
No need.
Excellent. That moves us along to a 7:28 p.m. adjournment. Thank you for all for being with us. Whoops, let me get the mic on. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, July 21st, 2025. The city thanks you for being a part of your government. At regular meetings, the city takes formal action on items. We hold public hearings, and we conduct other business of the city as required. Agenda packets are available for those here on that small table under the blue arrow that notably says agendas. For those following along, it's online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland. It's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings are available on the city's website. And the public may submit comments outside of the public comment period through the Ask Pasco app or by contacting the city manager or city clerk. So with that, Ms. Clerk, you can read us the roll.
Yes. Council members: Blaisdell.
Present.
Barajas.
Present.
Brim.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Paralis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
So with that, if you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, that moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. It's a single item. It's to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. It's listed for 10 minutes. It is, just call it 10:03. We'll be, or 7:03. We'll be back at 7:13. We're going to have the city manager, city attorney. Anyone else, Dave? I think that's it. That's it. So with that, we're going to go back for exec session and behind us here. We'll be back in 10 minutes. We're all waiting on the prom king. Oh, sorry. It's 7:35. We've returned from executive session. That moves us along to item number 5, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council. They'll be enacted by a roll call as one motion in the form listed in the packet. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items. If further discussion is requested by any council member, that item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So before we go to this, do we have any requests to remove any items? Seeing none, Mr. Mulney. I should probably read them. So item A is approval of the meeting minutes for July 7th, July 13th, and July 14th. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $5,573,220.55 and a write-off totaling $754,338.31 as delinquent or bad debt. Item C is resolution number 4622, Lonnie and Louis Montez lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112330255. Item D is resolution number 4623, awarding bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. And finally, item E is the Tri-City Regional Hotel Motel Commission reappointment of Monica Hammerberg. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Great. Councilmember Prowlis,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. With that, that moves us on to item 6, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one recognition of a phenomenal youth in our community, Ms. Hadley Lazard. Now she's given some devoted community service. I'll read some things, and then maybe Ms. Lazard, you and I will take a picture up here in front of the podium. Council can be with us, and then we'll take, let's call it a 5-minute recess. I see a lot of family members that probably want pictures and that sort of thing. So the reason we're recognizing Ms. Lazard here tonight is her devoted leadership as Tri-City's Miss, as the Miss Tri-City teen. She's a junior at Chiawana High School. She's got a phenomenal and powerful voice for literacy and dyslexia. Her fundraising efforts and donations brought in over 1,000 dyslexia kits, reading kits, placed them in classrooms, public libraries, and organizations across Washington State. So your determination here is a testament to your commitment to helping your community and to helping those who are underserved. Washington State is a better place for your commitment to your community, and so is Pasco. We greatly appreciate everything that you've done, and every public library in the Tri-Cities and every library in the Pasco School District now carries your kits. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your heartfelt commitment. Thank you for raising awareness to this issue that plagues a lot of our kids. Now, a couple other things. Ms. Lazard has maintained a 4.0 GPA while she's been duly enrolled at CBC. She's led her team's cheer team to state championship. And she's also found the Just Serve Club at Chiawana High School. These acts of community service are no small feat, and again, also reflect your community commitment. So Hadley, with your commitment to literacy, education, and community service that exemplifies the values that we hold dearly in Pasco, your humility, your heart for service, they're truly inspiring, and we appreciate you, and we're grateful to recognize you as a member of our community. So Hadley, if you'll come up here, I'll hand this off to you, and we'll take pictures and do all the fun stuff. All right. It's always great that we get to recognize folks that are serving in our community. I've always suggested there's an open invite. If folks need to be recognized, please, submit names to the city manager's office, and they can clear it through us and through me. So it's great to see our youth giving back to folks that need it. That moves us along to item 7, which is our public comment period. The public may address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate. Or for posing of questions with the expectation of an answer that's immediate. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from various folks who may be specialized in a particular area. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes as by myself, and it'll be shown by that clock there to my right. I don't see our clerk, who usually is our clock shot keeper. Oh, she's in the back. Okay. We'll figure it out. With that, anyone with the lengthy message, we ask that you may summarize, and you can submit those comments outside of this if you necessarily need to the city manager's office or via the Ask Pasco app. So as you address us, please come to the microphone, make sure it's on. You'll see the red light at the base, and provide your name and county of residence. I'm going to kick us off with, it looks like Mr. Michael Duncan is signed up for remote public comment. Is Mr. Duncan on and available? We have some quarterbacking that part of the meeting. Staff? For remote public comment? Oh, sorry.
We do not have anyone, Mayor.
No? Okay. So, Mr. Duncan, are you here present? Okay. I guess we'll circle back if we see him on here in the next few minutes. I did see that Miss Lori Thompson had initially signed up for remote, but is listed as in person. Lori, if you're here, why don't you go ahead and take the first crack at the mic?
Well, I've not been here or done this before, and I'm afraid I'm going to seem grouchy.
It's all right. There's a little speaker. Looks like I'm out. There you go. You're on.
Okay, my name's Lori Thompson. I live in the West Pasco neighborhood between 68 Burden, Sandifer area. And I've been in that house for about 9 years now. And I live in the county of Franklin. I was in attendance remotely at the last regular council meeting on July 7th and commented regarding what I see as a dangerous, uncivil, unhealthy, and illegal free-for-all that happens within the city of Pasco every summer, starting in late June and into mid-July, with fireworks being allowed on our city streets and backyards all across town. While there wasn't really much of a discussion in response, there was a couple of troubling remarks made, one by a Pasco Police Department representative, I believe, explained that citing and confiscating the illegal fireworks takes too much paperwork and time. The other troubling comment was made by a council member, I believe, was that there are a few bad players out there. And it is no secret to the community and this council that this fireworks situation we are now dealing with is out of control. And there are many more than just a few bad players out there. It affects our quality of life in our own homes, rattling the windows and doors where we are doping our pets, fearing our house or roof catches on fire, where the fire department and law enforcement is overwhelmed by the fireworks and other uncivil activities, and many veterans of war suffering post-traumatic stress, anxiety, in listening to what sounds like a war of bombs and missiles next to the house for hours and days and weeks. When is the paperwork not too time-consuming? When the self-styled pyrotechnician blows his head off in the street in front of the neighborhood kids? I don't know. To reiterate the obvious, what goes on with the fireworks here is dangerous, an unnecessary fire risk in the heat of our dry climate. It's unhealthy to breathe, made from many elements known as toxic to the environment and all living things, tossed to the street where the refuse and residue washes into our sewer treatment systems, and the discomfort of the noise many of us recoil from. I'm here tonight for myself and many other good neighbors asking for your help in protecting our freedoms to enjoy our property and celebrate in a more peaceful and safe manner. I reviewed the ordinances today regarding fireworks for the city of Pasco, and it seems that there are plenty to back up law enforcement citing and seizing the illegal items. I did not see the part about how they have to actually see the offenses with their own eyes. So I'm hoping that later someone could lead me to that part of the ordinances to where it says.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately our clock's not on, but we have been keeping time.
Oh, either way, it sounds like there needs to be some changes made and maybe rearranging for more law enforcement. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Christopher Dare. I'm the new Executive Director for Columbia Basin Veterans Center. And I'm just coming on to say hello. And we actually serve the whole region, but our office is right here in Pasco. And so I was excited to come and meet you. I did leave my card with you. You have it. One of my goals is to meet with each of you guys if possible, just kind of hear your heart for veterans. I'm doing that to all elected officials in the region, just kind of seeing how we can help. One of the things that maybe you know who we are in Pasco, but sometimes I keep hearing that people do not know that what our Veterans Center totally does. And so my goal is to get out there and make sure that we know that. I am a transplant from Nevada, so I just got here about 3 weeks ago. So I'm learning where everything's at, where the cities are, and how to work the bridges and all the kind of fun things. So it's an honor to be here with you. I do want to invite you September 18th on Thursday from 4 to 6. We're going to have an open house, and we're inviting everybody. We're also going to be putting up a Purple Heart parking spot at that time. We'll have news and everybody there. We'd love to see you guys in attendance. You'll get more information from us out there. Like I said, you do have my card. I do want to thank Jesse Rice and his team. We've been working with him for the Veterans Day celebration coming together, and I just appreciate your guys' work. So your team's doing good stuff. Christopher Dare, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Chris. And to confirm, that was September 18th, 4 to 6 p.m.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your commitment to our community and our veterans. Mr. Ace.
Hello, everybody. Brian Ace. I'm actually a Benton County resident, but here representing Boys and Girls Club. We have an agenda item later tonight, and I'm glad to answer questions on that when it gets to that. But as long as I was here, I just wanted to announce something and thank you all for your support of youth in our community. We did just get notice on Saturday evening. Our Keystone Club, which is our leadership club for the Pasco Clubhouse, was attending the Keystone Conference in Chicago, and it was announced on Saturday evening that they were recognized as the Keystone Club of the Year for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. So the programming taking place at your clubhouse on 18th Avenue is not only being seen locally, but recognized regionally and nationally as well. And we're proud of the work that's taking place there, and thank you for being a part of it. Appreciate it.
Brian, you having any open house to recognize that or any event?
We will be talking about that tomorrow morning when staff get back in town, and we will absolutely be doing something, and it would be great to have many of you present. In fact, as part of that, we will be launching the National Keystone Year through a live feed. They're going to fly in a team to do that with us on September 5th. Unfortunately, because of construction, we'll have to do that at a different facility, but it will still be a Pasco-hosted event from that Keystone Club. So we'll definitely have invites out for that.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir. Oh, hold on, you just turned off the mic. Yeah,
No.
there you go, it's on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Kirby Turley. I'm a lifelong Pasco resident. I spent 3 long years in this building right here, through junior high, actually. We got a sometimes permitted, oftentimes not permitted remodeling fiasco happening behind our house for many years, typically using non-licensed individuals that come and go. And according to our neighbor, his current employee came from a work release program and doesn't appear to have journeyman carpenter skills. He can't pass any permit inspections, so the work continues on and on with no work in sight. Since last fall, the noise has been constant. It's pounding, drilling, cutting, reciprocal saws, using air-actuated nail guns, utility tools. The air compressor runs intermittently all hours, including this weekend. It was still cycling on and off at 3 a.m. this morning. In fact, it was still running when I left for this meeting today. Our noise ordinances are ineffective. They're written to make enforcement easy because there's no noise violations between 7 and 10, 7 days a week. That's because you can make as much noise as you want with no regard towards neighbors, 15 hours a day, as I said, 7 days a week. We can't sit on our patio and enjoy our backyard for most afternoons or evenings. We can't even sit in our house because the noise is so loud. It interrupts our daily routine. Yesterday, for the 20th, as an example, at 4 o'clock the noise started and lasted until 7:30 on a Sunday afternoon. And by the reactions I'm getting from conversations with Pasco residents and through social media, we aren't the only family going through this. I believe that my family's situation reflects what many other Pasco citizens are going through, but because it's so hard to get any help, people give up. Whether the noise is from a structure remodel, fireworks, music, or a barking dog, there needs to be a way to protect the considerate neighbor from those that could care less about disturbing others. It's my understanding other communities have figured out ways to solve this problem, excuse me, and I know through conversations with Mr. Perales that he has gathered some information from some other city governments on how they've implemented the ordinance changes for the same reasons. I've used the Ask Pasco app several times, and the response for everything, excluding noise, has been great. For noise, not so much. The response was the nature of this complaint is noise, and these complaints are to be reported to the Pasco Police Department as they are happening. I would encourage you to try talking to the neighbor before calling the police. Case closed. Can the city consider having our code enforcement department work with the police using interdepartmental cooperation with ongoing nuisance noise enforcement upon updating our noise ordinances? 7 to 10, 7 days a week is not sufficient to allow Pasco citizens to enjoy outdoor spaces with family and friends. In our case, the noise, as I said, the noise permeates inside our house, even with all the windows closed. So I'm asking the council to please address our noise issues and noise ordinances and make changes so that Pasco will be a model citizen throughout our continued growth. Thanks to all of you for your time. I appreciate it.